this afternoon, quite frankly. I mean, the fences had just started to come down a few weeks ago. There was a sense that you were able to move more freely through the complex, that people who walk their dogs and bicycle and move around this neighborhood were able to actually go and look at the Capitol dome, get closer to it than they had in some time. Obviously, all of that may shift now. We're hearing some reaction, of course, from leadership on the Republican and Democratic side. We've gotten statements from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in the Senate, as well as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, of course, expressing their condolences to the officers and, of course, the family of the officer we now know as Billy Williams, who died earlier today.
Well, Officer William Billy Evans is the officer who died. You know, Lauren, just remind all of us, a week or two ago, there was this huge fence, a perimeter around the entire U.S. Capitol complex, and it was topped with that razor wire. It was ugly. It made it look like a war zone, the so-called green zone in Baghdad. Some of us have been there, and so many lawmakers were pushing and pushing to get rid of that perimeter. If it still had existed, that driver in that car wouldn't have been able to get to that location. Is that right?
Well, that's exactly right. On the perimeter of the U.S. Capitol, this fence had existed in a way that you couldn't drive up and down Constitution Avenue. In fact, that is a thoroughfare that I normally use to get to work. And, you know, we were having to sort of move around the Capitol complex in a different way because cars were not able to move on that street. Obviously, that was the street, the corner of Constitution and Delaware was where that barricade was breached this afternoon. So, yes, that is true that just a couple of weeks ago, you would not have been able to even drive on that street where that barrier was breached earlier today, Wolf.
Yeah, and so many of us who walk around Capitol Hill just to take a look at the security. I was up there earlier today, just before this incident, and it was easy driving around. A week or two ago, it was impossible because of that razor wire fence. So, Lauren, stand by. I know you're getting more information as well. I want to get some expert analysis on these late-breaking developments. Charles Ramsey is joining us right now, the former D.C. Police Chief, the former Commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Force as well. Chief Ramsey, in a matter of months, we've now seen two security events at this U.S. Capitol complex. You know the area well. They have now resulted in the death of yet another Capitol police officer. They lost an 18-year veteran of the department, the officer, William Billy Evans. As a police veteran yourself, what toll does this take on a department, on a community, indeed on a family, and our deepest condolences to his family?
Well, first of all, I too want to offer my condolences to the family of Officer Evans and also the men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police. This is a tough time, and it does take its toll, believe me. During my time as police chief in Washington, D.C., I lost 4 officers in the line of duty, and in Philadelphia, I lost 8 in 8 years in the line of duty. It takes a terrible toll on everyone, including the chief. I could hear it in Chief Pittman's voice when she was announcing the death of her officer, just how traumatic it is for her as well. And so that's something you never really get over, Wolf. It impacts everyone. But right now, the focus of that department is just taking care of that family and making sure that they're okay, because that's something that is critically important right now. I just hope that they have some access to mental health services for the men and women of that department, because, I mean, 2 within 3 months, that's highly unusual for the Capitol Police. I mean, I was the chief in '98 when the 2 were killed inside the Capitol. And it's just unusual. It's just not the kind of department that experiences that kind of tragedy on a regular basis.
That security, that perimeter fence with the razor wire, it was so ugly, it was awful that it had to be installed here at the nation's capital. But do you think it was a mistake to remove it?
No, I don't think it was a mistake. I mean, you know, hindsight's always 20/20. I mean, eventually it was going to come down. First of all, you couldn't continue to shut down Constitution and Independence. Those are the 2 main thoroughfares going east and west in the city. You know, so eventually it would have to come down. In particular, the razor wire. I mean, now they're going to have to rethink security, physical security, as well as some technology that perhaps they can use. But I don't want to second guess that. I think that from January 6th, it was the right move to start taking that down.
Andrew McCabe is with us as well, the former deputy director of the FBI, a senior law enforcement analyst. Andrew, the FBI says they're responding to this event. They want to help local police investigate, of course. Now that the suspect has been identified, walk us through how the FBI will contribute to this investigation.
Glad to be off that.
Well, I can tell you, Wolf, that the first thing they're doing is checking all of their own information data sets to see if this is someone who has come across the FBI's radar in any way in the past, either as a subject of an investigation, simply someone who was interviewed in the course of another investigation. They'll be very interested to see if that's the case, what type of investigation that may have been. It could be a criminal matter or terrorism matter, national security matter. They will also be assisting with obtaining the necessary search warrants to go through the subject's residence. Any residences that he may have or frequent are going to be searched with a fine-tooth comb. Agents will be looking for any sort of indicators of motive. Feels like we've had this conversation quite a few times lately with all the recent attacks.
I saw a huge bear.
But once
one
again,
of the
they'll
biggest
be
I
looking
ever
to
saw.
see
I
this
reckon nearly
individual
1,000
left
pounds.
behind any sort of a statement, any sort of trail on
Of course. Let's go.
computer
Where are we heading
devices,
exactly?
journal,
Near the Dakota
possibly
River?
social
Might
media
take a
accounts
day or two.
that would indicate
do with it.
why he felt compelled to
Me
go to
too.
the Capitol
It's been a rough couple
and
of
stage
weeks.
this attack. And
Need
the reason
anything?
for that,
I don't
Wolf,
think
is
so. I
the
got all I
question
need.
they will
Let's go then.
answer tonight is whether or not there
Oh,
is
you still ain't
anyone
replaced
else
Boadicea?
out there who might be similarly
Sir,
motivated.
she was quite all right.
Associate,
This
friend,
one's
someone who's
okay.
like-minded, someone
Ain't
who
no
may
boat
have
to
been
see.
in contact
I've been
with them.
meaning to offload
That's
this
what
big
they're
Shire
looking
horse
for.
for a while
These
now.
are such
Unruly
crucial
bastard.
questions.
Where'd you
Andrew,
get 'em?
stand by and we'll give you
Some
some
big
additional important
loudmouth
reaction to this
bastard
Capitol
tried to
attack.
rob me. Was out
Reaction
riding,
coming
so
in
I...
from President Biden right now. We're going
You
to
know how it
White
is.
House Correspondent Arlette Saenz. Arlette, tell us
Let's
what
take
you're
him to
hearing.
Valentine.
Well, Wolf,
It's on
we
the
heard
way.
just moments
Sorta.
ago from
There's a
President Biden
decent
as he
dealer there.
released a
We'll unload
statement
him,
on
you
this
can buy yourself
attack
a new
at the
horse.
Capitol.
Put
The
your
president
saddle
is
on.
spending
Let's
the
get
weekend at Camp David, but the White House released a statement from him saying, Jill and I were heartbroken to learn of the violent attack at a security checkpoint on the U.S. Capitol grounds, which killed Officer William Evans of the U.S. Capitol Police and left a fellow officer fighting for his life. We send our heartfelt condolences to Officer Evans' family and everyone grieving his loss. We know what a difficult time this has been for the Capitol, everyone who works there, and those who protect it. The president went on to say that he's been receiving ongoing briefings from his Homeland Security Advisor, Elizabeth Sherwood Randall, and will continue to get briefings as this investigation proceeds. And at the very end, the president went on to say, I want to express the nation's gratitude to the Capitol Police, the National Guard Immediate Response Force, and others who quickly responded to this attack. He added, as we mourn the loss of yet another courageous Capitol Police officer, the president has instructed for the White House flags to be lowered to half-staff. And as you can see right behind me over my shoulder, that actually just happened moments ago as that flag was lowered down to that position. This is now the fourth time that the president has ordered for the flags to be lowered to half-staff since he became president. He did so after the shootings in Atlanta, in Boulder, Colorado, and also to mark the 500,000 lives lost to COVID-19. This is just another one of the tragedies that the president is dealing with in his time in the White House. And of course, it is something that hits very close to home to President Biden, as he spent 36 years serving in the Senate, roaming those halls on Capitol Hill and in the Capitol building, often interacting with these Capitol police officers as he went about his days. You heard the president talk in very, very personal terms after that attack, the insurrection on January 6th, and he also paid some respects to an officer that died during that tragedy. After Biden took office, he went to the Capitol as Officer Brian Sicknick laid in rest at the Capitol following that insurrection. So this attack is likely something that hits very close to home to the president, as this is also the first major security incident that he's dealing with in his White House since taking office.
Yeah, it's so heartbreaking. It hits all of us who spent a lot of time up on Capitol Hill. Very, very hard. Arlette, I know you're working your sources as well. We'll get back to you. I want to bring in Jim Sciutto, our chief national security correspondent, who's done a lot of reporting in the aftermath of the January 6th insurrection attack. Jim, you and I were told multiple times that Capitol Police were deeply concerned that the U.S. Capitol potentially, God forbid, could emerge as another target.
Yeah. Well, you know, terrorism, we don't know the motivation of this attacker at this point, but terrorism is about target and attention. And the U.S. Capitol is a massive target in terms of the attention that it draws if you carry out an act of violence like this one. We'll see what the investigation reveals about this attacker's motivation, but that gets to a risk factor for the
strong and fast.
The other question here is, in the wake of January 6th, those dealing with how to prevent the next January 6th type insurrection have raised the question, how much access, how do you balance access to security? One of those questions is, how far do you need that barrier to be around the Capitol? How aggressive do you need to be? General Russell Honoré, who was tasked by Nancy Pelosi with reviewing security in the wake of January 6th, has discussed with multiple members of both parties that very question. You don't want to have barbed wire around the Capitol 24/7 for the rest of our lives, but you want to prevent attacks like this one. And it has raised the possibility of having some sort of retractable barrier, not just at the roadways, which we see many times, like the one that blocked this car, but around the Capitol entirely. You've heard the public objections from some lawmakers, many Republican lawmakers, saying that's too much. Today reveals why that's a real debate, right? Because you want to keep people safe, but you want to keep this the people's house. How do you get the right balance, right? To keep people safe, but also provide access. And this is a question they're still going to struggle with. Those recommendations are going up to the Hill. They're going to debate how much money to spend and how far to go to provide a barrier and security to prevent an attack like this one going forward.
In a little while, we're going to be speaking with General Honoré, who was tasked by the Speaker of the House to go ahead and prepare some security options to make sure that these kinds of attacks don't happen again. Stand by. Jim Sciutto, Dana Bash covered the Capitol for a long time. You were walking those halls in the various Senate and House office buildings all over the U.S. Capitol. You know this complex as well as anyone, Dana. Describe how unusual it is to have a second fatal security incident at the Capitol within just a span of less than 3 months.
It's incredibly unusual. You heard Chief Ramsey talking earlier about the fact that it didn't happen between 1998, when there were 2 officers killed at the Memorial Door, which is more towards the House side, and January 6th. And, you know, that's a pretty long time, given the fact that this is a, you know, unfortunately a prime target, and this is a, you know, relatively central and centralized law enforcement force. But look, the fact is that this is a Capitol Hill community. The police officers, the members of Congress, their staff, the people who work in the cafeterias, the people who work in administrative roles all over, not to mention our colleagues in the press corps. It is a community. People know one another, and, you know, people who walk into that building every day are incredibly appreciative of the Capitol Police, even when there isn't the tension that there is in the air right now, and even more so certainly since January 6th. I don't walk the halls every day as I used to, but I've been up to Capitol Hill several times since, and I've talked privately to so many Capitol Police officers who have been privately, you know, very concerned about the balance that Jim was just talking about, trying to find a way, understanding that it can't be a fortress, it shouldn't be a fortress for many, many reasons, but it has to be perhaps better protected. And those retractable fences or something along those lines is something I heard time and time again from rank and file Capitol Police officers who want to do their best to protect the Capitol, to protect the people who work there. But unfortunately, with one person killed, a couple of suicides, and over 100 people really injured in the Capitol Police Force, they understand even more than before during their training how difficult that is. And you just need one person, unfortunately, with a car. You don't need a mob.
It's so sad indeed. I want to bring in the man who has led the review of the January 6th Capitol attack and offered some recommendations to improve security at the Capitol. Retired Lieutenant General Russell Honore is joining us right now. General Honore, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for your service. Thanks for all you are doing. The security measures in place today stop this attacker from actually gaining entry into the Capitol complex, the Capitol building, but not before he claimed the life of a Capitol police officer, William Evans. Give us your assessment of this current situation.
Well, first of all, I may join your colleagues in offering condolences to Officer Edward Evans, his family, and his fellow officers and friends as he lost his life today protecting the Capitol. In our review and our report to the Congress, Wolf, it was clear that many members made it the priority to make sure that the Capitol is accessible to members and the public. That's a part of the mission. And the task that the Capitol Police have is to provide that access at the same time, protect from attacks like this that can happen today. The security system that worked today was the readiness of the Capitol Police out front, challenging the car, and then the barriers and bumpers that went in after 9/11. All around the Capitol, you see these bumpers that come out of the ground, and they remain there until the Capitol Police clear the car to go in. And then next to those are those little black posts that are all around the Capitol. That's post 9/11. The Congress invested in it, and it was designed to prevent automobiles and trucks from being able to bum rush a checkpoint and get through the Capitol. And that system worked. Unfortunately, we lost Officer Evans today, but by and large, that system worked. The Capitol Police responded. They stopped it. The system worked. The transition we have to make in our mind that the Capitol is a target. Many members challenged the recommendations, some of the recommendations we made in terms of barriers that need and hardening of the Capitol while keeping the Capitol open to the public. And the challenge was they would tell me, hey, we go to the SCIF, General, we're not seeing any threats to the Capitol. We've got to accept the fact that 24/7, the Capitol is a threat to domestic, foreign, and criminals who might want to attack the center of our leadership of the United States. And it have to be ready 24/7. The Capitol Police have to be ready at 1 o'clock in the day, as they were today, or 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. They've got to be prepared to protect that Capitol. And right now, we're blessed to have the National Guard there as an immediate response force, which we recommended. And many people wanted to send all the National Guard home. And thank God the senior leadership on the House and the Speaker, as well with the support of the National Guard and Department of Defense, have kept that immediate reaction force there to be able to back up the top of the Capitol Police. The Capitol is a target. We need to adjust to that. We need to take those recommendations we made and get it funded up to about $2 billion and get it done. Because our Capitol must be protected. We must give the men and women of the Capitol Police what they need to get the job done. And at the end of the day, the responsibility for securing that Capitol on the Capitol Police.
It's an enormous responsibility. What's your, and you spent a lot of time over these last several weeks, General Honore, studying the U.S. Capitol, how to protect the U.S. Capitol down the road. That exterior, that perimeter fence that has just been removed with the razor wire, it was ugly, but did it work? Was it necessary? Do they need to recreate it?
I don't think so. What we recommended is re-engineered. The Corps engineers prepared to do that under the auspices of the Capitol Police Board and the architect of the Capitol. They have potential sketch plans of how to integrate fences that can come out of the ground, be embedded into the landscape, and they're not ugly fences standing there all the time, but they can be erected when there is a crowd or a First Amendment event that may become a public disturbance event, and that is ready.
Night.
The Capitol, under the auspices of the architect of the Capitol, are working on
Kill a bear.
Funded from Congress to make that happen, as well as hardening the building. Only a few of the windows in the Capitol, and it's public knowledge now, are hard. That needs to be done. The doors need to be hard. And they had started working on that earlier. But we need to have a need for speed. Right now, the way that happened, it has to go through a supplemental. That needs to be moved through, and the Congress on the House and the Senate side need to demonstrate their support. And there's a lot of enthusiasm to support the Capitol Police by giving them to include improvement in intelligence capacity, as well as protection for members of Congress as they travel and go back and forth.
We'll have a
General
much better
Honorary,
chance
our
of
Chief
getting a
National
good
Security
shot.
Correspondent Jim Sciutto, as you know, has done extensive reporting on the security at the U.S. Capitol. He has a couple of questions for you as well. Go ahead.
General Honorary, one focus of your security review has been manpower, man and woman power at the Capitol. Your recommendations include adding hundreds more officers to help protect the Capitol from threats like this one. I wonder what today has shown you about the need for that investment, and do you believe that you have the support of lawmakers in both parties to add those additional officers?
By and large, it's a function of two things, Jim. We're 233 officers short now. Last year we didn't get a class through, and I'm using that word "we" because I feel being a part of that team, having served 6 weeks there with those officers, speaking to them and learning what their concerns was. 233 officers short. We are behind on the recruiting. Last year the COVID took an impact because we didn't have a class that normally would graduate about 150 officers. We got some catching up to do. We need to enhance the recruiting program, which is in the recommendation. And Chief Pittman is working a plan to improve recruiting, as well as incentivizing officers to join the Capitol Police. So there's much work to be done. Much of it is in that report. Additional items recently came out from the Inspector General of the Capitol Police with recommendations of things they need to do to show and give the Capitol Police the manpower they need right now. Last year, the Capitol Police used 720 hours of 720,000 overtime. It's not unusual for many of those officers you see out there on the line, those young officers, to have been working 12-hour days, 5, 6, 7 days a week. And that has been routine since 1/6. So we need the National Guard there to back them up and provide that immediate response force. And they call it immediate response force because they're in the Capitol. They're not over at the National Guard headquarters in Washington, D.C. And that was a good call by the police to have that immediate force there because this thing could have ended different today. But thank God, the well-engineered barrier system worked. The officers were ready. They responded. Unfortunately, we see an officer had lost his life as a result of the act of this person, whoever he is. And I really don't care about the motive that much. I care about those officers. And every day, 24/7, if you go there tomorrow morning at 1 o'clock, you'll see officers out there standing by to make sure no one get into the Capitol.
And we're showing our viewers, General Honorary, that vehicle that the killer in this particular case, Noah Green, 25 years old, used to ram in to those police officers, those Capitol Police officers, and it's now being removed. They've done a complete a complete check of that entire area because you saw it being removed, at least partially. It's now stopped. You know, I'm just curious, General Honorary, when you heard a few hours ago of what had happened up on Capitol Hill, when you learned that another Capitol Police officer had been killed in this particular case, the second police officer is in hospital right now. We don't know his or her condition. What went through your mind?
I actually was on a Zoom call and somebody had looked down at my phone and said, "Oh, what do you think happened at the Capitol?" I had to look what happened. I literally had chill bumps.
Let's keep going.
Having, as I said, spent time in that Capitol, the longest time I've ever been there, almost 6 weeks, in and out of that Capitol daily, speaking to those officers. walking those halls, looking at the routine work they do every day to secure the Capitol.
Now,
thankless work in many cases.
A little optimism, Arthur.
I had chill bumps.
What do you think?
I know they're a strong force.
Split
They
up
will
and each
overcome
look.
this.
Either that or
They will work as a
you could place
team,
bait here.
and
That
they
could
will
work.
do their duty
Which you
that
think?
they've drawn their right hand to do, and that is to protect the Capitol. Now it's
Let's bait
time
here.
for
Fine
the
by me.
Congress to have a
Let's
need
leave the
for
bag over
speed,
there.
pass the supplemental,
By those
give them the
boulders up
changes
ahead,
they
looks like a
need,
good spot.
respect their all the overtime they do, give them the additional officers they need, and provide the hardening with the portable as well as erectable automated fencing to give them so they can protect the Capitol, and give them the additional space they need to put those additional officers, and put those vestibules that we've recommended on the outside of the Capitol, and let's get to work and make this happen. Right now, it has to be funded before work can start, and that needs to be done immediately, and that supplemental, I hope, will get done as soon as the Congress come back. I know the Speaker and the leader are interested in making that happen. We need to have both sides come together and make this happen.
Jim Sciutto has another question for you, General
Did that
Honoré.
bait look okay?
General Honoré, the sad fact of our politics today is that threats like this one have been politicized. And in the wake of January 6th, you've had some lawmakers who've tried to move beyond it, question the seriousness of the threat to the Capitol on January 6th. And I wonder, with today's events, but also in the weeks since then, what do you say to lawmakers who say this is not as serious as some portray it to be? What's your response to that?
I would tell them go make laws and let the police do the policing, and fund those policemen to the resources that they need. They all have opinions, they make the laws, we respect their knowledge and their background. They've been elected by their representatives. The challenge is that when they sometimes speak of DC and the Capitol, they don't speak of it like their constituents. They need every congressman, and my challenge to them, they must treat the DC police, the Capitol, and the Capital Region as their constituents. They don't speak that way when we get in arguments with them. They speak to them as bureaucrats sometimes and as users of resources. They've got to treat them like their constituents. They own those police departments. The only reason they're there is to protect Congress. And I hope that in their tone and their response, they do a better job,
You
like
know what,
most
Arthur
of them
Morgan,
do,
I'm a little old and
to accept the police as theirs. And it's their police force.
It's a map.
And they
A
need to
man
resource
in a bar
that. That's
gave
their
it to me.
family.
Well, I stole it
That's the
from him,
people
but
who put
that's
their
another
lives
story.
on the line to
Said
defend
it
them.
told him where to find
At a
some real
solid
big
pay of
animals.
about $65,000 a year.
Thank you.
It's a
And
pleasure.
about 15 hours a
saved
day
my life.
overtime in many weeks.
I think I'm
General
going
Honoré,
back to
I know you got to run, but
lick
very
my
quickly,
wounds.
with hindsight, of course,
coming, or
what could have been done
gonna
to prevent
track
this
that
murder
monster?
today?
Well,
I don't know, boys.
Coming or not.
Right now, Wolf, I mean, it's too early to take a look at that. I mean, you're looking at a man in a car with a knife. To just show you that
I'll see you back in camp.
could be a weapon. Like 9/11, we learned an airplane could be a weapon. And every day we have to be ready, and the police have to be ready for all threats. And today, the system worked in that the buffers stopped the car. Unfortunately, our officers were doing what they were trained to do, to challenge the car before it gets to the buffers, to clear that person. And they'll take a look at that tactic and technique, and there may be some more technology they may have to do to put the officers who are out in front of that buffer. That will be fixed, I can guarantee you. But I have the confidence in the majority of the members who are going to give the police what they need in terms of more manpower, more technology, and the moral support to thank those officers for what they do 24/7. This happened at 1 o'clock in the day. It could have happened at 1 o'clock in the morning, but I've been there and watched them. They're out there at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. at 6 o'clock in the morning before the members get there. They have 24/7 protecting that Capitol. And my hat's off to them, and my condolences again to all my brothers and sisters in the Capitol Police and those who served in the Capitol.
Well said. We are so grateful to those Capitol Police officers. They do an amazing, amazing job, and we're so sad that Billy Evans sadly was killed today. Our deepest, once again, condolences to his family. General Honore, as usual, thanks for all your service to our country. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll continue this conversation down the road. And we're going to continue our special coverage here in the Situation Room. You just saw that vehicle being towed away. Much more coming up right after this.
Must be close.
This is Courtney Perna with another reason to love Bat Rivers Sportsbook. Ready to cash out? Not only does Bat Rivers offer fast withdrawal authorization, it shows you your payment status every step of the way. Bat Rivers takes the guesswork out of knowing when your withdrawal is processed, and that transparency is why players trust Bat Rivers. You can even play at Rivers Casino to our flash bet with a winner. For Bet Rivers,
what the hell? Stab it! Stab it! Ah, come on!
Auto Protection Company.
We're just happy with CarShield. They put a transmission in it and a motor. Who does that?
CarShield makes sure
Stupid
you don't
bear.
have to pay for expensive car repairs. Cars will break down, and those breakdowns could cost you thousands unless you call CarShield today and get the protection you deserve.
Help your neighbors in need with Feeding America.
Life is sometimes hard. Sometimes we don't have as much. The food bank is a place where my family gets help getting food.
You love your pet, but hate wearing their hair. Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. One Bounce Mega Sheet has 3 times the hair-fighting ingredients of the leading dryer sheet. Simply toss into the dryer to bounce out hair and linens. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce. It's available in fresh scent and unscented. With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honors.
What? No sliding?
And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
I really hope that this vaccine can get me one step closer to him. We're a huge wedding.
To give high fives to our patients.
To hug my students. With every vaccine, CVS is working to bring you one step closer to a better tomorrow.
How could you know? How could you know what it feels like to call your parents, not just to talk, not to ask them, hey, how was your walk, but to ask them, please, don't go outside. There's something happening worldwide. Mom, cover up not just your nose, your mouth, but your eyes, your hair, your voice. You hide everything about yourself. Don't let them see you. Don't let them recognize you. This virus does not discriminate. People do. But hey, it's just a word, right? How could you know what a word could do unless it was said about you? Unless you were me, then maybe you'd call it COVID-19.
Last year, Invesco QQQ brought you stories about agents of innovation. Now we're following up with the founders of Homeport. Can you describe what the last year has been like?
Wow, last year is what a year. It's a tremendous growth year for us.
The acceleration has been overwhelming. The hybrid approach is going to be the approach. You don't have to be together in person.
We can bring our experience to everyone who want to use it.
Brent is getting new information right now, working as sources. Evan, tell us what you're learning.
Well, Wolf, we've learned a lot more about this suspect. We understand that there's been a number of postings that he made, including just a couple of hours before he was shot and killed there at the U.S. Capitol. He posted a number of Instagram stories on his account, and that appear to be, this account appears to belong to him, and it shows him linking to Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan speaking. He talks a lot about how Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam essentially saved his life because he's been suffering from a number of issues. He lost his job recently, and he also talks about essentially that he believes the U.S. government has been after him. He says that the U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people, and he talks that he's been suffering some afflictions, presumably by the CIA, by the FBI, the government agencies of the United States of America. People obviously have responded to some of his messages, and he said, quote, I have suffered multiple home break-ins, food poisonings, assaults, unauthorized operations in the hospital, mind control. Again, it portrays someone who perhaps, again, this is going to be a very difficult thing for investigators to figure out the motivation, because he appears to be suffering from some mental health issues. At least he says this on his postings. He describes having a lot of issues that he was dealing with. He obviously saw what happened on January 6th. Everyone saw what happened on January 6th. And perhaps that gave him the idea that this is something that he could carry out. Again, it's something that law enforcement has been very, very, very worried about. This is now the work of the FBI, the work of the U.S. Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police to try to get to the bottom of all of his motivations, to look through social media postings, go to talk to his family members, try to get to his mental state in the recent weeks, in the recent days, to try to understand why this happened. At this point, well, again, we just talked to law enforcement officials. They're still not saying that they believe that there's a terrorism motive here. They are working. Obviously, it's still too early for them to understand the full picture of this man, but you can get an idea from these postings that he's not well. There's things that he's saying that don't make any sense, and he obviously had that in his mind as recently, according to these postings, as recently as a couple hours before this incident. Again, these are postings that we believe are associated with this man before he carried out. Before he tried to ram these officers and the barrier there at the U.S. Capitol.
I just want to be precise, Evan. So the postings suggest what he hated the U.S. government. He was blaming the U.S. government for a lot of his problems. Is that what you're seeing on these postings?
Right. He portrays that the U.S. government is trying to carry out some mind control on him. He says that the FBI, CIA, and other government agencies are behind some of his afflictions. And he says because of those afflictions, he recently lost his job. Again, this tells you that this is a person in distress recently, and it's not exactly clear why he chose to do this today. But it tells us that, at least according to these postings, this is somebody who believes the U.S. government is the enemy, and that could suggest why he decides that he's going to drive to the seat of the federal government, the U.S. Capitol, to try to carry this out. Again, there's a lot more work that officials are working on here. We know that there is at least a Virginia's driver's license that is associated with him. Officers and investigators are going to that address. They're going to talk to neighbors, family members, to try to get a better picture of what he was thinking, to understand perhaps what maybe he said he was going to do, if he said something. Those are all things that are now part of this investigation.
Yeah, it's very significant information. Andrew McCabe, the former deputy director of the FBI, still with us. So the FBI got new material to take a look at. Walk us through, Andrew, your reaction to what we just learned from Evan.
Wolf, it's incredibly sad, it's tragic, but it's not unique, it's not unfamiliar to us, right? We've seen these sorts of issues, what seems, at least at first blush, to be struggles with mental illness and paranoia and delusion result in violence. I think it is important to point out, though, that even if that turns out to be the primary kind of motivating factor for this person. I think it's significant to note the role of the Capitol as the kind of symbolic kind of focus of his anger with the government, or the focus of his paranoia, or what have you. I think that what you're seeing is kind of one of the follow-on impacts of the massive attack on the Capitol on January 6th, and the way that we all viewed that attack, the way it was seen by the world, the way the videos have been shown again and over and over on television. You've elevated the profile of the Capitol as a location for potential attack by anyone or any group that's frustrated with the government, or who believes that the government is the focus of their anger.
So, Dana, and you've covered Capitol Hill for a long time. What's so worrisome is now a second attack on the U.S. Capitol within less than 3 months. And the fear is, and a lot of people, not just members of the House and Senate, but members of the staff, others who work there, they have to worry right now that those who hate the U.S. government for mental reasons or whatever reasons, potentially, God forbid, could continue these kinds of assaults.
No, that's exactly right. This is, as Andy was just describing, and based on Evan's reporting, that this is an individual who appeared to have mental health issues. It is not, at first blush, the same kind of motivation that you saw with the giant mob during insurrection, which was politically motivated, sparked by a president of the United States who suggested to them that they can actually overturn an election. It is quite different. It seems to me a little bit more like what happened in 1998. I know you remember this, Wolf, when 2 officers were killed by another person with mental health issues. But the point that you're making is very well taken, that that there could be copycats, effectively. That you see the Capitol as a target, you don't, you're not well, and you think, I'm going to do something similar or try to disrupt in some way to prove a point. And that is why what you talked about with General Honore and what members of Congress are debating right now is so important, because it is a target. It is not a soft target, but it is a target that needs to be fortified, and it's pretty clear that that is the case today.
Jonathan Rappara is with us as well, a CNN law enforcement analyst, formerly with the U.S. Secret Service. So Jonathan, what goes through your mind as we're now getting these details about the killing?
Well, to everyone's point that they were just making, the U.S. Capitol is a symbol of democracy. It's part of our national identity. And if somebody is, coming across that the government is after suffering from paranoia, it is logical for them to lash out against this symbol of our democracy. To the point of security, today, the vehicle ramming incident that we had, law enforcement throughout Washington, D.C., Capitol Police, the Secret Service, other law enforcement entities, they have anticipated this type of event time and time again. That's why they have these type of anti-ram barricades at these critical asset locations. What we have to look at for the U.S. Capitol very specifically, though, is now expanding that security and making sure that we balance it out. And the only way that we're going to have a successful security paradigm put into place is understanding what are the specific threats that the Capitol faces. From January 6th to today, the world has changed. The threat environment has changed. And we have to make sure that we're applying the right level of mitigation against that threat environment. And now mindful that threat environment can change very drastically, so you have to have scalability. I think some of the things that, recommendations that came out of the initial review went into practice today. We saw immediate command and control of the situation. We saw incident command structure stood up. We saw the quick reactionary force from the National Guard being deployed. So a lot of things were done right today. We now have to take that momentum and build it out further. As the General had said earlier today, they need funding, they need assets, they need manpower, but but we have to do it in a balanced way. People, process, and technology in thoughtful application of intelligence resources to build a new security structure at the U.S. Capitol.
Given what's going on right now, do you think, Jonathan, that 435 members of the House and 100 senators need to beef up their personal security?
Listen, I think that is, as I said, the threat environment around the country has changed. And this is less about, taking these drastic steps. This is more as a culture. We need to establish a culture of security awareness and understand and not be naive that there are individuals and groups out there that want to cause harm towards people. And then we have to apply the right level of mitigation and protection, whether it's against an asset like the U.S. Capitol, the White House, or individuals. And again, this is where intelligence is going to provide us with the answers. Intelligence resources are going to help us understand the threats and the vulnerabilities that our political leaders face, or targets of interest, such as the U.S. Capitol. How do we defend against that? Well, you only are going to be able to defend against that when you know what those threats are, understand your vulnerabilities, and then apply the right mitigation.
Everybody stand by. We're getting new details right now about the killer. We're going to continue our special coverage right here in the Situation Room right after a quick break. Come on.
What if this spring the garden center came to you? Plants in their prime, potted and ready to go. Plants for looking at, plants for hiding in, plants for cooking with. Tools and essentials too. Guidance, game plans, indoor, outdoor, straight to your door. Bloomscape. Free shipping on orders over $75.
This is my first time trying on glasses at home.
Yeah. So cute! 5 different frames to Warby Parker.
It was much better.
Virtual try-on is perfect. Like being able to put the light hit on my face. Like, look at this. Just swipe and switch.
These are done. That was so easy. They make it so fun and fabulous.
Come on!
There was no way that I could afford to get my car fixed.
An engine, transmission, or computer system breakdown could cost you thousands of dollars. But not with CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
We're just happy with CarShield. They put a transmission in it and a motor. Who does that?
CarShield makes sure you don't have to pay for expensive car repairs. Cars will break down, and those breakdowns will cost you thousands unless you call CarShield today and get the protection you deserve.
Dad, it's a video call. Hold the phone in front of me.
Ah, man, they stole my shit.
Power E-Trade gives you an award-winning app with 24/7 support when you need it the most. Don't get mad. Get E-Trade and start trading today. The day after chemo might mean a trip back to the doctor's office, just for a shot. But why go back there when you can stay home? With Neulasta Onpro, strong chemo can put you at risk of serious infection. In a key study, Neulasta reduced the risk of infection from 17% to 1%, a 94% decrease. Neulasta Onpro is designed to deliver Neulasta the day after chemo and is used by most patients today.
Neulasta is for certain cancer patients receiving strong chemotherapy. Do not take Neulasta if you're allergic to it, or Neupogen, filgrastim. An incomplete dose could increase infection risk. Ruptured spleen, sometimes fatal, as well as serious lung problems, allergic reactions, kidney injuries, and capillary leak syndrome have occurred. Report abdominal or shoulder tip pain, trouble breathing, or allergic reactions to your doctor right away. In patients with sickle cell disorders, serious, sometimes fatal crises can occur. The most common side effect is bone and muscle ache.
If you'd rather be home, ask your doctor about Neulasta Onpro. Pay no more than $5 per dose with copay card. We miss easy connection. A simple
Hiya, kid.
smile. We miss walking through the hallways with classmates. Team sports. Working out. Even going to the office. But you can still feel a strong sense of community with custom gear from Custom Ink. We've developed new tools to make it easy to create custom gear and ship it to people wherever they are, even when we need to keep apart. Custom Ink has hundreds of products, including masks, to help you stay connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. We're following breaking news on a deadly new attack at the United States Capitol just 3 months after the bloody insurrection there. A police officer named William Evans was killed. Another officer was wounded and is fighting for his life right now. The 25-year-old attacker is dead. We're learning more about him this hour. Stand by for that. Authorities say Noah Green, 25 years old, was shot by police after he rammed into the police officers with a car, hit a barrier, and then jumped out of the vehicle waving a knife. CNN has learned that weeks earlier he had posted on social media about his fears that the U.S. government was targeting him with, quote, mind control. The D.C. National Guard was deployed in response to the attack immediately, and the U.S. Capitol was put on lockdown. It's all a reminder, sadly, of the ongoing threat here in Washington since the January 6th insurrection. Let's go to CNN's Brian Todd. He's up on Capitol Hill, right near the scene of the attack. Brian, the police officer sadly was killed. The attacker, he is dead as well. They have both now been identified, and this investigation is underway.
It is, Wolf, and still a lot left to find out in this investigation. I can tell you that just a short time ago, police towed away the vehicle involved in this attack, a blue sedan that had struck that barricade, clearly with significant force. As Wolf mentioned, the officer killed in this attack has been identified by U.S. Capitol Police as William Billy Evans, an 18-year member of the police force here, and also a member of the Capitol Division's first responder unit. Tonight we have new details on the suspect and how this attack unfolded. A suspect in a car rammed 2 Capitol police officers at the security barrier at the Capitol complex, then got out of the vehicle wielding a knife, police said.
He did not respond to verbal commands. The suspect did start lunging towards U.S. Capitol police officers, at which time U.S. Capitol police officers fired upon the suspect.
At least one of the officers was stabbed, an official tells CNN. One officer died from his injuries, William Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force. A second officer was injured.
I ask that you keep our U.S. Capitol Police family in your thoughts and prayers.
The suspect, identified by sources as Noah Green, age 25, is dead as well. He was not familiar to Capitol Police, authorities said. No initial indication of ties to terrorism, but the motive is unknown.
Clearly this was someone who was actively trying to just get at whoever or whatever. We just
Poor Sadie.
A unit from the National Guard was immediately deployed to assist. Members of Congress are mostly out of town during the break. Authorities say they're not aware of a particular lawmaker being targeted, but an emergency lockdown order was issued for the complex. The incident comes amid an increase in reported threats to lawmakers in recent months and a debate over removing more of the fencing around the Capitol, in place since the January 6th riot targeting lawmakers, and reducing the National Guard deployment. Some members on both sides of the aisle have been chafing in recent weeks.
It's really discouraging to see the razor wire and fencing, the image that it sends to the world. So if that threat no longer exists, I would hope that we can return to normal.
Today's incident could reverse that debate.
What it shows is that there are people out there that want to hurt us. And so we got to do more and we got to do better.
In today's case, praise for the response by the police.
Unfortunately, we lost Officer Evans today, but by and large, that system worked. The Capitol Police responded. They stopped him. The system worked.
And we have this just in. For the first time, we're seeing images of the suspect involved in this case. A picture of 25-year-old Noah Green. He is identified by sources as the suspect in this attack at the barricade at the Capitol. Noah Green, 25 years old. We were told earlier today by acting U.S. Capitol Police Chief Yogananda Pittman that at this time there was no indication of any particular nexus to any specific member of Congress. But again, officials still piecing together more information about Noah Green's alleged motive. I can also tell you, Wolf, that the flag on the east front of the Capitol, just over my right shoulder, was just placed at half-staff just a few seconds ago.
Honor William Billy Evans, the police officer, 18 years with the Capitol Police Force. Appropriate indeed. Brian, I want you to stand by and we'll get back to you shortly, but I want to bring in our senior justice correspondent, Evan Perez. Evan, you and your team, you've been doing some new reporting on the Capitol attacker. Tell us what else you learned.
Well, Wolf, according to social media postings that the suspect is believed to have made in the last couple of weeks, you get a picture of someone who's clearly troubled, going through a lot of issues, including what he says was mind control from the U.S. government. Again, a portrayal of a troubled man, and as recently as 2 hours, a couple of hours before this incident at the U.S. Capitol, he was on Instagram and he was talking about the fact that he believes that the U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people. He talks about suffering evictions from the FBI, from the CIA, and from other government agencies. These are things that he talks about on Instagram, on Facebook. He said that he was a follower of the Nation of Islam and of its leader, Louis Farrakhan. These are things that he's discussing in his social media postings. Well, at this point, the investigation is still only beginning. We know that the Metropolitan Police is leading this investigation. The FBI is assisting. They're trying to reach family members, people who knew the suspect, to try to get a picture of what he was thinking, what he was saying, perhaps in recent days. He talks in some of these postings, well, that because of these mental afflictions, these medical issues that he was having, he lost his job, and so he's suffered a lot recently. He says, to be honest, these past few years have been tough. These past few months have been tougher. I have been tried with some of the biggest unimaginable tests in my life. Again, a portrayal of a young man who struggled mightily before this incident happened today at the time.
Man, I need to restart this shit again.
He made on social media, and he said, and I'm quoting now, he said, I have suffered multiple home break-ins, food poisonings, assaults, unauthorized operations in the hospital, mind control. That's significant there, which suggests that this is an individual, who had some serious mental problems.
Right, exactly, and I think that's one of the things that,
got the wrong gun and everything.
They were a little confused at first as to what to call this. He talks about the fact that he believed that the U.S. government was the #1 enemy, and so that's perhaps why he came to the U.S. Capitol, the seat of the federal government, to carry out this attack. We don't know. But one of the things that we've heard recently from law enforcement is the concern. I think you heard this from General Honore, that because of what happened on January 6th, there are people who are sitting at home watching and seeing hundreds of people essentially take the building, sack the building, and perhaps being inspired. Some of them are not doing well, and they think they can do something like this to strike at the U.S. government. So this young man, it appears, believed that this is the way he could get back at the U.S. government for what he believed were these delusions that he had, that the U.S. government was exerting some kind of mind control. Again, the picture law enforcement is trying to put together now is still only beginning, but this is definitely at the center of it. Whether, again, he had some kind of political motive, whether it was a mix of mental health issues, all of this is coming into play.
Yeah, that mind control, I think we have a specific quote we could put up on the screen of what he was saying about mind control. He said, I have suffered multiple home break-ins, food poisonings, assaults, unauthorized operations in the hospital, mind control, and he said he was unemployed after I left my job, partly due to afflictions, but ultimately in search of a spiritual journey. I want to bring in Chief Ramsey, Charles Ramsey, former chief of the D.C. Police Force, the former commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Force. So what's your reaction when you hear Evan report on these social media, these postings that this individual was putting forward?
What the hell, man?
Hold on a second, Chief Ramsey, I'm not hearing you. You may have to unmute.
Why can't I shoot?
Stand by for a second. Let me get Andrew McCabe, the former deputy director of the FBI, into this. What's your reaction?
You know, it's not uncommon to have people who are suffering from mental illness or emotional distress to show up at places like the Capitol or the White House or FBI headquarters for that matter, you know, demanding to talk to people, trying to air out some of these delusions or concerns that they have. You know, in October 2013, Kerry drove residents in Connecticut down to the White House and tried to kind of try her vehicle through a checkpoint there, ended up in a tragedy. She was shot. A lot of people have concerns about the way that was handled. But nevertheless, a similar situation, somebody balanced and bringing those concerns to the symbols of government. I think what's different here is you're seeing them laying out not just a mental illness, but a grievance against the government. And I would suggest that that is a result of one of the results of what we saw on January 6th. Capitol has taken on a new role as a primary target.
Yeah.
Maybe next time. Grievance or anger for
Listen, you need to pay me for your loss, some encouraging news. The second police officer, Andrew, who has not been identified, he's now described as being in stable condition, in a non-threatening condition, which is encouraging indeed. He's in a D.C. hospital. Charles Ramsey, we've reconnected with
Sucker.
Chief Ramsey, but give us your reaction to what we're learning from these social postings from this individual who's killed.
Well, I don't know if I can add much more than what Andy just said, but I was going to say, and I unfortunately had myself muted, that I was checking on the second officer, and he is stable, multiple injuries, broken bones, and the like. He's currently getting a CAT scan. But the person who I spoke to, a senior official at the Metropolitan Police Department, actually saw the video, and he's very hard to watch. He said the car came at full speed, struck both officers, literally knocked them into the air, and then got out of the car, of course, after he crashed into the barrier with the knife. No officer was stabbed. I know that was an earlier report that one officer had been stabbed. He told me no one had been stabbed. The injuries were sustained as a result of the vehicle actually striking them at a high rate of speed. And other officers at the scene are the ones that were able to successfully neutralize the individual as he got out of the car armed with a knife. So that's the status right now as far as that goes. You know, ironically, well, I got an email today from someone who I don't know, and who, I don't know how he got my email, I have absolutely no idea, but it was very similar. I mean, he was talking about all these grievances with the government, that, you know, the CIA put a chip inside of him and tracking him, and they're monitoring, and they're, you know, I mean, seriously mentally disturbed, clearly. And it appears that maybe this is what we're looking at here with this individual. There's still an awful lot that has to be done, obviously, to find out whether or not that's the issue. Was there another motive that we don't know about right now? Was he there to really try to, you know, assault the Capitol or Capitol officers or what have you? So they'll unravel all that. But there are a lot of people out there with mental illness, and I agree with everything that's been said so far. After January 6th, it seems like the Capitol itself has taken on a different type of symbolism than previously, because it is now associated as being, you know, like the seat of government, and anybody who's got a grievance against the government, that's the building that they look at. They attack the building, they attack the government. And unfortunately, seems to be what's going on. So, Congress has to take security around that building, in and around that building, very seriously. Status quo is not acceptable. We'll never be 100% certain that we can totally prevent anything from happening, but certainly we could do a lot better than we're doing right now.
Because he does write in one of his social postings, this killer, Chief Ramsey, says the U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people. But then he says this. He says, my faith is one of the only things that has been able to carry me through these times, and my faith is centered on the belief of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan as Jesus, the Messiah, the final divine reminder in our midst. He adds, I consider him my spiritual father. Without his guidance, his word, and his teachings that I picked up along the way, I would have been unable to continue. So what does that say to you, Chief Ramsey?
Well, listen, there are a lot of different motivations, but I don't think that by itself is the reason to attack the U.S. Capitol. He's expressing his own personal beliefs, but it doesn't really get at a motive in terms of why there, why now. So there's an awful lot of work that has to be done in this particular case. Starting with a background check to find out, if he's got any kind of criminal history or anything else. I'm sure right now they're probably executing search warrants. They're talking to friends and relatives. They're really trying to get a more complete picture of what this guy was all about. And it's really too early to tell whether or not that or anything else played a role in this.
Yeah, I think you make an important point. Stand by for a moment. Congressman Ro Khanna is joining us right now. He's one of the few lawmakers who actually was up on Capitol Hill at the time of the attack. And also in the Senate session this week. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. Tell us where you were when this incident unfolded. What went through your mind when you first learned that this horrible situation was going on?
Well, first, my heart goes out to the family of the officer who we lost, and I just want to express my sincere appreciation for the Capitol Hill Police for what they did to keep us safe today, and what they do every day. I was in my Cannon office. I had just gone out to get lunch. I was coming back, and I got frantic calls from my staff saying that there's a huge incident at the Capitol. I heard sirens. They had locked down the Cannon office building. I had an officer who kindly said, get into your car. And so I went into my car, locked it, and of course my thought went to January 6th and what had happened. And I was relieved to learn that the suspect had been apprehended and, of course, killed, and that the Capitol Police have protected us. But they really risk their lives every day, and these barriers, I have to go in every day, and I see how vulnerable these officers are. Anyone can get up to that barrier. Sometimes you see people harassing them or not being very polite, and I've always been concerned for their safety.
As a member of Congress, you obviously interact with Capitol Police on a nearly daily basis, multiple times a day. When you're here in Washington, you've expressed your gratitude to the department. Certainly all of us are grateful to those police officers. Can you talk about the pressure they're under right now, especially as the second fatal event occurs in just 3 months?
Well, I think it's taking a toll. When I was coming back in my office, I was in an elevator and there was an officer there, and it was clear he was very shaken up. He lost one of his colleagues. That family's life is never going to be the same. The officers who knew him are never going to be the same. So it has taken, I think, a toll on them emotionally. There is huge pressure on them to keep us safe. But I hope that politicians, regardless of ideology today, every member of Congress and senator can say two things. One, there is no justification for violence or any attack on the Capitol, regardless of ideology. And two, we really do honor those who serve to protect us, the Capitol Police and others who are law enforcement officers. I don't think those are controversial statements. I feel like if everyone says that, maybe we can get some peace and resolve of feeling in this country.
Do you feel safe right now up on Capitol Hill, Congressman?
I do, but I never thought when I was elected to Congress that coming to work would be a dangerous workplace. And in candor, it has become a dangerous place. When you go outside, you're coming back in, you're on guard, you're looking, you're wondering what's going on. And it's really sad because, I mean, one of the things I love about my job, and going back to my district next week, but when school kids come and visit us, 8th graders, 10th graders, and all of that right now is on hold, and it's hard for people to come to the building. I do think they're going to have to rethink probably the perimeter and the security of the entire complex with the Supreme Court, Library of Congress, Capitol, and really think how they can keep it safe but allow Americans to still visit.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge. Congressman Connor, be careful out there. Thanks as usual for joining us.
Thank you all.
All right, we're working our sources here at CNN. We're getting more information that's just coming in right now. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Millions of Americans are skipping the rinse and saving up to 20 gallons of water each time.
I'm doing more dishes than ever, but thanks to Finish Quantum, I can skip the rinse, and it works. I used to do rinse because my mom did. Now I just scrape them out.
Even when I bake lasagna, I skip the rinse and my dishes always come out clean. Finish Quantum is designed to work without pre-rinsing, so you get dishes so clean they shine and save up to 20 gallons per load. Join millions of Americans and skip the rinse to save our water.
Diamond shopping? Don't mess up. The New York Times revealed a shocking secret. The exact same diamond sits at a supplier while being marked up to various prices all across the internet. RareCarat.com finds the lowest price. Forbes calls us Kayak for Diamonds. 8 million happy users have made us America's #1 diamond ring marketplace.
What is it about the way the sun strikes that hardwood floor that makes a regularly dignified man want to lie down?
Poor little guy. Immigrated here and get robbed by another immigrant. Sending an American. Ouchie.
He gets it. These are the floors homes are built on. Lumber Liquidators is now LL Flooring. Try our floors on your floor. We picture it at llflooring.com.
Why would your kids need a Greenlight debit card? Imagine a debit card and app designed to help them develop healthy financial habits, to teach them how to save and encourage them to set their own goals. Now imagine the difference it could make in their lives, in their futures. Greenlight.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, the veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her, she's serving now. We also make USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
If you have obstructive sleep apnea and you're often tired during the day, you could be missing out on amazing things. Sunosi can help you stay awake for them. Once daily Sunosi improves wakefulness in adults with excessive daytime sleepiness due to obstructive sleep apnea. Sunosi worked for up to 9 hours at 12 weeks in a clinical study. Sunosi does not treat the cause of OSA or take the place of your CPAP. Continue to use any treatments or devices as prescribed by your doctor. Don't take Sunosi if you've taken an MAOI in the last 14 days. Sunosi may increase blood pressure and heart rate, which can increase your risk of heart attack, stroke, heart failure, or death. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure. Sunosi can cause symptoms such as anxiety, problems sleeping, irritability, and agitation. Other common side effects include headache, nausea, and decreased appetite. Tell your doctor if you develop any of these, as your dose may need to be adjusted or stopped. Amazing things happen during the day. Sunosi can help you stay awake for whatever amazes you. Visit Sunosi.com and talk to your doctor about Sunosi today.
Reaction to the violent, deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol. Our White House correspondent, Arlette Sykes, is joining us right now. I take it President Biden has spoken up.
Yes, President Biden has issued a statement where he said he was heartbroken to hear of this attack outside of the Capitol. The president is spending the weekend at Camp David, and he was actually already there when this attack was underway. Now, I want to read you just a portion of what the president had to say. He said, "We send our heartfelt condolences to Officer Evans' family and everyone grieving his loss. We know what a difficult time this has been for the Capitol, everyone who works there, and those who protect it." He later added, "I want to express the nation's gratitude to the Capitol Police, the National Guard Immediate Response Force, and others who quickly responded to this attack." Now, over the course of the afternoon, the president was briefed by his Homeland Security Advisor, Elizabeth Sherwood Randall, and he will continue to receive updates as this investigation is underway. And the president also ordered that the flags at the White House be lowered to half-staff. As you can see right behind me, that has been done a little bit over an hour ago. This is the fourth time that the president has lowered those flags. Just another tragedy that he is dealing with since taking office. Wolf.
All right, stand by over there at the White House. We'll get back to you. Jim Sciutto is still with us, national security correspondent. Jim, you and I had a chance to speak to retired General Russell Honore in the last hour. Let me play this clip. Listen to this.
Capitol Police responded. They stopped them, assisted them. The transition we have to make in our mind that the Capitol is a target. Many members challenged the recommendations, some of the recommendations we made in terms of barriers that need enhancement at the Capitol while keeping the Capitol open to the public. And the challenge was, they would tell me, hey, we go to the SCIF, Gerald, we're not seeing any threats to the Capitol. We've got to accept the fact that 24/7, the Capitol is a threat to domestic, foreign, and criminals who might want to attack the center of our leadership of the United States. And it have to be ready 24/7. The Capitol Police have to be ready at 1 o'clock in the day, as they were today, or 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. They've got to be prepared to protect that Capitol. And right now, we're blessed to have the National Guard there as an immediate response force, which we recommended. And many people wanted to send all the National Guard home. And thank God the senior leadership on the House and the Speaker, as well with the support of the National Guard and the Department of Defense, have kept that immediate reaction force there to be able to back up the Capitol Police. The Capitol is a target. We need to adjust to that. We need to take those recommendations we made and get them funded up to about $2 billion and get it done. Because our Capitol must be protected, and we must give the men and women of the Capitol Police what they need to get the job done.
And Jim, it's of course critically important to remember that General Honore was brought in to take a look at security at the U.S. Capitol by Speaker Pelosi in the aftermath of the January 6th attack, and he came up with a whole series of recommendations.
That's right, some very serious ones, including hundreds more officers to protect members at the Capitol in their home districts, but also a retractable barrier around the Capitol, not just at vehicular points of entry, right, that stop this car, but around the Capitol entirely. Those are the kinds of recommendations that they're looking at very seriously right now. And I'll tell you, well, in the wake of January 6th, I talked to a whole host of national security officials, law enforcement officials, and their concern was that the Capitol would become more, not less of a target post-January 6th because of what it represents. Of course, it's always been a target to some degree, right, because it's the U.S. Capitol. But after being attacked on January 6th, terrorists, whether they're with organized groups or even lone wolf actors, look at it as more of a way to attract attention. That's the way these people think. That's the way they work, whether they want to carry out something that's organized or something like this one that may not have been organized, may have been more spontaneous, and this may be a demonstration of that, right? And now, when you look at the postings of this particular attacker, and he's talking about things like mind control, etc., you say, okay, this is a crazy lone actor, but keep in mind, right, that those kinds of theories, right, government conspiracy theories, have gone from the fringe to almost the center of the conversation. I mean, you have QAnon conspiracy theorists that are currently serving members of Congress that have in the past espoused theories like Democrats wanting to traffic in children, etc., sex trafficking, etc., with no basis. And the problem is that those crazy theories have now come to the center and therefore present a real risk. I mean, one of them being, of course, the theory behind the January 6th insurrection, that the election was somehow stolen, and they were claiming it back for the American people. So today's event, and we don't know, the real motivation behind it. There's a lot of investigation to come, but today's event shows that the threat to the Capitol can come from a number of directions. And that's why steps to further secure the Capitol are very serious right now, and folks like General Honore are taking them very seriously.
Yeah, and we're grateful to General Honore for all the work that he has done. Gloria Borgia is with us. Gloria, you and I have covered Capitol Hill for a long time, a symbol of our democracy, but now a target of attack from individuals with very different perspectives.
Yeah, it is, Wolf. And I think, to follow on what Jim is saying is that what I think may be occurring, unfortunately, at the Capitol is that it is becoming a magnet, more of a magnet, after January 6th, for people who might have grievance, whether it's grievance against democracy, whether it's grievance against the government, whether it's grievance against agencies of the government. That after you see people attacking the Capitol and getting in and charging up those steps of the Capitol, you may believe in your own mind, no matter how demented you are, that is something you should be able to do if you too have a problem with anything that the government has done. And I think there is a real conflict here and a real problem here for members of Congress who serve at the behest of the people and work in the people's house, which is what the Capitol really represents. And you want to be able to have people to have access to the Capitol. You want journalists to be able to have access to members of Congress. And you know how important that is, Wolf, to have that give and take, and to be able to have long conversations with people who work in the Capitol. And the more this occurs, and we hope it doesn't happen again, but the more this could occur, the less interaction like that you're going to be able to have. And so you're going to have to keep people out of the people's house, and that is not what it should be.
Yeah, that's really important. Barbara Starr is our Pentagon correspondent. Barbara, we did see immediately National Guard troops armed, ready to go with shields, deployed to deal with this crisis. Tell us about that.
Today, we have the video, we have the pictures of dozens and dozens of National Guard troops moving very rapidly through the hallways of the Capitol complex, out onto the streets, going to their guard posts at various perimeter points around the Capitol. This was the so-called immediate response force. This is several dozen National Guard troops that are actually, for the last several weeks, embedded with the Capitol Police in the Capitol complex. So what was different today is nobody had to call for help. They were already there. They were already on scene. They provided backup to the number of National Guard troops that were already on the street. They needed more boots on the ground. They were able to respond very, very quickly and get out there on the streets and basically do security patrol. So why did this work so well? Because back on January 6th, as you'll remember, Congress, the sergeants at arms, the leadership was asked, did they want help in advance of the January 6th, what turned out to be an insurrection, what was hoped to be a relatively simple demonstration? Did they want help before January 6th? They said no. And by the time everybody realized they were in dire straits on January 6th, it took time to get the National Guard there. Did it take too long? It really doesn't matter. The point was they weren't there. They weren't pre-positioned. Today they were. This is how it is supposed to work. These National Guard troops are now scheduled to be there until mid-May under a decision made by Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. The Capitol Police are supposed to embark now on a program, as you've discussed now all day long, for improved security, more Capitol Police manpower, but the National Guard have extended their deployment at Pentagon orders. They are there to provide the kind of backup and security that they did today.
All right, Barbara, thank you. You know, Jim Shooter, I wouldn't be surprised if those National Guard troops are there a lot longer than just May, but you've done a lot of reporting on this. What are you hearing?
Wolf, one of General Honore's recommendations following January 6th is to have a permanent quick reaction force, QRF, National Guardsmen and women in D.C. posted on call 24/7 going forward, so that after May, they would have the ability to pull those forces in to threats like this one. That's one of the key recommendations. We'll see if Congress provides the funds and the approval to do it.
I suspect Congress will provide the funds and do it. Preet Bharara is with us, our senior legal analyst, also a former U.S. attorney from the Southern District of New York. Preet, I'm really anxious to get your thoughts on the awful situation that occurred today.
So it's very tragic, and the loss of life is always horrible. And our prayers go out to the family of the fallen Capitol Police officer. Law enforcement has their hands full. We have the events of January 6th, then we have the events of today. And I think the people who occupy the positions that I used to and the people I used to work with have to be thinking to themselves, going forward, do we have the tools and resources and surveillance capabilities consistent with privacy and private rights to make sure that we can capture evidence of people trying to do this in the future? As some of the people have already said in your hour have commented on, the Capitol is increasingly becoming the kind of target for domestic terrorism, even though in this particular case that word has not been applied. We had a similar sort of situation in New York with respect to foreign terrorism, what used to be the World Trade Center. There was the bombing in the early 90s, and then of course the tragic events of 9/11. And you worry, if you're in law enforcement and otherwise, but the Capitol is becoming a place where people who have some grievance against the government or some belief that the government isn't working for them or who want to intimidate folks into doing something that's politically favorable to them, that the way to do that, the way to make protest and the way to make a name for yourself is to go to the Capitol and engage in violence. And so the concern is, do people think that they're doing enough to stop the next person from doing what happened today?
You know, the problem is, though, that for a variety of political reasons, various individuals, many of them mentally ill, are going to say, Preet, you know what, if I go to the Capitol, go to the U.S., go to Capitol Hill and do something awful, I'll get some publicity. And that's such a serious threat to our democracy.
It is. You hope that the lesson learned is one of deterrence, because the person who did that today, and again, I know there have been suggestions that there was their mental health issues, but the person who did that today was shot and killed. He is no more. And so you hope and expect that people who are thinking about engaging in some copycat enterprise take the opposite lesson and don't come to the Capitol and don't do it. Look, I don't know what the ultimate plans of this person were today. On the one hand, it was not a success. Congress was not even in session. Didn't seem to breach the perimeter. He was stopped at the barrier. But a police officer is dead, another one in serious condition in the hospital. So depending on what the macabre plans of the person were, or future people are, you worry about the lesson that they draw from it.
You certainly do. Preet, thank you very, very much. We're going to stay on top of this story. And let's pay our respects right now to this police officer who sadly was murdered today. There you see him, William Billy Evans, spent 18 years in the Capitol Police Force. Our deepest, deepest condolences to his family. May he rest in peace, and may his memory be a blessing.
Was all-wheel drive engaged on that? Didn't feel like it.
Quattro all-wheel drive. There's nothing like it in the universe.
I'm sure it's how people feel like they're part of a team. My name is Timothy Chi, and I'm the CEO of What Do You Want?
We're very proud customers look us to me.
How did you get on here, Morgan?
Because of the quality of our
Our
product,
accounts
customer service, and the ease. The moment you walk in the office,
Very good.
people are wearing the same gear.
Well,
You feel
it's
a sense
better
of
you're out, but there is one other. This farmer teacher fellow I met in Valentine, Mr. Dow. Opinionated little do-good. I certainly know the time. Thank you, Herr Morgan. There's no need to thank
What
me.
is this spring
Like
the
you
garden
said,
center can you?
it's a pleasure I'm after. He's more slippery than he seems. I've tried
Potted
being
and ready to
polite.
go.
Don't take any nonsense.
Plans
Nonsense
for
for
looking
me?
at?
If he doesn't
Plans
have
for
the
hiding
money,
in?
beat him.
Plans for cooking
I
with?
usually do.
Tools and
I know.
essentials too.
I know.
Guidance, game plans, indoor, outdoor, straight to your door. Bloomscape. Free shipping on orders over $75.
Good. Miss O'Shea? Well, feels like we finally get back on our feet. You, find a buyer for them boxes still? Not yet. But Jose is working on it. When we heading west? Soon? I don't know. Feels like it. Things have changed. The whole world's changed. They don't want folk like us no more.
Dad, it's a video call. Hold the phone in
Being
front of you.
hunted. We are smarter than them.
Give
Only the feeblest of men take jobs in
Power
government.
E-Trade gives you an award-winning app with 24/7 support when you need it the most. Don't get mad. Get E-Trade. Start trading today.
The day after chemo might mean a trip back to the doctor's office, just for a shot. But why go back there when you can still Neulasta Onpro. Strong chemo can put you at risk of serious infection. In a key study, Neulasta reduced the risk of infection from 17% to 1%, a 94% decrease. Neulasta Onpro is designed to deliver Neulasta the day after chemo and is used by most patients today.
Neulasta is for certain cancer patients receiving strong chemotherapy. Do not take Neulasta if you're allergic to it or
I ain't
mucus
saving that food.
An
I
incomplete
can't
dose
go.
could increase
My
infection
face
risk,
all over
ruptured
West
spleen, sometimes fatal as well as serious lung
would do it
problems,
for you.
allergic reactions,
I don't
kidney
think he
injuries, and
would.
capillary leak syndrome have occurred. Report abdominal or shoulder tip pain, trouble breathing, or allergic reactions to your doctor right away. For patients with sickle cell disorders, serious, sometimes fatal crises can occur. The most common side effect is bone and muscle.
If you'd rather be home, ask your doctor about Neulasta Onpro. Pay no more than $5 per dose for copay card.
The moment Proactive started working, I felt relieved, empowered, confident. I felt like I could take on the world, like I could finally just be me.
Get that clear skin feeling with our 3 skincare systems. They've got clinically proven ingredients to clear skin, and they're dermatologist tested to be gentle. Proactive Solution works great for most skin types. Proactive Plus is effective yet gentle enough for sensitive skin. And there's Proactive MD for that stubborn acne.
My skin looks awesome.
Subscribe today risk-free at Proactive.com and get consistently clear skin delivered to your door.
At American Sale, we're known for having the best selection, pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your outdoor fun. More importantly, it's the quality of the products we sell. Product experts can answer any of your questions. And right now, you can save up to 50%. And we'll pay your sales tax. Or get 0% financing and get our lowest price guarantee. At American Sale, we're open, so come visit us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Drink some more. And this is supposed to be a dry town we're in, too.
Man, he shoots one of them. I know how that goes.
Couldn't even tell you quite how. Happened like
We'll
the strike of a
much
match.
more on the situation
The
at the
law
U.S.
was on us
Capitol
fast, too.
following today's
They was
deadly
ready to
attack
strangle
that
me
left
up
one
there
Capitol
and then.
police officer
But I got
dead,
away,
another
just about.
seriously wounded. The suspect is dead. But let's get an update right now on
So
one of
you
the
gonna
other
go get
major
him?
stories we're following
How come
tonight, the murder trial. Derek Chauvin, which just capped off a very dramatic week of testimony. CNN Sarah Seidman is covering the trial for us in Minneapolis.
Settle you down and head back.
The man who says he has been a Minneapolis police officer for longer than anyone in the department makes no bones about it. Kneeling on someone's neck is deadly use of force.
Have you ever been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind their back in the prone position?
No, I haven't.
If you say so, Arthur.
Would that be considered force?
That would be the top tier, the deadly force.
Why?
Because of the fact that if your knee is on a person's neck, that can kill him.
And that is exactly what prosecutors say former officer Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. Lieutenant Richard Zimmerman, who leads the department's homicide unit, also testified he was called to the scene to make sure it was preserved. And he was questioned about police procedure, which he could recite without hesitation.
As an officer, according to training, you handcuff somebody behind the back. What's your responsibility with regard to that person from that moment on?
That person is yours. He's your responsibility. His safety is your responsibility.
Just one.
His well-being.
Right off. Of course,
And
just a drink.
it's your responsibility.
We get a couple of beers, please.
Floyd was handcuffed. He had a knee
Getting none
on his
from me.
neck.
I was
And he was pinned down on his stomach in what is known as the prone position.
What has your training been specific to the prone position?
Once you secure
Micah seemed to know a lot of people. That was the
you
problem.
need to get him out of the prone position as soon as possible.
I done seen a
Because
lot
it
of
restricts their
crazy
freedom.
stuff.
Mike is your
Crazy stuff.
your
Shut up. Will
view of that use of force during that time period.
Totally unnecessary. First of all,
My Lord. You men is
pulling him down to the ground, face down, and putting your knee on the neck for that amount of time.
Listen,
It's just
you're charming.
uncalled for.
One of the best.
Saw
Me
no
and the kid here,
reason why
we're trying to talk business.
felt they were in danger, if that's what they
Leave
felt.
us alone. No offense intended.
And that's what they would have to feel to be able to use that kind of force.
Shogun's attorney then questioned Zimmerman's recent field experience, since he hasn't been on patrol in decades, arriving at crime scenes only after an incident occurs.
It's fair to say that since 1993, you've not, other than perhaps for ceremonial reasons, you've not worn a uniform on a daily basis.
Well, I don't know if I would call it ceremonial.
You're not out patrolling the streets, making arrests, things of that nature.
No.
All right. Your experience with the use of force of late has been primarily through training.
Yes.
Sarah Seidner reporting for us. Thanks to Sarah for that report. Joining us now, CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson. Joey, thanks for joining us. You just heard this veteran police lieutenant testify that Shogun's use of force, in his words, was totally unnecessary. So how damning is that testimony?
Extraordinarily look good to be with you. Let me tell you why. When you're looking at here the three separate charges, and I think his testimony went to the heart of all three of those charges. The first charge, you have to show that there was an assault that led to death. If you can demonstrate that there was an assault that led to death, then guess what? That gets you murder in the second degree. How does testimony do that? Well, if you're using a technique that should not be used, if you're doing it in a way where you're out of control and you're not reasonable, it violates police protocols and procedure, you shouldn't be engaging it in the first place. If you do and you're assaulting them and there's a death, it gets you on that charge. But let's say this, Wolf. Let's say that the jury's not convinced that you should go second-degree murder. What other testimony did he show that showed the third-degree murder, which is depravity? He indicated that laying someone on the prone position, face down on your chest, you have to get that person up because it would restrict breathing. And we know that he hasn't read that his Shogun had Floyd for a prolonged period of time. You have to turn the person over so that they can breathe. If you have him there for a prolonged period of time, doesn't that demonstrate the depraved heart? Finally, Wolf, let's say that the jury's not convinced of the first count, second-degree murder, the second count, which is the depraved heart. They could say, well, he was at least negligent. How does the testimony do that? Because it indicates that you were on notice of your training of the policies and protocols of the jail and of the various, of the department.
Drunk as fuck, bro.
You didn't follow them, then wouldn't that at least be negligence? And if it is, it gets you manslaughter. I think his testimony went to the heart of those three charges, and
That's a small ass penis, bro.
Now that the first week of testimony, Joey, in this trial is wrapped up, what strikes you as the most impactful moments, at least so far? We heard from a lot of eyewitnesses, including some children, from his girlfriend, and a whole lot of other people.
So there were several, but let's start here. When you go back to the crowd that was there, that was a crowd that wanted to be helpful. There was an EMT, emergency medical technician, who was off duty. She begged and pleaded to assist. The police said, get on the sidewalk. There was another gentleman there calling the police a bum and saying this, that, the other thing, saying, what are you doing? He was rebuffed, get on the sidewalk. There were little children, and a child 9 years old testified saying she feels mad and she feels sad because he was restricting his breathing. And when EMS came, he would not, at his children, allow them to treat, Floyd. That's problematic. Now you add on top of that the girlfriend who goes to show what is Floyd all about. The defense would have you think Floyd was this person who was this vicious drug user and he's a denigrant of society. Not so. The girlfriend testified that the reason he was on drugs is because he had an opioid addiction. Well, doesn't that resonate with so many people? He had an injury, he started taking pills as a result, and he got hooked. That makes him a person who, unfortunately, got addicted and nothing more. So to the issue of trying to demonize him, it brings him out of that, which the defense would like him in. And finally, Wolf, with respect to the testimony you just played, you have a police officer who is the most senior officer on the force who indicates that this was wrong, he was out of control, he violated the use of force continuum, the force was disproportionate to the threat posed. That's damning, it's compelling, and it was a very big week for the prosecution.
So you think the prosecution was, at least right now, at least 2 or 3 more weeks in this trial anticipated, you think the prosecution was feeling confident in the case they put forward?
I do, and let me just, backtracking, say this. Cause of death is very relevant. Self-defense is very relevant. As I mentioned, the demonization of George Floyd to the defense is very relevant. When you get to the issue of cause of death, I just want to remind everyone, you don't have to establish that the knee on neck was the sole factor, just that it was the substantial cause of the death. The defense is going after the drug use, saying that he had, in March, an overdose. They're saying that he got off the drugs, then got on drugs, and as a result, he could have had a reaction. When you see Floyd in the store, where the incident first began over the alleged counterfeit $20 bill, he looked perfectly fine. So are you arguing that he would have died an hour later, but not for the neck, and that's not a substantial factor? That's powerful evidence to overcome as it relates to cause of death. And then finally, Wolf, if you go to the issue of the self-defense argument,
Oh my god, this is the funniest shit ever.
appropriate, it's proper, it's lawful. If you continue that force without a reassessment, without seeing...
Run, my nigga. My nigga just tried me drunk, bro.
We'll continue our coverage next week, Joey. Thank you very, very much. Just ahead, an important change in CDC guidance for fully vaccinated people who want to travel a bit. We have details a week ago.
Jail, nigga.
It's a kitchen magician. Have you ever seen a pan cook 3 things at once?
For drunken violence in this town.
Incredible.
You're just lucky no one was killed.
We didn't start that. I started to cook and the pan makes it so
I gave away half my kitchen. Now that you fools got any money, $10 and you're free to walk. Sure.
Steams, fries, sautés.
Get out of here. I don't want to see either of you around here no more.
Why does fitness have to look like this? When it could be as simple as this. Introducing Mix Fitness, the most efficient at-home workouts available. Our science-backed technology uses your heart rate to customize every workout, so you can maximize your results.
I gotta get out of here. I'm just gonna.
Because this isn't real life, but Mix
Feel
the
sorry
best
for
workout you
myself.
can get in the time you have. Get started at mixfitness.com. They grow up way too fast. The play kits by Love Every help you make the most of every moment. Spend less time researching and stop worrying about whether you're doing everything perfectly. So you can just enjoy connecting with your little one. Subscribe today at loveevery.com.
If you've struggled or been embarrassed to get help for erectile dysfunction, don't wait any longer. Get help fast with Lemonade Health. Answer a few health questions from our medical staff, who can send medication right to your door so you can get better quickly. Install the app today.
You need a financial plan that fits the way you want to live in retirement. A plan that can help grow and protect your money, now or in the future. With an annuity in your plan to help cover essential expenses, you can live the retirement you want. The right financial professional can show you how. This is what an annuity can do.
This is how you become the best.
Don't get mad. Get E-Trade.
I'm German. I hate wasting time. When I was shopping for car insurance, I spent hours trying to find the best deal. That's why I created Gabi. Gabi is a free tool that does the shopping for you. Gabi analyzes your existing policy and finds you the best rate for the same coverage. Within minutes, Gabi shows you quotes that would have taken hours to get on your own. And it works. Gabi users save more than $800 per year on average. Go to Gabi.com and stop overpaying for car insurance.
The thing about freedom is, freedom has no limits. There's no such thing as too many adventures or too many unforgettable moments. There will never be too many stories to write or too many memories to make. But when it comes to a vehicle that will be there for it all, there's only one. Jeep.
Quicken's been helping people take control of their finances for 30 years, and the millions of user reviews make my job pretty easy. It has been essential to organizing my finances, paying down debt, building savings, and planning for the future. True, Quicken is unmatched in features for investments. Unmatched. Once you use Quicken, you can't give it up. You don't have to. It works as advertised. I couldn't have said it better. Not that much better. Quicken.com to try risk-free.
Oh, yes. Yes. Perfect. Thank you. I got no money to give
Tonight,
you,
new guidance from the CDC that people who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19 can in fact resume travel are low risk to their health. As Alexander Field has more in our nightly report on the program.
But they were sure excited. Oh, yeah? Why'd I be interested in that?
Just in time for the Easter holiday weekend, new guidance from the CDC. Tens of millions of fully vaccinated Americans can now celebrate indoors without a mask and get back to traveling at low risk to themselves.
The science on COVID-19 is constantly evolving.
The CDC says people who are at least 2 weeks past their final dose of the shot don't need to test before travel or quarantine after. For those traveling internationally, a negative test is required to return back to the U.S. A second test 3 to 5 days after arrival is recommended.
All travelers, regardless of vaccination status, should continue to wear masks.
Steps forward, but not quite a green light.
While we believe that fully vaccinated people can travel at no risk to themselves, CDC is not recommending travel at this time due to the rising number of cases.
New COVID-19 cases continue to climb, partially fueled by variants. 79,000 new COVID-19 cases reported Thursday, with about half the states in the country continuing to see increases in the past week.
Like many places around the country, we've seen an uptick in new cases. And as I mentioned earlier this week, the largest growth in new cases in our state is occurring in people under the age of 40.
More vaccines can fix that. Today, a milestone. More than 100 million Americans with at least one dose of a vaccine. An average of 2.9 million shots now going into arms every day.
We're vaccinating more people than any other country on Earth.
Today, Johnson & Johnson begins a clinical trial of its vaccine for children ages 12 to 17. That on the heels of a big announcement from Pfizer. Data from its small clinical trial shows its vaccine is 100% effective among children ages 12 to 15.
The good news is that the vaccines that we have to date have proven to be both safe and effective, including against the variants.
But with so many still unvaccinated, infections are still spreading, and perhaps more quickly than we know.
This is happening in the face of us generally testing less frequently. We've diverted a lot of our resources from testing to appropriately ramping up vaccination.
Testing across the country falling now to an average of about 890,000 daily tests.
Dang it!
Less than half of the testing high point we hit.
Sorry, horsey.
CNN's Alexandra Field reporting. Thanks, Alexandra, for that. Joining us now, CNN medical analyst Dr. Lena Wen. Dr. Wen, the CDC now says, as you heard, vaccinated people, fully vaccinated people, can travel.
Really? You couldn't jump that? Come on, Horsey. That's on you, buddy.
What do you make of this new guidance?
Well, the new guidance in general makes common sense and scientific sense. We do know that after you're fully vaccinated, you are well protected yourself from getting very ill, and there's growing evidence that you're pretty well protected from transmitting it to others as well. And so I think this is in line with what I hope the CDC will generally do, which is I hope they'll say, we're not trying to get to zero risk, but the activities that we thought were higher risk before, once you're vaccinated, it's now much lower risk, and you should actually go about resuming those things.
The CDC also says fully vaccinated people may gather indoors without masks for Easter this weekend. Do you fear this potentially could lead to some confusion, especially compared to the more strict travel guide?
Well, I think people should know whether they are fully vaccinated or not. So meaning at least 2 weeks after both doses of Pfizer or Moderna or 2 weeks after Johnson & Johnson. If you are fully vaccinated, you can get together with other individuals who are fully vaccinated also. But if there are mixed households, so individuals in your household or in another household that's not vaccinated, ideally you should still see one another outdoors only with physical distancing. And so I think that we just need to stick in there, hold in there for a little bit longer, keep up our guard. Sure. You know that vaccination does give you substantial advantages, including to now be together indoors with other individuals that are fully vaccinated.
In your view, Dr. Wen, what type of guidelines should the CDC be releasing right now?
I have to take another.
I think the CDC needs to be a lot more explicit about what it is that fully vaccinated people can do. I think the travel guidelines today do go some part of the way. I actually think they should have issued those guidelines weeks ago because, again, it's common sense. But I think that they should be saying, here are all the activities that are high risk if you are not vaccinated. When you are vaccinated, those that are high risk move into the medium risk or very low risk category. I think we should be actively encouraging people who are vaccinated to go about life as usual, still wearing masks and being careful in public. But I think we really need to give people an understanding of why vaccination is so important. That's the incentive that it's going to get to take many people to get vaccinated.
Dr. Wen, as usual, thanks so much, as usual, Dr. Wen, for joining us. And to our viewers, thanks very much for watching. I'm Will Blitzer in the Situation Room. Aaron Burnett off front starts right
Up front next, Capitol attack. One officer killed, one injured as CNN learns about the 25-year-old suspect's social media posts that refer to the government as the #1 enemy. Plus powerful testimony in the trial of the ex-officer charged with killing George Floyd. The top officer Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd was, quote, totally unnecessary. And a new voicemail obtained by Out Front from Congressman Matt Gaetz to a Florida state lawmaker that she said was, quote, so weird. You'll hear it.
What the hell?
And good evening, I'm Aaron Burnett. Out Front tonight, breaking news, attacked again. Flags at the White House and the United States Capitol at half-staff after a second deadly attack on the Capitol grounds in less than 3 months. And again, a police officer was murdered. Capitol Police Officer William Billy Evans was a member of the Capitol Police Force for 18 years. He died in the line of duty today, killed by the attacker. Another officer remains hospitalized at this moment. And we are, at this hour, learning new details about the 25-year-old suspect who allegedly rammed his car into a barrier outside the Capitol building, hitting 2 officers. He recently posted a video to social media with the caption, "The U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people." He also said he believed the federal government was targeting him with what he called mind control. Well, today's attack comes just 86 days after the deadly insurrection on January 6th. And in a horrible reality, it comes less than 2 weeks after all that fencing that surrounded the Capitol after the insurrection was finally removed. That fencing, of course, might have prevented the suspect from getting as close as he did. Now, to see the images on your screen, to hear the news of yet another officer killed protecting the United States Capitol just 3 months after January 6th is devastating. Particularly, and incredibly sad, for the families of the officer of the Capitol Police Force. Tonight, of course, one of the holiest days of the year on the Christian calendar. Shimon Prokupecz is out front live in Washington. And Shimon, on such a horrible Good Friday, what more are you learning about the suspect in this attack?
Well, a lot of what law enforcement also is learning is coming from his social media postings, Instagram, Facebook, and just 2 hours before this incident, before he was shot and killed here, there were postings on Instagram. Some of that you mentioned. Specifically also, they're looking at this idea that somehow he believed that he was suffering because of the FBI and the CIA. They're also looking at some of these postings just a short time before this incident, and also links to the Nation of Islam. The minister there, Louis Farrakhan, they're looking at those links. There are postings on his Instagram where he's linking to stories from that group. So that is something investigators are looking at as well. And I just want to show you behind me here, Aaron, much of the scene now is clear. You can see the car that was used is not here. A lot of the investigators are still here. They're taking photos. But much of what we saw here earlier has been cleared out. This is now going to be a big puzzle that the FBI needs to put together, and also law enforcement here on the ground from the NPD and the Capitol Police to try and figure out what set this individual off today. That is going to be a key for investigators. But certainly they know a lot. They know that he recently lost his job, and they also are going through all these social media postings now, which are giving them some idea into this individual and some of the trouble that he was having in his life. A lot of it recently, Aaron.
Well, finally.
Thank you very much. I want to go right to Jessica Dean. And Jessica, this horrifying attack on the U.S. Capitol does come less than 3 months after the deadly insurrection. You know, the memories of which are still so raw, and now yet another Capitol Police officer lost his life.
Yeah, they're so raw, Aaron, and just under the surface here on Capitol Hill. And now today, just a moment ago, we saw that flag that is over the United States Capitol be lowered to half-staff. The second time this year in memory of a Capitol Police officer who has died in the line of duty protecting this place and the people who work in it. It is truly devastating, both to the Capitol Police, who've already suffered so much loss this year, and also the community of people who work here. I mean, when you get up to the Hill, you see the same faces day in and day out. And some of the congressional members I was talking with today, some of the staff, they are all just simply heartbroken, really stunned that we're at this place again, where we are mourning the death of a Capitol Police officer who was killed defending the U.S. Capitol and the people inside of it. And so let me take you back to earlier today when this all started unraveling here. I was actually up in my office on the Senate side, and the announcement blared out that we were to stay away from windows and doors, that there was a lockdown in place. Obviously, everybody very, very nervous at that point, but we didn't know exactly how serious it was. I made my way down to the first floor where I could get a view of a little bit of what you were seeing on your screen there, and that's when it became apparent this was very, very serious. And we have since learned, of course, Officer Billy Evans dying as a result of what took place here today, dying in the line of duty. And I can't underscore enough, Aaron, just the heaviness, the cloud that still kind of hangs over the Capitol, and certainly the Capitol Police, who have done a lot to try to streamline information to make sure they're on top of threats. Of course, the National Guard has been here, and you mentioned that fencing just coming down not 2 weeks ago. And where this all happened is a place where a lot of us, sometimes I'll walk in that way, and there's typically a couple of Capitol Police officers right there in that area. There used to be National Guard there as well. So this is a familiar route for a lot of people, and I have to underscore to you just how heavy parts here are on Capitol Hill tonight. A lot of just devastated people.
All right, thank you very much, Jessica. And of course, just the devastation of Officer Evans losing his life, the suspect, after ramming into the barrier, getting out with a knife and stabbing him. I want to go now to Juliet Kayyem, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Homeland Security under President Obama. Juliet, let me start with Shimon's reporting about the attack. Okay, what we know about him. In the days and weeks before today's attack, he posted on social media he lost his job, suffered from various medical ailments, The caption for one video he posted, it says, quote, "The U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people." He is African-American, the attacker. How much closer do you think, or how much does any of this help with a motive or a state of mind? Right, so it all helps. Certainly his own words are going to be relevant, and his perception of both his situation and what he thought the government was doing to him might explain why he picked a particular target. So all of that is going to be relevant. And there will be a question about whether he was politically motivated. And I know this is going to be very, sort of, you know, it seems like it's going to be threading needles, but let me just be clear here. Because you hate the government does not necessarily mean that an action is terrorism, at least not a legal definition. You have to promote violence or execute violence in pursuit of a political goal. And it may be that he has a combination of mental issues, criticisms of the government that are unrelated to sort of to a specific ideology. And that's we win. I mean, in other words, that's why no one should use this for political purposes. This we simply do not know at this stage, but his words are relevant. Also joining me now is the Washington, D.C. Police Chief, former Chief Charles Ramsey. So Chief Ramsey, look, you know, this is a tragedy for your city and, of course, for the Capitol Police Force. But it comes, as I said, just 2 weeks after those barriers come down. Those barriers, everyone, you know, so many people said on both sides of the aisle they want it down, right, because of freedom to access the Capitol. And then this horrible thing happened, which, you know, probably wouldn't have happened if you weren't able to get through the barrier.
Well, you know, it's easy to kind of look at things after the fact and say something like that, but, you know, those barriers would not have stayed up forever. So we just don't know. Eventually they would have come down. But that doesn't minimize the fact that there needs to be changes in terms of the security in and around the Capitol. General Honore wrote a report with a lot of recommendations. I hope Congress takes it serious and looks at those recommendations, provides funding, because there has to be a change in the physical security, but also technology that can be leveraged to help with the security of the Capitol. Nothing's going to be foolproof 100%, but they can do better than they're doing now. And that's the bottom line. Status quo is not acceptable. So, you know, when we look at the fencing that you got now, obviously, it means an eyesore. We want to see that. But it doesn't mean there should be no fencing around the Capitol. The question is, how should it be? Is something that comes up out of the ground? Does it look more like a wrought iron type of fencing around the White House? I don't know the answer to that, but something has to be done.
You know, Juliet, other things we're learning, you know, Shimon was reporting that the attacker believed the federal government targeted him with quote-unquote mind control. He believed that Louis Farrakhan had saved him after the terrible afflictions I have suffered, presumably by the CIA and FBI. That's also a quote. These are his posts on social media. I bring them up. Obviously, he's got serious mental issues, okay?
What about the other two down there?
It would seem to be impossible from what we know now, and we're going to learn more, but to ever identify this as somebody who could actually be a threat to the life of a Capitol Police officer. Oh, absolutely. I mean, the individual threat is almost impossible, not always impossible. It's very difficult to stop the number of people who would view Congress as a threat or the government per se as a threat. So as Chief Ramsey said, you have to do a combination of things. It's called layered defenses. One is get really good at intelligence, get local and state authorities, because I am curious if they knew anything to share information, be able to share information with the feds. You get defensive posturing on the physical site that's layered so that you can't get a car coming that close. And then you also have, I mean, you basically, as the case may be, is you're not messing around. I mean, the Capitol Police are not messing around now, and you can't blame them. I mean, in other words, if they're going to be under consistent threat, anyone with any motivation who would want to approach Congress at this stage is under warning as they are for the White House, as they are for the Supreme Court. So former FBI senior intelligence advisor and CIA counter-terror official Phil Mudd joins the conversation as well. So Phil, you know what he said, obviously, about the FBI and the CIA sort of being out to get him, the attacker. He also, in another online post that we found, said, quote, "To be honest, these past few years have been tough, and these past few months tougher. I have been tried with some of the biggest unimaginable tests in my life. Again, as I have said, it is clear this person was mentally ill, but it seems that his struggles were building sort of to this unfortunate and horrible crescendo.
Yeah, I think there's a couple questions you have to ask. The first, this is a question that we cannot answer in this case. Is there an indication of violence? Based on what you were just talking about, without an indication of violence, how do you ask state, local, or federal officers to intervene? The individual didn't say anything. It was an actual threat. The second question, which is tougher, but what I think more intriguing and more important for America is, when the FBI or the state and local police officials do interviews tonight or look at social media, do they see indications that there were triggers, that there were...
How the hell they see us, bro?
Where a friend or family member would have called law enforcement and said, I've seen something that shows significant individual needs treatment. You get 303 million Americans, sometimes the answer is simply... I'm not sure there's that much we could do, and I'm not hearing anything that would have been a trigger in this case.
Chief Ramsey, let me ask you about what this means for the U.S. Capitol Police Force. I mean, you know, they've had multiple officers now killed in the past 3 months because of attacks on the Capitol. And, you know, this officer today, Officer Evans, goes to work on Good Friday, and he's stabbed to death. It is horrific, and I can't imagine what it is like for all of these officers right now and how they must feel. What are you hearing?
Well, I mean, it's very traumatic. You know, I was the chief in D.C. back in 1998 when the 2 officers were shot and killed inside of the U.S. Capitol. This is the first time Sicknick was the first officer killed in the line of duty since then. So it's not the kind of agency where you would expect to have occasional line of duty deaths. Philadelphia is a great example. I mean, I spent 8 years as police commissioner here in Philadelphia. I lost 8 officers in the line of duty. And so, you know, it's just a different environment. This Officer Evans was an 18-year veteran. I'll bet he's one of those guys that just about everybody on the job knew because he had been there for so long. So it's going to have a serious impact on them. And if I can just look one last thing, I spoke with a very senior official of the Metropolitan Police Department. No one was stabbed at that location. Those officers were struck by the vehicle. He saw the video. The car came in at a high rate of speed, struck them both, sent them both airborne. When he got out of the car, other officers actually shot him when he went after the knife. Early reports have him being stabbed. The second officer is stable. He's over at MedStar with multiple injuries, fractures, and the like, but he should survive.
I'm really looking at all of that, those facts, and thank God about the officer who's in hospital, because all we knew that he was there, as you say, obviously a lot of injuries, but going to live and going to be okay. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about this. So you heard that Chief was saying, right, that was what we feel about the car itself. Then they get out of the car and he goes after officers with a knife. Now, we know he was shot when he did that, but what do you make of the knife being his weapon of choice? It was unique, but actually, as people think that his weapon of choice was not the gun. We've seen that before. And likely him coming out with a knife would hurt people death by a police officer, suicide by a police officer. We don't know what his intentions were. He just wanted to get shot. What we do know, and I just want to remind people, is that the acting police chief did say that they did tell him to stand down. In other words, they didn't start shooting. He kept running, and their use of force was completely appropriate at that stage. But the knife may have been just a way to sort of continue terror tactics, and the response was appropriate. Still, their restraint, though, given what Juliet's saying, it is incredible when you think about that. You know, that after 2 officers hit and one of them, died, the other gets to the front of the knife and then that they still
That is remarkable. There's a couple issues here. One is a training issue. If you're in that situation, you need somebody who's gone through hours of training to understand what the protocols are. The second issue is remembering what the mentality of people in this business are, and that is public safety. The responsibility is both to ensure public safety of the officers, but I mean, I realize this person's approaching with a knife, but you don't want to kill them. The last resort. If I could add one more point on the knife, as a former counterterrorism professional, this is really significant. When the police are talking about the motivations of the individual in terrorism, the knife told me instantly a lot here. Number one, not allowed to. If you're doing a terrorism event, you want to maximize casualties. You want a weapon like a gun. You don't want a knife. Number two, conspiracy. If there are a number of people involved in the attack, a number of people is sitting around saying, how do we maximize the public impact? That's typically not a knife. I understand quickly why police are saying that this is unlikely to be a terrorist incident. The night tells me that nobody sat back and said, I want to maximize the impact of my event, Darren.
All right, I appreciate all three of you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
And next, our breaking news continues. We're live outside the hospital where one of those Capitol Police officers was taken, where Chief Ramsey was just telling you his condition. We're going to hear exactly what it is from the hospital. Today, yet another tragedy with the Capitol Police has endured a decreased short plus the trial of the ex-officer accused of killing George Floyd. Top lieutenant delivers a devastating blow to Derek Chauvin's defense.
What is your view of that use of force during that time period? Totally unnecessary.
In a bombshell report involving Congressman Matt Gaetz, allegations of drugs, money, sex, and the left side, Charles. One of his top staffers quits tonight.
Goddamn army of these bastards. How much is Sean's bound? Still time. Let's push forward. Look out. We got one shooting from the tower.
These folks, they don't have time to go to the post office. They have businesses to run, customers to care for, lives to get into. They use stamps.com. Print discounted postage for any letter, any package, anytime, right from your computer. All the services of the post office, plus UPS, only cheaper. Get our special TV offer. A 4-week trial, plus postage and a digital scale. Go to stamps.com/offer and never go to the post office again.
Introducing Grove's line of plastic-free home cleaning products designed to help solve the single-use plastic problem. With 100% natural scents, glass spray bottles,
Shut up.
cleaner for every surface, our concentrate cleaning system is reusable, recyclable, and infinitely clean. For a better, brighter future. Let's move beyond plastic. Go to grove.co today to get your free gift set.
What if this spring the garden center came new? Plants in their prime, potted and ready to go. Plants for looking at, plants for hiding in, plants for cooking with. Tools and essentials too. Guidance, game plans, indoor, outdoor, straight to your door. Bloomscape. Life gathers around plants.
Fancy seeing you here. You're making heavy work of this, aren't you? No, you're a lot less ugly from that other angle. Come on.
We make USAA insurance for busy veterans like Kate. So when her car got hit, she didn't waste any time. She filed a claim on our USAA app and said, that was easy. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
I would kill for it, I would happily die for it. In spite of all that,
Dog do
I
you
would
have?
easily lift you here
Turns
around
out,
trouser and stuff.
72% of
I
people
don't believe a
don't
word of
really
that,
know
I
for sure.
can.
Discover your dog story with an embarked dog
Dog.
naked.
The kind of young
Test over
whippersnapper I can
350
really admire.
breeds. Reveal their family.
And free for over 200 genetic health records. Give your dog the best care with the highest rated dog DNA test. Get free shipping and save $50 today on an Embark breed and health kit with promo code 9. EmbarkVet.com.
All right. Okay, come on.
Have I got stories for you?
Yeah, I can't wait.
I imagine y'all missed me a lot, but fear not, the joy's back in your lives now.
Tonight, one officer with the Capitol Police is still in the hospital at this hour after the deadly attack this afternoon. This is the department mourns the loss of one of its own for the third time in less than 3 months. Officer William Evans was killed after a suspect rammed a vehicle into a police barricade outside the Capitol. He was an 18-year veteran of the Capitol Police Force. Officers from the police and Metropolitan Police paid their respects at the procession, passing in front of the George Washington University Hospital, where another of the officers was taken after the attack. In a press conference today, Acting Capitol Police Chief Yagananda Pittman discussed the tragedies her officers have had to deal with.
This has been an extremely difficult time for U.S. Capitol Police after the events of January 6th and now the events that have occurred here today. So I ask that you keep our U.S. Capitol Police family in your thoughts and prayers.
Pete Montine is at George Washington University Hospital. And Pete, what more can you tell us?
A powerful and sad moment here, Aaron, as the procession for Officer Billy Evans left here in front of George Washington University Hospital and went down 23rd Street. Really, police officers as far as the eye could see. Not only Capitol Police, but also the Metropolitan Washington Police Department was here. Also, the United States Secret Service. As the procession left and went down 23rd Street here, hospital staff came out on the street to pay their respects. Also, I saw a female police officer standing at the top of 23rd Street here, standing in solemn salute as that procession went down the street. I also saw the head of the Metropolitan Washington Police Department, Chief Robert Conti, also here hugging other officers, clearly an active hospital behind us. And what was so interesting is as that procession left here, it revealed that this was also maybe part crime scene. There was crime scene tape in front of the ambulance bay here, in front of the emergency department. Beyond it, you could see a U.S. Capitol Police cruiser and homicide detectives from the Metropolitan Washington Police Department going through it with latex gloves, taking photographs of that car. Unclear its connection to all of this, although it was actually relatively far drive from the Capitol and the scene of this, 2 miles. It would have been a bit of a harrowing drive, too, because things are pretty busy in Washington because it is the Cherry Blossom Festival and the cherry blossoms are at peak bloom. So we will see if that becomes connected to this investigation as it unfolds.
So the other officer is injured. What are you able to tell us about his condition right now?
We initially heard that the officers were in critical condition, and we've also now just heard that that officer is in stable condition, so some good news here. We've also just heard from one of your previous guests that that officer is not actually at GW Hospital here, but also at MedStar Washington Hospital, which is across town. So 2 different officers going to 2 different locations after this incident.
Wow. Okay, so 2 officers hospitalized. All right, so tell me, Pete, this comes after Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick obviously died after being attacked in the January 6th insurrection. Capitol Officer Howard Liebengood, who responded to the riot, died by suicide. It is horrific what that force has had to deal with. And now what just happened today. What do you know about morale of the department?
It's rough, Aaron. I mean, morale is not very good, especially considering that the outcome here today is something that Capitol Police officers were worried about after January 6th. There are reports that some resigned, turning in their badges, concerned that this could potentially happen again, and now we have seen the outcome that they feared. This is just their worst nightmare come to life once again.
All right, Pete, thank you very much. Now for our next, the top lieutenant testifies that what Officer Chauvin did to George Floyd was against policy.
The fact that if your knee is on a person's neck, that can kill him.
Plus surveillance cameras, body cameras, cell phone cameras, so many captured George Floyd's arrest. And they are now all playing a crucial role.
Facing depression or anxiety is tough, but getting help shouldn't be. Here's how simple it can be. Visit LemonAidHealth.com
In less than 10 minutes, you have a video visit with me or another doctor. If needed, we'll write a prescription.
That comes to me. I process those FDA-approved medications quickly and send them directly to your home.
Once you receive them, we'll have a call to make sure you're doing okay. And if you have any questions throughout, we're here to take your call. Visit lemonadehealth.com and let us help you today.
How can I help you? Quicken's been helping people take control of their finances for 30 years, and the millions of user reviews make my job pretty easy. It has been essential to organizing my finances, paying down debt, building savings, and planning for the future. True, Quicken is unmatched in features for investments. Unmatched. Once you use Quicken, you can't give it up. You don't have to. It works as advertised. I couldn't have said it better.
Hello, sir. I've come from
Visit
Blackwater.
Quicken.com to try risk-free.
On the trail of a dangerous gang.
Software?
Home O'Driscoll.
We use 11.
Heard you had some sort of incident.
11.
No deal
Why do an
about it.
expense report from your phone when you can do it
just
from a
wondering
machine
if
that
I can
jams?
get a
I
description.
just emailed my wife's social security number to the
Well, they
entire
weren't
company. It
friends.
says VHR.
Got in a fight, two men got killed. Now one
How
of them's
hard
an
is
idiot,
service
the other's some
software
kind
working
of
for
dumb
you?
bitch,
With
so maybe them's your boys.
Enter and manage it
You
or
can
eat
look
your
right
data
enough.
in one easy-to-use
Well, hang
software. Visit paycom.com for a free demo.
Fine. First off, we love each other.
Hello, old friend. Had a good time. You gonna get me out of here?
Applebee's Irresistibles are dig in for just $8.99. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood. Renee, Cooper, Cuomo, Leno. The best primetime lineup is only on CNN. We need to know who's telling us the truth in power. Weeknights starting at 7.
Dad, it's a video call. Hold the phone in front of you.
Listen, there's one little problem.
Get mom.
One of me, and there's a whole town full of people.
Power E-Trade gives you an award-winning app with 24/7 support when you need it the most. Don't get mad. Get E-Trade and start trading today.
I have 6 siblings. I have 14. 14? I got a 14 now. I cut it and then found these cool legs.
Wow, starting to get a little lonely and decided it was time to start dating again.
I thought it might be fun to meet up. Wow, that's beautiful.
Maybe you should come with me next time. Ready to start something great? Try Match.
Just pull that lever. Come on.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
The crackdown inside Belarus has significantly worsened.
Do you know who these children are? Have you seen them before?
We were looking for
The lost Uyghur children of Xinjiang.
This is the clinic case today. This is part of a campaign against the women of Tigray.
Another brutal day for Brazil. More than 3,000 deaths from the virus. People feel compelled to make this dark, perilous journey to this reporting.
Get out of here, come on.
Offered 7 bucks and independent voice that resonates.
What happened to when we were united against the common enemy?
One of America's most important talk show hosts. Watch Summer College Saturday mornings at 9 Eastern.
Senior officer in the police department described Derek Chauvin's use of force against George Floyd. The prosecutors wrap up their testimony. Martinez is out front.
The theme of a shortened day 5 of testimony was training.
Have you ever, in all the years you've been working for the Minneapolis Police Department, been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind their back in the prone position?
No, I haven't. That would be the top tier with the listeners. If your knee is on a person's neck, that can go.
35-year veteran Lieutenant Richard Zimmerman, who says he served longer than any other officer in the Minneapolis Police Department, testified to the risks of restraining a suspect by George Floyd.
What is your view on what he's forcing you to do?
Totally unnecessary.
Don't go that
Once a
way. Let's
person
get the
is
hell out of here.
you need to turn it on the side,
don't sit up. You need to get them off their chest. Your muscles start pulling back when you're handcuffed. And if you're laying on the ground, that's constricting your breathing even more.
It was even something former Officer Derek Chauvin was asked about in the moment by former Officer Thomas Lane. During cross-examination, the defense pointing out the differences between a patrol officer and Zimmerman's role as a homicide detective, largely investigative in nature, despite legal defense training.
The frequency with which you have to use higher level force as an investigator doesn't happen all that often, right? It would not be within the normal or job duties to do something use of force analysis, right?
Zimmerman's testimony comes on the tail end of the week, filling in gaps of what happened on May 25th, 2020, including what happened when medical personnel arrived. Painful testimony about what it was like in the moment that day, just steps away from court. An insight to how Derek Chauvin interpreted what just happened. All of it stemming from an excruciating 9 minutes and 29 seconds of knee to the neck that, according to Friday testimony, Chauvin shot.
The ambulance will get there in whatever amount of time, and in that time period you need to provide medical assistance before they arrive.
And Lieutenant Zimmerman was among 14 Minneapolis police officers that signed on to an open letter published last June condemning Chauvin. At one point, the letter read that Chauvin failed as a human and stripped George Floyd of his dignity and life. He was the last witness to testify this week. Week 2 of testimony is going to begin Monday morning. And while we don't know the exact lineup for security reasons, we do know that at some point it's expected current Minneapolis Police Chief Dario Arredondo will testify, along with an emergency medicine physician, and on top of that, the Hennepin County medical examiner. Aaron?
Omar, thank you very much. And I want to go now to Ellie Koenig, a member of our upfront legal team throughout this trial. So Ellie, how powerful was this testimony, right, from the most senior officer in the Minneapolis Police Department?
Aaron, I thought his testimony was very powerful for the prosecution. I thought it was devastating for the defense. Now, this witness was soft-spoken, he was understated, and he carried a lot of credibility. And that kind of witness can make a real impact on the jury. And the things he said were so important to this trial, but also so obvious. He said things like, when the handcuffs go on, the risk level goes way down. When you have someone on their front, it's already hard for them to breathe. And then if you put a knee on their neck, you risk killing them. As he said, this was totally unnecessary. I work with police officers every day of my career as a prosecutor. I've read with dozens of them. I've spoken with a lot of them since this happened. Not a single one to me, publicly or privately, but they believe that what Derek Chauvin did was appropriate.
So, you know, you could see Derek Chauvin today in court on the right hand there, taking a lot of notes during the testimony about the use of force. And he appears to be very hands-on with his witness. We saw things like this, a huddle with he and they before each cross-examination. You know, what do you read into this? Is that what you expect? Is that something that you would consider normal?
So any defendant has a constitutional right to assist in his own defense, but what actual defendants do vary. I've seen people very hands-on like this. I've seen other defendants who are sort of more in the background. But if I was advising or representing Derek Chauvin, I would tone it down more. The jury, we don't see that jury, but that jury is just feet away from the lawyers and the parties. They are watching every single thing you do. I was taught, play it cool. No matter what, don't start frantic, don't show any sign of concern or panic. So it's an interesting courtroom dynamic.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to point out we don't see them, but they are right from what they're below watching on that video. So you also heard in Omar's reporting, the police lieutenant testified that officers should provide medical care, even if an ambulance is on the way, but they would do so right in that interim period. So that's what they said. And here's how Chauvin's defense counsel.
There are circumstances where after a person is rendered unconscious, then you perform revival describe that person, that they are more combative than they were initially.
Still obviously trying to make the argument that, you know, the theory they're making is that Floyd could have somehow bounced up and was, you know, bounced back and was still a threat. You know, he was, of course, handcuffed. Do you think the jury buys that argument at this point?
Making a house call. I certainly don't. I find it utterly unconvincing. I mean, let's think about that. If the concern is he might be overdosing, and sometimes when people come out of an overdose, they're aggressive, why not just stand back and he's near out, face down on the ground? I mean, very few people could even get to their feet from that position, and even those who could, it would take several seconds to do that. You could easily just come in the meantime and settle the person down. Also, I know that's not the policy for police officers. I work on use of force policies. I mean, imagine if police officers, they respond to overdoses, unfortunately, all too often. Just imagine, forget about this scenario, responding to an overdose and saying, everybody stand back, because when this person comes out of it, he might be aggressive, so I'm going to put my knee in his neck now. That would be outrageous. That is not the way police operate.
Ali, thank you very much for your perspective, as always.
My way of
saying. See you Monday. And during the trial today, we also saw new body cam images of two of the officers who now also face charges in George Floyd's death. And these videos are just moments before they were escorted from the crime scene for questioning. Now, what's been interesting throughout this entire trial thus far is the prosecutors have been relying heavily on an overwhelming amount of video evidence in the trial, giving the jury a minute-by-minute account of Floyd's final moments. And, you know, we've all seen the painful video of George Floyd's death, but we have seen so much that we've never seen before this week. Tom Foreman is out.
This was the beginning of the end of George Floyd's life. A police body camera capturing the moment officers confront him, remove him from his vehicle. But it is the compendium of so many cameras and so many different angles emerging in court that is filling in the complex picture of his death.
Don't do me like that, man. Okay, I told you, please. If you get out of this car, I am claustrophobic. I'm not working with you.
Just minutes before his encounter with police turned violent, a security camera inside a nearby food store had caught Floyd in a very different light.
He seemed very friendly, approachable. He was talkative.
He also seemed high to Clerk Christopher Martin, who says Floyd bought cigarettes with a possibly counterfeit bill, went outside, would not come back to settle up, and police were called. 61-year-old Charles McMillan was passing by, and the cameras caught him yelling to Floyd, "You can't win!" Floyd was put on the ground, pinned down. The store clerk came out, joining about a dozen people watching, calling for police to ease up. He put his hands on his head.
I saw people yelling and screaming. I saw Derek with his knee on George's neck.
McMillan saw it too.
Oh my.
For more than 9 minutes, as Officer Derek Chauvin knelt on Floyd's neck, cameras rolled from numerous angles, all showing the same thing. Chauvin not letting up, Floyd saying again and again, A 17-year-old who did not want to be on camera recorded the scene on her phone too.
It seemed like he really was right there for him. He was terrified. He was suffering like he was about to help.
Amid those cries, another cop asked Chauvin, by the time that help arrived, all those cameras showed George Floyd was not moving anymore. One caught Chauvin's comments right after. The defense is arguing no matter how hard any one video is to look at, all it shows is a police officer doing his job. Full stop. The prosecution is saying, look at all of these videos together. Look at them all together. convinced that when the jury does, they will see that the death of George Floyd was inexcusable, criminal, and there's no other way to look at it. Aaron?
All right, Tom, thank you. And next, the investigation into Congressman Matt Gaetz reportedly includes receipts for money paid to him. So what do those receipts show? The reporter breaking the news is next, and more on our top breaking news stories. Disturbing tales about the Capitol.
Placed away like some fallen leaf, crinkle up. Wouldn't that be nice?
Can cook 3 things at once. The non-stick, incredible. The built-in spatula rest, genius. I just started to cook and this pan makes it so easy.
I gave away half of my kitchen when I found the Always pan. It does it all. Boils, steams, fries, sautés.
Well, what brings you to Max? Like, what are you looking for?
Exploration, connections.
Well, I like, a strong, independent woman.
Well, I like to draw. I like to illustrate. I like to paint.
When I'm most relaxed, I'd say I'm probably at the beach or Black Mermaid. So, I'm gonna be surprised.
We should do it again.
Sure, yeah. Day number 2 is like a big deal. There's usually like a guitar involved.
Ready to start something great? Try Notch.
Let's get after it. Cases are still going up. This virus has enormous capabilities.
Sure. Not as much as you.
No, don't worry about it. Actually, take a couple of packs. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. What are all the cigarettes for? You heading on a long journey or something?
No, nothing like that at all. I'm just interested in cards. Cigarette cards. You got them?
Yeah?
Well, get them out. Let me take a look. Come on.
Picture card?
Jingle man, candy trade.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation into a peaceful protest.
One day, just when people open the packs. I wish I could explain to you. Hey, I had that
Imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's known to be
it is. Not to mention the vast amount of life reaffirming cigarettes I get to smoke.
It's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
A complete set of any series is worth a fortune. Yeah, look at this. Guns.
Can you believe this?
Over here.
Be a Frank Thomas.
Circus freaks.
Great.
Yes.
Turn 40.
Meow, meows
less
of the
energy,
desert.
less drive.
So
Definitely.
rare.
It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age. Happen to you guys?
Depends on the rarity.
Yep. So what did you do? We got Nugenix Total T. To get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, text GIANT to 369-369. This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testosterone, a patented key ingredient. Clinically researched to increase testosterone levels.
Look me up, okay? Think about this deal. Only a complete
Just send a text for complimentary bottle. And by the way, she'll like it too. Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text GIANT to 369-369. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you get back in shape fast. Absolutely free. That's GIANT to 369-369.
Tonight there are receipts of Matt Gaetz' payments to women. The New York Times has reviewed payment receipts in the federal investigation into whether the Republican congressman and close Trump ally paid cash to women for sex and whether he had a relationship with a 17-year-old. I'm going to speak with the reporter who saw those receipts in just a moment. First, though, Paul Reed is out front with all the late developments in this case.
Tonight, the federal investigation into Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz for possible prostitution and sex trafficking crimes, including an alleged relationship with a minor, now centering around his friendship with this man, Joel Greenberg.
It really is an honor to be here today.
In addition, investigators believe Greenberg, a former Seminole County, Florida tax collector, recruited multiple women online for sex and that he introduced the women who received cash payments to Gates, who had sex with them too, according to the New York
Shameful
Times.
Gates.
The Times said it reviewed Apple Pay and Cash App receipts that showed Gates and
Apple Pay, bro.
made payments to one of the women and one payment from Greenberg to a different woman. In a statement, Gates' office said Matt Gates has never paid for sex. Matt Gates refutes all the disgusting allegations completely.
Providing for flights and hotel rooms for people that you're dating who are of legal age is not a crime.
But a source telling CNN investigators are examining whether any federal campaign money was involved in paying for travel and expenses for the women. Gates and Greenberg have been friends for years, posting photos together, and Gates even telling a local radio station that Greenberg would make a good member of Congress in 2017.
If Joel were to run for Seminole County, I think he becomes the next congressman from the 7th District.
The duo, according to a Florida lawmaker, leaving an unsolicited voicemail on her cell phone. She gave a recording of the message to CNN.
This is your favorite tax collector. I'm up this panhandle with your favorite U.S. Congressman, Mr. Gates.
Hi, Alma.
And we were just chatting about you and talking about your lovely qualities. And
We think you're the future of the Democratic Party in Florida.
Additionally, information that may connect Gates to a fake ID scheme at the center of Greenberg's case was presented to federal investigators at a meeting last year. Sources familiar tell CNN. Greenberg had entered a plea of not guilty. Attorneys for Greenberg and Gates had no comment. In addition to the federal investigation, multiple sources told CNN Gates showed lawmakers photos and videos of nude women he claimed to have slept with. One source saying Gates shared the images on his phone while on the floor of the house.
Tonight, Gates finds himself with few public allies. His communications director resigned earlier today, and even though Gates was one of the most vocal Trump supporters, so far the former president has remained silent amid this escalating set of scandals that could end Gates' political career. Erin?
At the least, if it's all, it's true. Thank you very much, Paula. So let's go to Katie Benner, Justice Department report for the New York Times, who broke the story about the payments, and Dave Ehrenberg, state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida, who knows Gates from his time serving as a state senator in Florida while Gates was a state representative. So I'm really glad to have both of you back with me. Katie, let me start with you because you've been breaking so much of this, and you actually reviewed text messages and payment receipts in this case. The women told their friends that these payments were indeed for sex. It was a very clear transaction. What more did you learn about these encounters?
One of the interesting things about the messages that we reviewed is that the messages are very clear. They say, meet me here at this time, I can give you $1,000. Now, the men might argue that the money in those messages would be for something else, but again, keep in mind it's the women who are saying that they were paid for sex. So the messages could not be clearer, at least that they were meeting in a hotel and that money was going to change hands. We also heard a lot about the drug use that happened in these, in these encounters with both Congressman Gates and with Joel Greenberg. Now, keep in mind, of course, I would reiterate that Congressman Gates says these things did not happen. He vociferously denies any of the unsavory characterizations of any of these meetings. But what the women are saying is that there were a lot of drugs used. And these are the sorts of elements that I think that prosecutors are going to look at to decide where the line is drawn between dates and in payment for sex.
So, Dave, you hear Katie's reporting, right? I'll pay you $1,000.
Come on.
To multiple women at different times, different hotels and locations. And then she just mentioned the drugs. And in Katie's reporting is that Gates and others would take ecstasy as an example before having sex. How important could this be to the case, this drug use?
Good evening, Erin. I think where it's important is that it is something of value that is provided in exchange for the sex. So that gets you to sex trafficking. You have to show whether it's cash or drugs or hotel rooms or flights or expenses. I don't think it goes any further than that because I know some people say, well, it shows a level of coercion. But when it comes to child sex trafficking, you don't need force, fraud, or coercion like you do for adult sex trafficking. When it comes to minors, they've got a lot more protection, and the law is a lot broader. Now, I think also where it matters is to prove that Matt Gaetz had sex with the underage girl. That's the key to this case. You either need the girl to testify, you need to have documents like the one that Katie was referencing that show a pattern of payments about the same time that hotel rooms were booked, or you need Joel Greenberg to turn state's evidence. And now that he's sitting in a jail cell waiting for his own sex trafficking trial involving the same 17-year-old girl, he may want to play let's make a deal with federal prosecutors.
Well, it's hard to imagine why he wouldn't, why at this point he would cover. As you pointed out, just to be clear, Dave, I mean, the prison sentence for these things, if convicted, is many years, right? Many years. So there'd be an incredible incentive to turn in your buddy, if that would reduce that, right?
Dear Arthur, I've
Absolutely.
written this letter 100 times or more.
Joel
And
Greenberg,
you
he's
cannot get it
facing
right.
decades
It's me.
in prison.
You
Matt
know it's
Gaetz,
me from the
if
bad
he is charged
handwriting.
with child sex
I know I
trafficking,
said when we
he'll be
last
facing
spoke,
up to
when I was
life
going
in
off
prison.
to get married,
And
that
there's
we
another
might
element here.
speak
There's a
again.
conspiracy
I know I said
that
a
could be
lot of
charged, depending on the
things, and
facts.
I
Because
meant
Greenberg
them,
was charged with more than
I
just sex
suppose,
trafficking. He was
at the
charged with
time.
identity theft,
But I'm not so
wire
proud
fraud, and
as
all
to
these
not
other
speak
things.
to people
Matt
who
Gaetz
care
could be
for me
charged with a
or
lot of those same
care
things if
for
it's
me.
shown that
I've been
they
in
engaged in a
Valentine for a couple
conspiracy.
months.
And Gaetz would be
I had
just as
some
guilty as
bad
Joel
luck.
Greenberg for the crimes that Joel Greenberg has
It's a
allegedly
long story.
committed. So
Mm-hmm.
there's no good outcome here.
But I am here for now. I saw a couple of the girls, or whatever the polite term is for them, that ran with you and your associates in town. And I heard tell of a man who sounded like you.
So, Katie, I want to
would
play
love
again
to
some
see
of that
you
audio message that Gaetz
if you
and
could spare
Greenberg
me a little bit of your
together.
time. I'm
Because
renting a
I think
room
this
at
just
Chadwick
makes the
Farm,
point, A,
just
that they're
north of
together doing all these
Valentine.
things. Well, they're together.
Yes.
They leave this voicemail together. For Florida State Representative.
Mary.
My dear Anna, this is your favorite tax
Mr. Morgan, can I?
And with your
Are you
favorite
okay?
U.S. Congressman, Mr. Gaetz. And we were just chatting
So
about
it
you and
seems.
talking about your lovely qualities. And
It's that fellow
your
Dow.
do-gooder.
Do-gooder? Exactly.
So can you, obviously, you know, you hear them together,
Like he has
you know,
little
sort of on that
intention of repaying
call.
He was quite
Tell me
ridiculous
what
when I
that,
went to see
kind
him.
of the point that makes here. They do sound like buddies.
You've not been to see him yet.
Sure,
I
I
take
know
it.
that they were really close friends.
I'm sorry,
They know
it's
that they were tight, and they were part of this circle of Florida Republicans. A group of which Matt Gaetz was probably pretty high up at the top in the upper echelons. His friend, the Seminole County tax collector, probably not as powerful, not as
Still ain't, bitch. I ain't gonna go see that nigga. Best believe.
Matt Gaetz feels like the ringleader, and where Greenberg kind of feels like a member of his entourage. They are very, very tight, and as prosecutors are examining, it looks like
Oh man, I gotta go see that nigga, bro.
as well. One of the other interesting things that prosecutors are looking at is whether or not other members of their circle were also involved. One of the allegations is that not only did Gaetz, not only did Greenberg have sex with these women, but other people have too. In fact, in our reporting, we found there was a woman who claims to her friends to have had sex with Greenberg, with Gaetz, and with somebody who she was asked to have sex with, and she agreed to. And so that also sort of starts to widen the circle. Who else was friends with these gentlemen who would want to have this kind of friendship with them? Well, exactly, and it also points out, right? You pay someone if that's what happened, and then she's, you know, she has sex with you and your friend, and it makes the whole thing more damning, I know, legally, and also more sordid, of course. Dave Escamani, who was the person for whom they left that message, she said the call was, quote, so weird. She told us that she did not return the phone call from Gaetz and Greenberg. You sort of know the players here. What do you think was going on with this call?
I think they were trolling her. Anna Escamani is a very young, I think she's 30 years old right now, state representative, the first ever Iranian-American state representative in Florida's history. And she's very progressive. She comes from the Bernie Sanders wing of the Democratic Party. And so you have two Republicans in a reddish state trolling her by calling her to tell her that she's the future of the Democratic Party in our state. Well, you know, you don't want to underestimate Anna Escamani because she got elected in a district that used to be held by a Republican, and she wins by significant margins. She has a large grassroots operation already in our state, and I think she will run for statewide office. So you underestimate her at your own peril.
Yeah, but certainly trolling, and obviously doing so in a gender-charged way. There's no question about that. Katie, Dave, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next, we're back with the breaking news on the deadly day on Capitol Hill as the Capitol Police Department grieves one of its own for the second time in less than 3 months.
What if this spring the garden center came to you? Plants in their prime, potted and ready to go. Plants for looking at, plants for hiding in, plants for cooking with. Tools and essentials too. Guidance, game plans, indoor, outdoor, straight to your door. Bloomscape. Life gathers around plants.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? It's because they rub against you, creating friction. And your clothes rub against you all day. For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Just pour into the rinse dispenser, and Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer, fluffier, and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle, recognized by the National Psoriasis Foundation and National Eczema Association.
Strauss told me you needed a beat.
Look, it's 2021. You buy groceries, life insurance, and yoga mats online. And I think it's about time you changed the way you buy your dog food, too. It's super simple. Go to myaldi.com, tell us a little bit about your pup. Then, we'll create custom meals and deliver them straight to your door. This meal has a free, healthy, delicious-tasting cuisine.
Hate this one.
From coast to coast. And we're so sure
Now you sick, nigga.
We'd like to give you 50% off your first box. Go to myaldi.com today. Hey, guys. Hi there. Welcome to him.
I should have done it years ago, and I feel like the young stud that I always imagined I was.
Outstanding product. Looks above and beyond our expectations.
This has been a life changer, even in just a few weeks.
Featured in GQ, Playboy, and Men's Health. Find out what all the buzz is about. Get hard or your money back. Visit forhims.com/ED.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
What are my stats? No, not those. Stuff I control. Well, my investments are tracking out. My mortgage will be paid off in 12 years. And I know exactly how much I spend. $940 on food? Get out of here. $2,600 on the house and car? Oh, and I'm retiring at 61. My wife says I'm the catch. Know your stats and track your finances with Quicken. Try risk-free for 30 days.
How did you get on? Not so good. He's almost dead. They seem more or less destined
We
to
also
you.
see how the generosity of others can change lives. You
Don't seem
and
so
CNN's
interested in my
Impact World
propositions.
can help. Reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes when you give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact World.
This is the plan. You syndicate, you let the bet knock.
Pretty huge day for me. I think people will finally see me for who I really am.
Are we sure that's a good thing?
Let's go. Dad, you've got to change gears. Oh, I love this gear.
Chat. New series premieres April 6th on TBS.
Welcome back to Out Front. I'm Erin Burnett, and tonight breaking news. For the second time in months, the nation witnessed another deadly attack on the United States Capitol. Officer William Evans, known as Billy, was killed this afternoon when a man rammed his car into a barrier, hitting Williams. Another officer was injured. CNN is learning the 25-year-old suspect recently posted on social media that the federal government was targeting him with what he called mind control. Tonight, flags at the U.S. Capitol and the White House again at half-staff. President Biden just releasing a statement reading in part, Jill and I were heartbroken to learn of the violent attack at a security checkpoint on the U.S. Capitol grounds. Evan Perez is out front live in Washington. Evan, what have you learned about the state of mind of the suspects?
Well, Aaron, what we're learning is a disturbing portrait of this suspect. His name is Nathan Green, and just in the hours and days before this attack, he was posting on social media, including Facebook and Instagram, talking, as you said, about the government having some kind of mind control on him. There's one that he posted just about 2 hours, less than 2 hours before before he was shot and killed there. He said that he had posted pictures and videos of the Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, and he said the U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people. He talked about how he had afflictions that he had suffered, presumably from the CIA and the FBI. And one comment, after one commenter made comment on his posting, he said, quote, I have suffered multiple home break-ins, food poisonings, assaults, unauthorized operations in the hospital, mind control. Again, a portrait of someone who's deeply disturbed. This is part of what now the FBI and the Metropolitan Police here in Washington are investigating. The Metropolitan Police are in charge of this investigation. They're trying to see what was the motivation here. He talks about how the U.S. government is his enemy. So did that drive him to go to the seat of the U.S. government, of the power of the federal government today? Again, that's something that the investigators are talking to family members, people who knew him, to try to get a little bit of a sense of his mindset in the last few days, and certainly in the last few hours before he carried out this attack.
All right, thank you very much, Evan. And it is deeply disturbing when you see this as more and more, these new details you're learning. I want to go to Brian Todd now. He's outside the Capitol. And Brian, you hear Evan's reporting a disturbing day, for your city. The city's still reeling from that deadly insurrection and now an attack right where that wound is.
That's right, Aaron. The tension's still very, very high tonight. This is an attack that seemed to play out in a matter of just seconds. We have new information tonight on the suspect, on the officer who was killed, and on the police accounts of how the attack unfolded. A suspect in a car rammed 2 Capitol police officers at the security barrier at the Capitol complex, then got out of the vehicle wielding a knife, police said.
He did not respond to verbal commands. The suspect did start lunging toward U.S. Capitol police officers, at which time U.S. Capitol police officers fired upon the suspect.
At least one of the officers was stabbed, an official tells CNN. One officer died from his injuries, William Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force. A second officer was injured.
I ask that you keep our U.S. Capitol Police family in your thoughts and prayers.
The suspect, identified by sources as Noah Green, age 25, is dead as well. He was not familiar to Capitol Police, authorities said. No initial indication of ties to terrorism, but the motive is unknown.
Clearly this was someone who was actively trying to just get at whoever or whatever. We just don't know.
The unit from the National Guard was immediately deployed to assist. Members of Congress are mostly out of town during the break. Authorities say they're not aware of a particular warrant they're being targeted, but an emergency lockdown order was issued for the complex. The incident comes amid an increase in reported threats to lawmakers in recent months, and a debate over reviewing more of the fencing around the Capitol in place of the January 6th riot targeting lawmakers and reducing the National Guard deployment.
Come on, Adam!
Sides of the aisle have been chafing in recent weeks.
It's really discouraging to see the razor wire, the fencing, the image that it sends to the world. So if that threat no longer exists, I would hope that we can return to normal.
Today's incident could reverse that debate.
I thought once the barriers were removed that we were moving back to some sense of normalcy, but this just shows the level of risk that there still is.
In today's case, praise for the response by the police.
Unfortunately, we lost Officer Evans today, but by and large that system worked. The Capitol Police responded and stopped him. The system worked.
Easy, girl.
And we have new information tonight on the second officer who was struck by that car and injured. That officer, police say, is in stable condition tonight with non-life-threatening injuries as investigators continue to try to piece together more specific information on the motive for this attack. Aaron?
All right, Brian, thank you very much. And I want to go now to Andrew McCabe, former FBI Deputy Director, now CNN Senior Law Enforcement Analyst. And Andrew, I'm glad to have you with me. So, Director, one social media post by the suspect included the caption, "The U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people." You heard Evans reporting, right, about the break-ins and all these things, and somehow he thinks there's mind control from the federal government targeting him, that Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam saved him. He specifically mentions terrible afflictions that he has suffered, presumably by the CIA and the FBI. It's important, these next words, government agencies of the United States of America, right, in the context of where he attacked today. How important is all of this?
It's quite important, Aaron, and it's unfortunate we're having the same conversation that we've had a few times over the last few weeks, trying to sort through the very complicated history of a maybe disturbed individual trying to figure out a motive after an attack. But it's important to this question of whether or not we think about this attack as an act of terrorism. I think it seems pretty clear that it's not connected to any international terrorist group. We haven't heard any information about that. But the question is it relative to, can you think about it as an act of domestic terrorism? Of course, domestic terrorism is defined in statute as a violent crime that's committed for the purpose of coercing a population or impacting the conduct of government. That certainly could apply here, but we just don't know enough yet. And even with what little we know about the sort of things that he did believe in, all that seems to be mitigated by these strong indicators of the possibility of mental illness or kind of extreme emotional distress. So it's a complicated picture the investigators have to sort through. They're going to do a lot of work talking to family members and executing search warrants and things like that. So I think we'll learn much more as the days go on.
So the suspect also wrote, again, I'm quoting his postings online, Director. To be honest, these past few years have been tough, and these past few months have been tougher. I have been tried with some of the biggest unimaginable tests of my life. He then went on to say he was unemployed after I left my job, partly due to afflictions, but ultimately in search of a spiritual journey. I mean, there's clearly serious mental issues here.
He's broken Daddy's heart.
No question, and some deeply held grievances about the federal government, about government agencies he believes are targeting him.
I'm sorry.
And I think it raises an interesting point. I think
Jamie's
what we are going to see in the aftermath of the attack on the Capitol on January 6th is an elevation of the nation's capital as a symbol worthy of attack by people who are disturbed or harbor these grievances towards the government, or hate the government for one reason or another, maybe because of political beliefs, maybe because of mental illness. But I think that we need to think about the Capitol as a much more high-profile target now, and that's something lawmakers should consider as they are trying to decide what to do about securing the grounds and enacting new procedures.
So yeah, let me ask you about that, because obviously this came just 2 weeks, right, Director, after they had taken down those barriers, and those barriers, they bothered me and a lot of Americans just for the message it sends, right? You used to be able to walk around, right? It's the people.
Yeah, I'll help you, motherfucker.
But, and I don't know whether...
Somewhere out near Carmody-Dell, I think.
Former Chief Ramsey said to me, eventually they would have come down. You couldn't prevent something like this happening forever.
If you find him, bring him to me at the station.
It's a big area to defend, and I feel weird even using that word. How do you stop this if this has become such a high target?
Yeah, it's really very tough, and I agree with Chief Ramsey that it's unlikely that we would turn the Capitol into a permanent, military installation and push the perimeter way out, blocking off streets, things of that nature to keep vehicles away. It's just not going to happen here in Washington, D.C. But we will always have distinctive vulnerabilities. There will always have access points where vehicles can pull up, drivers can be checked to make sure they have the correct access, and then they're either allowed in or not. And those provide opportunities for people to attack those vulnerable points with vehicles, with trucks, with explosive devices, and what have you. So it's the age-old dilemma between security and freedom, and our elected representatives need to sit down and really consider the severity and the seriousness of these threats, because they are not going away, and then how they want to try to mitigate those threats.
So is what happened in January, the insurrection, do you think that is what's responsible for, whether it be this individual, for anyone seeing the Capitol as this now point of attack?
I think it's absolutely had an inspirational impact on people who harbor these sorts of grievances and anger towards the government. You know, watching that mob overrun the Capitol and basically achieve, you know, almost everything they wanted. They didn't get to stop the certification of the election, but nevertheless, they took over that property. That was an indelible moment that will ring in the hearts and the minds of people who are similarly affected with grievance and animosity towards the government. And it raised it as a possibility, right? It's an attack that you could do and succeed in. So I think it's dangerous.
Director, thank you very much.
Thanks, Aaron.
And next, our breaking news coverage continues. We're going to look at the toll this attack and January's insurrection have taken on the Capitol Police Force. Plus, Major League Baseball pulling the All-Star game out of Georgia because of the state's new restrictive voting law. The president of the NAACP is my guest. And the CDC releasing its highly anticipated guidance for people who are fully vaccinated and want to travel.
That horse, you know. Raised it since it was just a foal.
So who climbs ladders to clean their gutters?
Dad, I keep telling you it's dangerous.
Climbing ladders is too dangerous. Leak Filter puts an end to that. So how does it work? Leak Filter's three-piece system filters out leaves and debris, letting water flow through freely.
Do we need to replace our gutters?
Great question. Leak Filter could be installed right on top of your existing gutters. We're sold. Call 833-LEAK FILTER or go to getleakfilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation into a peaceful protest turned deadly.
They heard an explosion. There was an exchange of gunfire. Growing concern here, imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's now robbing many of even similar income. This family $3 per month.
The country's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
We're going to go see if he has anything to say. Was it your team that cleansing the family?
Kicked his hide, too, as he was hollering away. The man could run so fast.
The best primetime lineup is only on CNN.
Yeah, had a good laugh on that one.
We need to know who's telling us the truth in power.
Weeknights starting at 7.
Think about what you could think about when you're not thinking about weeds.
Aliens are real, all right.
For the
There's
time
just
being,
too much evidence.
I was looking for work.
Not the law
They was looking for some help with the cartons.
Dad, it's a
If I
video
waited
call.
any longer
Hold the
for
phone
my
funny.
husband to put food on the table, I'd have died of
Get mom.
starvation. I'll be moving on soon, though.
Power E-Trade gives you an
Emerald
award-winning
Ranch.
app with 24/7 support when you need it the
strange
most.
place.
Don't get mad. Get E-Trade. Start trading today.
The owner's a
At American
mean
Sale, we're
bastard.
known for having the best
Strange,
selection
too.
of pools,
The
patio
lights
furniture,
and
hot
bullying
tubs,
folk.
and grills.
There's
Everything
a
you
daughter,
need
but
for
she
your
never
outdoor
leaves
fun.
the house.
More importantly,
You can
it's
see
the
her in the
quality of the
window
products we sell.
sometime.
And our product
When I
experts
asked
can answer
about her,
any of
everybody
your
told me to
questions.
leave it
And
alone.
right now, you can save up to
Down an old
50%.
saloon there,
After your
all
sales
shut
tax.
down now.
Or
But I
get
went
0%
in to have a look,
financing
and
and
here's
get our
bullet
lowest
holes,
price guarantee.
old blood
At American
stains.
Sale, we're
Something
open. So
definitely
come
happened
visit us
there, but
or
I
visit
couldn't
us
see it.
online. American
Just an
Sale.
uncomfortable
Bring the
feeling
fun
to the
home.
place. Oh, we're getting close now.
Mommy!
Nothing to baby bites.
I think it's exciting, honestly, that some of the science is coming out and saying that you can feed beef earlier to kids. They can actually start eating beef a lot earlier than you think. Juju has been eating beef since 7 months old, I think.
Right around 6 months, 5, 6 months.
At first it was just ground beef and purees, and now he will speak.
Appreciate
At
it.
CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters, famine, and war. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's Impact Your World can help. Reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes when you give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact Your World.
Audi e-tron, the next frontier of electric.
I want to go now to an incredible story of survival. Would all this spending lead to a bigger economic crisis? Would you do it all again in terms of being a nurse?
I want to help people more than I ever have. Aaron Burnett Outlook, weeknights at 7 on CNN.
U.S. Capitol Police mourn the loss of Officer William Evans. Another officer is being treated for injuries. Capitol Police saying this officer is in stable and non-threatening condition. And just another reminder of how much these officers have endured so far this year. Alex Marquardt is out.
For the third time this year, the United States Capitol Police is laying to rest one of its own. A procession on Friday afternoon for Officer William Evans, a member of the First Responders Unit, who just last month had marked 18 years on the force.
And it is
Oopsie.
very heavy call that I announced one of our officers has succumbed to his injuries.
The acting chief of the Capitol Police, Yogananda Pittman, reminding America what her officers have endured this year, starting in the first days of 2021 with the insurrection.
I just ask that the public continue to keep U.S. Capitol Police and their families in your prayers. This has been an extremely difficult time for U.S. Capitol Police after the events of January 6th and now the events that have occurred here today.
After a dramatic ramping up of security following January 6th, things had just begun to ease, with the perimeter moving back, fences coming down, and a hope among members of Congress and law enforcement for some return to normalcy. That hope was shattered today with a second major act of violence on Capitol Hill in under 3 months. U.S. Capitol Police, along with Washington, D.C. police, were the first line of defense against the insurrectionists on January 6th. They were screamed at, beaten, and sprayed with chemicals by the rioters. Officer Brian Sicknick was hit with what's believed to have been bear spray. He died from his injuries a day later. 2 officers later took their own lives. The wife of Capitol Police Officer Howie Liebengood said his suicide was in the line of duty, saying the insurrection and the days that followed took an incredible toll. Officer Harry Dunn described the pain to CNN's Don Lemon, calling it hell.
When you have good days and you have bad days, but just thinking about it just takes you back to that like you said, that hell day. And it was tough to live through, and it's also tough to relive talking about it.
Dunn told CNN that the Trump supporters who were there that day used racial slurs against black officers. He talked about the depression that many officers felt afterwards.
Officer Sidney was killed. We had officers that took their life because of the stress that they endured from that day. That is what happened. I don't know how you can word it any different than what exactly happened.
In the examination of what happened on January 6th, it was called the worst of the worst in the 2 decades of service of Capitol Police Captain Carnisha Mendoza.
As an American and as an Army veteran, it's sad to see us attacked by our fellow citizens. I'm sad to see the unnecessary loss of life. I'm sad to see the impact this has had on Capitol Police officers. And I'm sad to see the impact this has had on our agency and on our country.
I mean, Alex, even before today, they've gone through so much, right? Such, horrible morale killers, right? This has got to make things even harder.
Almost certainly, Aaron. CNN has spoken to a number of Capitol Police officers since January 6th. The morale, frankly, wasn't great before then, and it has plummeted in the months since then. A number of officers have told us that they are mismanaged, they're overworked, they're stretched thin, and now they've had to deal with these 2 deeply traumatic events. There was a vote of no confidence in their leadership, including Acting Chief Pittman, who we heard from today. Some of the rank and file of the future of a lack of communication and visibility. Now, changes are likely coming. A review that was undertaken by General Russell Honore after the insurrection has recommended 900 additional officers after his report found that the Capitol Police Force was understaffed, poorly equipped, and inadequately trained. Aaron.
All right, Alex, thank you.
Damn,
And next, the most senior officer on the Minneapolis
you little fuck to beat your ass.
testimony we have heard so far in Derek Chauvin's trial. Plus, a major move by Major League Baseball over Georgia's new law restricting voting. The winner will not host the All-Star game as planned. So, is this just the beginning of the backlash?
To spam and cheese. A toast. sizzle, pork, and
I get to help people through anything you can imagine.
I am here because I want to make things happen for our clients. I want to make sure what we're doing is aligned with their goals, their time horizon.
We're on the same team. They have their retirement goals or investment goals, and our goal is to help them get there.
My responsibility is to help people realize what's most important in their lives.
It gives me a drive to get out of bed every morning because I know in one way or another I'm going to help somebody today.
Each year, Americans waste $20 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can. You can easily compare quotes from top providers all at once. With the Zebra, you can save up to $375 a year. No fees and no spammy phone calls. Because who needs that?
See what you can save. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm here from Abu Dhabi. I'm here in a remote part of southern India. From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth, Tokyo, Moscow.
Go international anytime.
You gotta learn to jump, babies. Golly.
Stream it live now.
Lost it before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
At Area, we design boots with a lot more than your feet in mind. Light in weight, but heavy in features that are easy on your back and reduce the wear and tear on your entire body, so you can devote more craft and care to your entire job. Full body support Ariat work boots.
This motherfucker won't jump.
For work done better. Learn more at ariatwork.com or at a workwear store near you.
At American Sale, we're known for having the best selection of tools, patio furniture, hot
Oh my gosh.
everything you need for your outdoor fun. More importantly, it's the quality of the products we sell, and our product experts can answer any of your questions. And right now, you can save up to 50%, and we'll pay your sales tax. Or get 0% financing and get our lowest price guarantee. At American Sale, we're open, so come visit us or visit us online. American Sale, bring a fun home.
Come on, Jamie, your sister's worried about you. This is none of your damn business. Christ's sakes, Jamie, just hold up a minute.
The myths are real.
Stop, let's talk about this.
Godzilla will come.
Come on, you ain't stupid. You can see this is crazy.
Kong battles tomorrow.
In theaters and on HBO Max now playing rated PG-13.
Tonight, critical testimony in the trial of a former officer charged with killing George Floyd, the most senior officer in the Minneapolis Police Department. Questioning the defense's argument that Derek Chauvin was just doing what he was trained to do. They'll hear why.
The man who says he had been a Minneapolis police officer for longer than anyone in the department makes no bones about it. Kneeling on someone's neck is deadly use of force.
Have you ever been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind their back?
No, I haven't.
Would that be considered force?
That would be the top tier, the deadly force.
Why?
Please,
Because of
I'm a man now.
the fact
I'm
that
now something.
if your knee is on a person's neck, that's
Making a
intelligent.
big mistake.
And that is exactly what prosecutors say former officer Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd on May 25th, 2020.
They're good people. I'm warning you, Arthur
Lieutenant
Morgan.
Richard Zimmerman, who leads the department's homicide unit, also testified he was called to the scene to make sure it was preserved. And he was questioned about police procedure, which he could recite without hesitation.
As an officer, according to training, you handcuff somebody behind their back. What's your responsibility with regard to that person from that moment on?
That person is yours. His well-being is your responsibility.
Floyd was handcuffed. He had a knee on his neck, and he was pinned down on his stomach in what is known as the...
Hey, a dumbass.
What has your training done specific to the prone position? Once you secure or handcuff a person, you need to get them out of the prone position as soon as possible because it restricts their breathing. What is your, your view of that use of force during the tank? Totally unnecessary. Putting a knee on the neck for that amount of time is just uncalled for.
Go see your sister.
I saw no reason why the officers felt they were in
big hit, dumbass.
And that's what they would have to feel to be able to use that kind of force.
Sheldon's attorney then questioned Zimmerman's field experience. Since he hasn't been on patrol in decades, arriving at crime scenes only after an incident occurs.
You're not out patrolling the streets, making arrests, things of that nature. Alright. Your experience with the use of force of late has been primarily through training.
That's all a long time ago, son.
The prosecution's case so far, we're now at the end of the first week, has been incredibly strong and impactful. But we have to remember, in this country, in a court of law, you are innocent until proven guilty. And that is exactly what the prosecution is intending to do, but we have not yet heard the defense's case. Let's keep that in mind.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. And I want to go to John Burris. He's a criminal defense and civil rights attorney who represented Rodney King, and Areva Martin, our legal analyst for our legal team. So, John, it's striking to hear yet another member of the Minneapolis Police Department testifying against Chauvin, right? He's one of their own, right? And testifying that he used excessive force. How powerful is this for the jury to hear again and again and again and again? We have, 4 images of members of the...
Jerry, put the gun away.
Most powerful. Police generally do not testify against each other. And when you have a situation like this where a number of police officers testify, this is something that jurors can very much focus in on and understand that officers will not be testifying against them unless there was something wrong and they violated the policies and the training that took place. So to me, this is the most critical piece of evidence that the prosecution has put on to at least show that this is not an imaginary position that they're taking, that police in the department and the training all understood that this was wrong. So this is powerful evidence for the jurors.
Lieutenant Zimmerman also took on one point that the defense has already been trying to make, right? They've been trying to say the crowd posed a threat. It was distracting. The officers felt threatened by the people who were standing there watching. Here's what Zimmerman said about that.
No, it doesn't matter, the crowd, as long as they're not attacking the crowd really doesn't, shouldn't have an impact on your actions.
I'm sure he did.
How big of a blow was his willingness to say that?
What was his name? Hester?
That's pretty critical, and what we know from the defense, pretty much every witness that he has cross-examined, he's tried to make this big deal about this unruly crowd. Basically want to conjure up images of a mob room. Some people believe it's...
Oopsie. Sorry, dude.
He went after Mr. Williams, trying to get Mr. Williams to admit that he was a quote-unquote angry black man. But the points aren't resonating, I don't think, for jurors. A couple of reasons. One, if the crowd was so out of control, why would you...
Come on, man. What the fuck?
Never heard any
horse?
Call their dispatch and ask for backup. Two would be...
Okay, let me not blame them horse for this shit.
Pretty much turn your backs on this so-called...
Drinking horsing is not good, bro.
Into the ambulance. So the argument about the crowd, we heard Zimmerman say it doesn't matter about the crowd, that the crowd was not attacking these officers. So I think that was a piece of deadly testimony.
So John, Lieutenant Zimmerman said he has never been trained to kneel in the maximum position, right? Which was the situation for George. It's interesting here, and I want to play this and analyze it, because the defense responded to that. They said that Chauvin actually was on Floyd's shoulder, not his neck. Listen to this.
It would be consistent with the Minneapolis Police Department training you've received to place your knee across the shoulder to the base of the neck.
Please tell me you didn't give him any money.
Of course I did.
I don't know
charitable donations.
part of your question was handcuffing. Trying to put the knee on the shoulder.
Okay, John, so not possibly significant. He's saying we have been trained to put the knee on the shoulder. Now, we asked former Washington, D.C. Police Chief Charles Ramsey, what he thought about that. Now, he agreed that having a knee on the shoulder would not be problematic, but he says it's clear to him looking at the video that Chauvin did have a knee on Floyd's neck itself. What do you make of this defense, John? Is this something that the
Fuck your daddy.
will be able to make hay of?
He's a good father.
Don't my girl.
Figure out from the physical point of view, they got to get the knee as close to the back and off the neck as they can. And so if they put it on the back, that's an indication that, well, he really wasn't on the knee, it wasn't on the neck, and therefore not a serious position. But I think that everyone can see, if you look at the video, and you look at what the
apples
testified to, he was clearly on the back of the neck. Now, the defense counsel has to do what he can in order to try to create some doubt that he really wasn't on the neck, because that is a serious issue, and all the police people will testify that that's not a proper procedure. And so to the extent it's not a proper procedure, you have to neutralize that as best you can by shifting it away to another aspect of the body. I've seen the cases where we had it on the neck and on the back, and I know the back is okay, but the neck isn't, and you can't do either one of them very long.
Which is, and it's interesting that the defense, the way they phrased the question was there training to place your knee across the shoulder to the base of the neck? To your point, John, they're trying to put it down by millimeters to try to get rid of that problem. All right, Ariva, we are now going to hear, we're expecting to hear next week testimony. We don't know for security reasons who, on what day, et cetera, yet, but we do expect to hear from one of the most high-profile witnesses, from the Minneapolis Police Chief, Arredondo. Now, the chief surprised a lot of people last summer, releasing a statement that read in part, Chauvin knew what he was doing. This was murder. It wasn't a lack of training. So what is the impact of this? I mean, does this, we obviously know where the chief's going to go. Does that help, or does that kind of hurt credibility with the jury that this decision had been made and resigned so much earlier?
Wouldn't know sadness if it
Well, I
died
think
in
it's
his
going to be
bed.
very powerful testimony for the jurors to hear that the highest-ranking individual in this police department, the chief, made a determination that this was murder. And as John has said, it's very unusual for police officers to testify against other officers, and particularly in this case, to come out even before the trial and state that the conduct of this officer was unreasonable. We can expect the defense to try to go after the chief, to try to raise issues about credibility, to raise issues about motive. We heard him do a little of that today with Lieutenant Zimmerman, trying to go after this notion that he had made decisions without having the totality of the evidence. So we can expect him to take the same approach with the chief to say, look, you came to this conclusion, but there hadn't been a full investigation at the time that this letter or your statement was made. Again, though, if you're a juror and you see the chief of police officer come and testify to say that this was unreasonable force, that's going to be a big blow to the defense's case.
So, thanks so much. I appreciate your time. Great, John.
Thanks, Amy.
And next, Major League Baseball playing hardball over Georgia's new and controversial voting law. Plus, the new jobs report crushes expectations, which is great news. Could it also be a sign that the economy
Feel
could
like the luckiest man alive. Feel like a fool.
Pretty much. Damn right.
I trust I will not make a god-awful fool of myself once more.
Yes, you will.
Somehow I imagine I shall.
Mm-hmm.
Farther. Faster. Go wild. Ride together into that wild world. Leave no mile unturned. And leave a trail of stories in your wake. It's time now. To go.
Did you know that one of your biggest impacts on the environment is your electricity use? With Arcadia, dishwashing champions, TV bingers, gamers, AC addicts, regular DJs, you can make a positive impact without having to change how you use it. By paying for solar instead of coal power. There's no difference in your electricity service or power strength. And it takes
That was funny.
2 minutes to sign up. Join a local community solar project through Arcadia, go solar, and enjoy your electricity. Get free.
What if this spring the garden center came to you? Plants in their prime, potted and ready to go. Plants you're looking at, plants for hiding in, plants for cooking with. Tools and essentials too. Guidance, game plans, indoor, outdoor, straight to your door. Bloomscape. Free shipping on orders over $75.
If you've struggled or been embarrassed to get help for erectile dysfunction, don't wait any longer. Get help fast with Lemonade Health. Answer a few health questions from our medical staff, who can send medication right to your door so you can get better quickly. Install the app today.
Who's there? It's me.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her, who she's serving now. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
Did you know that one of your biggest impacts on the environment is your electricity use? With Arcadia, dishwashing champions, TV bingers, gamers, AC addicts, living room DJs, you can make a positive impact without having to change how you use it by paying for solar instead of coal power. There's no difference in your electricity service or power strength, and it takes only 2 minutes to sign up. Join a local community solar project through Arcadia, go solar, and enjoy your electricity guilt-free.
Help your neighbors in need with Feeding America.
Life is sometimes hard. Sometimes we don't have as much. The food bank is a place where my family gets help getting food.
It's a matter of facts. I want to know, are you going to stop my loved ones from dying? That's just not the kind of leadership we need right now. How much more can Americans take?
You're seeing Tonight with Don Lemon, weeknights at 10.
What did he say? Mary Beth overheard something about a train full of wealthy folk.
Going down through Scarlet Meadows, just south of the state border?
Yes.
You go with it?
I ain't even sure about doing it.
Come on. At night, not too guarded, it's perfect.
I ain't thought it through. Stopping a train, pain in the ass.
Sure. But what if you force a train to stop?
Well, of course.
You get a wagon.
Tonight, Major League Baseball announcing it's moving this season's All-Star Game and MLB draft out of Atlanta, Georgia. The reason is the state's new law on voting. The league saying in a statement, quote, Major League Baseball fundamentally supports voting rights for all Americans and opposes restrictions to the ballot box. Fair access to voting continues to have our game's unwavering support.
I think that's the first
Leaders
time
from
you
more than
ever
100
had one of
companies,
them.
including Target, Snapchat, and Uber, issued a public statement today opposing any measures that deny
Never have
eligible
half his
voters' right
brains
to
eaten
cast
by a
ballots.
wolf and end up
Right now,
more
the president
intelligent.
and CEO of the NAACP, Derek Johnson.
Need ammunition,
I
guns,
appreciate your
real
time.
frightening,
The
and
PGA says they're going to stick with their plan just a moment ago, but the MLB coming out and saying this caught everyone's attention. It's a significant headline. How consequential do you think this decision is?
We're always heading into that refinery.
Well, I commend the Commissioner of Regional Baseball and all the team owners for stepping up in this moment to protect our democracy. You know, Republicans have to understand, particularly those in Georgia, you cannot steal your way through elections. You cannot suppress votes. This is not 1930. And corporate America should not tolerate our undermining and subverting our democracy. So I commend Major League Baseball and all of the corporations who are stepping up in this moment.
So let me ask you about, sort of from two sides of questions here. One, from Democratic Georgia State Representative Carrie Anulowicz, and she tweeted, quote, I'm intensely frustrated by the MLB decision today. I'm also intensely frustrated by our GOP leadership here in Georgia. I hope other major events don't leave Georgia. This only hurts working Georgians. So what do you think at this point? I mean, there are people in Georgia who rely on jobs from something like these MLB events who, of course, now will lose that. Does she have a point?
Exactly. But when you take the right to vote from working Georgians, that's what hurt more than anything else. Entertainment, business activity is the outcome of our democracy, and our democracy must be protected, and it only can be
protected if we have a true representative democracy where people participate. So at the end of the day, what hurts working class Georgians more than anything else is a subverting of democracy. Individuals trying to steal elections, control outcomes, and suppress votes. That's what hurts more than anything else.
So I wanted to read from you just an excerpt from the Georgia Governor Brian Kemp's statement. I know you've seen it, but just so for our viewers, President, here's the quoted part of it. Georgians and all Americans should fully understand what the MLB's knee-jerk decision means. Cancel culture and woke political activists are coming for every aspect of your life, sports included. The attack on our state is the direct result of repeated lies from Joe Biden and Stacey Abrams about a bill that expands access to the ballot box and ensures the integrity of our elections. What do you say to Governor Kemp?
Governor Kemp participated in the attempted theft of the rights of Georgians to vote. You cannot have an inverted argument and blame those that are standing up for justice. And in fact, there was nothing that my close friend Stacey Abrams did, President Biden did. This was the activities of the legislative body of Georgia and signed by the governor. Honor our Constitution, be true patriots, play the process in a way in which everyone should be able to participate. We fight wars to ensure democracy abroad. We should fight here to ensure democracy for the citizens in this country and citizens of the state of Georgia.
So Governor Kemp has, over the past few days, given examples of things in the bill that he says are being purposefully ignored. So, for example, yesterday he said Biden should look at Georgia's voting laws side by side with Biden's home state of Delaware. And then Kemp went on to compare the two. He said Georgia has no excuse absentee voting. Delaware does not. Kemp noted Georgia allows drop boxes, limited, yes, but Delaware doesn't have them at all. They did have them in the 2020 pandemic. Unclear if that will continue. There's nothing in their law. What do you say to Kemp's points here where he's saying, look, this is just deeply unfair?
This is about the state of Georgia, not any of the other 49 states. He should focus on being governor of Georgia, making sure the Constitution is upheld and allow all citizens to fully participate without suppressing votes. What was wrong with the November election other than it turned out differently than he wanted to? There is no evidence of fraud. There is no evidence of a problem. We had a system that was carried out in November. 3 counting of the ballots all came up the same. Stop tampering with the outcome of the election by trying to fix the vote before the election takes place. Stand up as a governor and represent all of the state, not some of the people.
All right. President Johnson, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And tonight, a blowout jobs report. In March, employers added 916,000 jobs. That is a huge number. It's the biggest since August, and it's way more than economists had expected, right? They only expected 647,000. So that is just an unbelievable trouncing of expectations. And the unemployment rate also went down to 6%. It's a massive surge. It should be celebrated. Context does matter, though. The U.S. still has 8.4 million fewer jobs than it did pre-pandemic, right? So there's still a hole to climb out of. Still, economists at Oxford Economics say the report, quote, marked the start of a hiring spree, that with more people getting vaccinated, more reopenings, and significant fiscal expansion, we could see booming economic activity in the spring and summer. However, with so many jobs being added so quickly, and at least $2 trillion in additional stimulus on the way, much of it in the form of direct payments, there are, of course, still concerns that the economy could overheat. All right, out front next, we take you inside the struggle to vaccinate the homeless, who are now at a greater risk of contracting coronavirus. Plus, what it's like for many Black Americans who are seeing George Floyd's graphic arrest again and again and again during the Derek Chauvin trial.
To have to relive this again, it was a high-tech lynching.
Where you been now, Coffee's boiling now, Patsy. I found with 10 minutes on
Mommy! I think it's exciting, honestly, that some of the scientists coming out and saying that you can feed beef earlier to kids. They can actually start eating beef a lot earlier than you think. Juju has been eating beef since 7 months old, I think.
Right around 6 months, 5, 6 months.
At first it was just brownies and purees, and now he's on steak.
what they're saying? Not much.
What are my stats? Not those. Okay. The stuff I control. Well, my investments are tracking out. My mortgage will be paid off in 12 years. And I know exactly how much I spend a month. $940 on food. Got a $2,600 on the house and car. Oh, and I'm retiring at 61. My wife says I'm a catch. Know your stats and track your finances with Quicken. Try risk-free for 30 days.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Hamilton in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus,
Tokyo, Moscow, Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Source it before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
At CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters, famine, and war. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's Impacted World can help reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes when you give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact your world.
We need power. The world needs help. In these times which we are max helplay, really picture the team. Great news that CNN is there.
The crackdown inside Belarus has significantly worsened.
Do you know who these children are? Have you seen them before?
We were looking for the lost Uyghur children of Xinjiang.
What brought you to the clinic here today? This is part of a campaign against the women of Tigray.
Another brutal day for Brazil, more than 3,000 deaths from the virus. People feel compelled to make this dark, perilous journey. China is not happy with this reporting.
Then you jump him, okay? What kind of distraction?
When news happens, anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation into a peaceful protest turned deadly.
They heard an explosion. There was an exchange of gunfire. Growing concern here, imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's now robbing many of even a minimum income.
This family, $3 per month.
The country's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
We'll see if you have anything to say. Was it your team that poisoned the family? Saying that fully vaccinated people can travel. Still, they say travel isn't advised at this time due to rising case numbers. More than 100 million Americans have received at least one COVID vaccine dose so far, which is nearly 41% of the U.S. population. There's a large group of people that medical professionals are concerned about not getting access to vaccines. Homeless.
It is squalor beyond imagination. 40-year-old Kishnu Corby showing us the abandoned car he's been living in for the past 5 years on the streets of Oakland. Dead rats littering this encampment. With the unsanitary conditions and sporadic mass use, encampments like this have been brought for the spread of COVID.
We really seen COVID infiltrate into this population that's so marginalized from society.
But the trend lines may be changing, thanks to programs like this one bringing vaccine doses directly to the streets and those experiencing homelessness. There's a lot living over there. Remember your group. 66-year-old Terry Click jumped at the chance for a shot.
I read 2 newspapers every day. I read tabs.
We flip the medical paradigm on its head. We essentially bring care directly to people instead of waiting for people care. Audrey, go ahead and do some paperwork with you.
Dr. Jason King is a street medicine doctor. His organization, Lifelong Medical Care, has a health clinic on wheels to provide the life-saving doses. Not everyone says yes.
Maybe next week.
Hesitancy can be common.
I get a hard drive from friends, family, who used to hear about illness or other things. People have great mistrust of systems in general, and medical fits into that paradigm.
First I was against it, but I guess when I learn more about it, I guess I'm doing the right thing.
27-year-old Portia Jones, a mother of two, is getting the one-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
That's it. That's it.
It's now used exclusively in the mobile clinic.
Us being able to find people a second time can be quite complicated, or get the second dose on time can actually be really complicated.
Beginning March 15th, California included those experiencing homelessness as eligible to get the vaccine. Nationally, the picture is mixed. According to the National Academy for State Health Policy, at least 31 states and Washington, D.C. are now vaccinating the unsheltered, or all adults in general.
Many states have discretion, and they have really pushed people experiencing homelessness pretty far down the chain. From a public health point of view, that is not good.
In many cases, though, cities and counties make their own decisions. Back in Oakland, Ishmu Kordi says he's grateful now to be fully vaccinated.
We're not worthless. A lot of people think we're worthless, but we were somewhere before we came here.
Now, there are no reliable statistics on how many people experiencing homelessness have died of COVID, but a recent UCLA study found that homeless people across the country who did contract COVID-19 were 30% more likely to die than the general population. Another reason why advocates say it's so important to have programs like the one-week profile with medical staff meeting people where they are and giving those shots right on the spot. Aaron.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. It's incredible to see doctors like that out there doing that every day. Next, the images and the final words of George Floyd. They have been played over and over again. For some Black Americans, they're taking a major toll.
From the time he was 5, Ryan Newman believed two things. He could drive and he could win. Driver of the year, Daytona, Brickyard. But my man still hasn't won the cup. That's okay, because he still believes he will. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
Applebee's Irresistibles are back. Again for just $8.99. That's even good in the neighborhood.
Sounds good. At the UPS store, can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Everything for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
What kind of dog do you have? Find out with an Embark Dog DNA Kit. Test for over 350 breeds. Reveal their family tree. And screen for over 200 genetic health risks. EmbarkVet.com.
Dad, it's a video call. Hold the phone in front of you. Get mom.
Power E-Trade gives you an award-winning app with 24/7 support when you need it the most. Don't get mad. Get E-Trade and start trading today. At Fashion Pal, we buy and sell ultra-luxury handbags.
Come on, man.
luxury brands are not only the most expensive and sought after, but they're the most highly counterfeited. Authentication is a science, and we've taken a
Yeah, I know.
careful, strategic, and carefully calculated approach to ensure that each and every item we sell is authentic, and we guarantee that authenticity for a lifetime.
At Ollie, we want to get to know your best friend as well as you do. No two pups are the same, and neither is Mealtime, because it's our mission to deliver healthy, personalized, better tasting food. Ollie customizes meals with fresh, wholesome ingredients that are perfectly portioned according to your pup's needs. Then, we deliver it right to your door. Get 50% off your first box at myollie.com today and find out why we're all the rage. You know, with the pups.
Tonight, Americans across the country have been tuning into the Derek Chauvin trial. Black Americans who are hearing the testimony and seeing the video show the kneeling on George Floyd, though the trial is bringing back feelings of outrage and pain. Ryan Young is out front.
It's been heartbreaking. It's traumatic, and it's very painful. As the nation watches George Floyd's final moments play out once again, it's an emotional moment, especially for the black community.
All of black America is in post-traumatic stress. To have to relive this again, it was a high-tech lynching.
We all remember what it was like last year when we saw George Floyd being killed by a police officer in the middle of the day in front of everybody.
The video of Floyd under the weight of Derek Chauvin's knee has replayed throughout the trial this week from multiple angles. Witnesses described their sadness on the stand. Courtney Ross, the girlfriend of George Floyd, cried through her testimony. One of the most gripping testimonies was 61-year-old Charles McMillan, who broke down after seeing the body cam footage. It was a moment that stuck with Sandra Williams.
To see him break down on the stand, I think all of us cried. When I watched it, I cried. I got a call from my young son that's in medical school. He was upset because we know what that means. Our lives have no value.
Georgia State Representative Renita Shannon says hearing the testimony has been heartbreaking.
We saw, adults break down crying because they had to witness the murder, and now they're being re-traumatized.
The trial has been trending on social media with reaction from across the country. For some, watching the trial hasn't just elicited an emotional response, but a physical response as well.
It is so emotionally draining. It's almost, I want to say a form of PTSD almost, because I find myself having heart palpitations. I find myself thinking about personal things that my family has went through.
And there's a collective concern within the community for how this may all play out.
We never got justice for Trayvon Martin, for Michael Brown, for Freddie Gray, for Sandra Bland. So we're praying that this will be the exception to the rule.
But those in the black community hope the trial can be a moment of healing for all of us.
All too often, our Anglo-Saxon community, our white community is silent when it comes to a situation like this. If we're going to build a better America, we've got to stand together on situations of injustice.
Aaron, this continues to be a tough week for a lot of people when it comes to this trial. Online, people actually started sort of support groups to make sure that people got sort of the advice they needed to take a break from the intensity, the emotions that were kind of spewing all over the place. But there's a large group of people who feel like they have to watch every part of this because they want to make sure they're documenting history and seeing how the justice system works. Aaron?
All right, Ryan, thank you very much for the powerful report. And thanks so much to all of you. Don't forget you can watch Out Front anytime, anywhere. You just have to go to CNN Go for those who celebrate Easter. Please enjoy this weekend. CNN Tonight with Don Lemon starts now.
I'm Don Lemon. This is CNN Tonight. Thank you so much for joining. Chris is off, and there's a lot of news going on, so we're getting a little bit started. Started a little bit early because of the breaking news and the deadly attack on the United States Capitol that we need to report to you. So again, a lot going on. Once again, the center of our democracy became a bullseye, really, less than 90 days after the attempted coup. This time, a car attack by a deranged, knife-wielding man. And once again, the United States Capitol Police officer is dead after trying to protect the legislative branch of our elected government. William Billy Evans was an 18-year veteran of the force, and we've got all the new details on all of this for you. We're following major developments also in the Derek Chauvin murder trial for George Floyd's death. Today's testimony from one of Chauvin's former law enforcement colleagues could be devastating to his defense. And as Congressman Matt Gaetz faces growing questions about his alleged sexual relationships with young women, including a 17-year-old, and whether campaign funds may have been involved, a key member of his own staff quits. But I want to start with what's going on in Capitol Hill. And Jessica Dean is here. She was there.
The United States Capitol on high alert again, as another attack left one Capitol police officer dead and another injured.
The suspect rammed his car into two of our officers.
A 25-year-old suspect this incident barricaded the Capitol building, striking two officers before exiting that vehicle and charging at the officers with a knife.
That's not how you go about it.
Lunging toward U.S. Capitol police officers, at which time U.S. Capitol police officers fired upon the suspect.
A law enforcement official telling CNN one officer was stabbed.
It is with a very, very heavy heart that I announce one of our officers has succumbed to his injuries.
William Billy Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force, is the second Capitol police officer to die on duty in just the last 3 months. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling him a, quote, martyr for our democracy, and President Biden ordering flags at the White House to be lowered at this afternoon's attack bringing back memories of the January 6th insurrection, just as security measures were ramping down, fences being removed around the Capitol.
What it shows is that there are people out there that want to hurt us. And so we got to do more and we got to do better.
And we just learned that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did speak with Officer Evans' family earlier tonight to express her condolences and heartbrokenness over what has happened. We also know that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has spoken with Officer Evans' family. And Don, at this point, all of congressional leadership has expressed prayers. Just everyone is simply devastated that this has happened. It is happening just with these wounds still so fresh from January 6th, with this heaviness that still exists here. And there are so many heartbroken people here on Capitol Hill tonight.
Heartbreak, good way to describe it, Jessica. Thank you so much. I appreciate your report. Senior Justice Correspondent Evan Perez and our correspondent team as well. Gentlemen, good evening to you, Evan. You first. You've been digging into the suspect and his disturbing social media presence. What are you learning?
Well, Don, this is a very disturbing portrait that we're getting from some of the Facebook and Instagram posts that this man, Nathan Green, posted, including some postings that were made just under 2 hours before he carried out this attack, before he was shot and killed there at the U.S. Capitol. One of them that he posted, he talks about, he says, I have suffered multiple home break-ins, food poisonings, assaults, unauthorized operations in the hospital, and mind control. There's another one, he's posting a meme where he has a caption that says, the U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people. He describes that he became a follower of Mr. Louis Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam leader, and you can see in some of the posts that he describes that he believes the FBI and the CIA were behind some of his afflictions, reasons why he said he lost his job, had been unemployed recently.
Come on! I was out of there.
Remind here, after the January 6th riots and the insurrection, this is one of the things that worried law enforcement was that when people saw what happened that day, the ability of people to sack the building, that there might be people at home watching, maybe disturbed, who decide that they want to try something like that. And again, that's one of the things that is being looked at right now.
Peter, I want to bring you in because you're at George Washington University Hospital, where officers from the Capitol Police and Metropolitan Police paid their respects for Officer William Evans with a procession earlier. There it is on your screen now. What was that like?
The sad and powerful procession for Officer Billy Evans done. Right here in front of George Washington University Hospital, it was really
hard to spot someone who wasn't a police officer. Not only U.S. Capitol Police, but the U.S. Park Police, U.S. Secret Service, the Metropolitan Washington Police Department was here, and it was really hard to spot somebody who did not have a dry eye. Not only did the hospital staff come out on the street from inside the hospital to pay their respects to Officer Evans, but also I saw one lone U.S. Capitol Police officer standing in a solemn salute at the top of 23rd Street here as that procession left. I also saw the head of the Metropolitan Washington Police Department, Robert Conti, hugging other police officers here. And after that procession left, we were able to get a glimpse into the fact that this was also a bit of a crime scene. There was crime scene tape blocking the front of the ambulance bay here in front of the emergency department. Beyond that, you can see a U.S. Capitol Police cruiser being inspected by homicide detectives from the D.C. Police Department. They were going over that with latex gloves. They were photographed in that cruiser. Still not totally clear how that will play into this investigation here. What is clear, though, just yet another line-of-duty death for the U.S. Capitol Police Department in only a few short months of 2021.
Do we know, perhaps, did they bring the officer to the hospital in the police cruiser, perhaps, or do we know anything like that, Steve?
We still have to wait to see that play out, Don. We know that
may be the reason that they were going over. That may be the reason that they were going over the police.
It may be a reason, and if they were driving here, it would have been a harrowing drive. It's a few miles away, but even in D.C. traffic, it's particularly hard to do, especially during the peak of the Cherry Blossom Festival here. There's a lot.
What the hell?
That would be a particularly hard feat to pull off.
Right on. There's another Capitol Police officer injured in this attack, Pete. What are you hearing about his condition?
Well, we're hearing maybe a bit of welcome good news on that today. We know that other officer is now in stable and non-life-threatening condition. So maybe a glimmer of good news on an otherwise pretty dark day for the U.S. Capitol Police Department.
Evan, another question to you. Investigators, what are they doing right now to try to determine, because earlier they said, well, we don't think that it's terrorism in the traditional sense, but I mean, that was pretty early on. What do we know now?
Right, it was a surprising thing to come so early. And I know that one of the things they're doing is, they're trying to talk to family members, friends, people who may have seen him in the last few days.
Okay.
One of the things they are
I'm gonna try the smart way.
Bottom of is whether there was any political motivation. He talks about how the U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people, so that enters into the picture. Was that the reason why he came here, the seat of the federal government? And so they're still working to determine whether terrorism or anything else, what else was part of it, or if it's a mix of motivations, including, of course, a clearly disturbed, mentally disturbed person who made these postings that we just talked about.
Well, listen, we've had that before. I've covered stories where people have driven their cars into barricades in Washington at the Capitol and so on. But this one, unfortunately, resulted in the death of an officer and the individual, but also just a month or so, just a little bit over a month after that Capitol insurrection. It just adds insult to injury here.
It really does. It really does. And I think that you can tell from just from what you can see, what the scene that Pete described. These are officers who have suffered so much in the last couple of months in their family. Obviously, this is a family of officers. You have Officer Sicknick who died just shortly after the insurrection. You have another officer, the Capitol Police officer who took his own life. His name is Howard Liebengood. I heard from his family today. They wanted to make sure that people remembered that he suffered also, and there were so many others who were hurting. One officer turned in her gun because she was afraid she was going to harm herself. Don, there's also another Metropolitan Police officer who took his own life. So clearly a lot of hurt for the officers who endured so much on that day. Hours and hours battling those people who are trying to harm the members of Congress. I think.
A lot of suffering going on in the country right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Evan and Pete. We got much more on today's attack on the Capitol.
Let it come to you, baby.
Yeah, special agent tell us what investigators should be looking into. That's next.
Hey guys, hi there. Welcome to him.
Should have done it years ago, and I feel like the young stud that I always imagined I was.
Outstanding product. Looks above and beyond our expectations.
This has been a life changer, even in just a few weeks.
Featured in GQ, Playboy, and Men's Health. Find out what all the buzz is about. Go to forhim.com/ED and get started with a free online visit. What if this spring the garden center came to you? Plants in their prime, potted and ready to go. Plants for looking at, plants for hiding in, plants for cooking with. Tools and essentials too. Guidance, game plans, indoor, outdoor, straight to your door. Bloomscape, free shipping on orders over $75.
First Leaf Wine Club is the best way for you to discover your new favorite wines delivered straight to your door. It's super easy to skip and schedule deliveries. Take a short quiz, rate the wines you try, and every box gets better based on your input. First Leaf takes your feedback and millions of customer ratings to best predict the wines you'll love, with over 98% accuracy. Each box of First Leaf wine is made just for you. Join today and get your first 6 wines for just $39.95.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Hamilton in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London, Damascus, Tokyo, Moscow.
Go international anytime.
Of course.
From selected devices. Stream it live.
Of course.
Before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
That usually happens when I'm online. You get exactly where you need to go.
That was easy. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
From the time he was 5, Ryan Newman believed 2 things. He could drive, and he could win. Driver of the year, Daytona, Brickyard. But my man still hasn't won the cup. That's okay, because he still believes he will. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
At CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters, famine, and war. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's Impact Your World can help. Reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes. You give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact Your World.
Steve and Dave use eToro to trade cryptocurrencies. Steve has a watch list for promising breakout coins. Dave has a watch list too. So why is Dave just as good a trader as Steve? It's because Dave used eToro's copy trader to automatically replicate Steve's trading activity. Whenever Steve makes a trade, Dave does too. Trade like a Steve with eToro, the world's leading social trading platform.
John Cena and Nicole Byer host. All new episodes of Wipeout Thursdays at 9 on TBS.
Lights right now at the White House and at the United States Capitol at half staff. After another deadly attack on the Capitol in less than 3 months, the acting Capitol Police Chief leading a force still dealing with the grief and trauma from January 6th, now having to announce another officer's death while on duty.
2 U.S. Capitol police officers were transported to 2 different hospitals, and it is with a very, very heavy heart that I announce one of our officers has succumbed to his injuries.
That officer was William Billy Evans, a member of the Capitol Police Force for 18 years. Joining me now to discuss former Capitol Police Officer Butch Jones and former FBI Special Agent Asha Rangappa. Good evening to both of you. Officer Jones, 2 deadly attacks in the U.S. Capitol now for a couple months. It's an unthinkable tragedy. If the officers didn't stop the attack today, this really could have been a whole lot worse.
Yes, sir. It could have been a lot worse, you know, for the officers to stand out and protect the
Capitol and the staff who was there. It's a tremendous job, and it's a terrible loss.
As someone who is, talk to me about what they're feeling, someone who knows what happened to an officer when one of your fellow officers is lost in the line of duty. What are the men and women they're dealing with now?
They're dealing with a very heavy heart. You know, in 1998, when we lost 2 officers, it was a very sad day. You know, when you lose a brother and a sister, it's hard to cope with. But luckily, they have each other, and that's what makes it seem better, if I can say it like that, because everybody feels the same.
I want you to take a listen to what we heard. This is from retired Lieutenant General Russell Honore, who led a review of security at the Capitol in the wake of January 6th. Here it is.
Many members challenged the recommendations, some of the recommendations we made in terms of barriers that need and hardening of the Capitol while keeping the Capitol open to the public. And the challenge was, they would tell me, hey, we've gone to the skiff, General, we're not seeing any threats to the Capitol. You got to accept the fact that 24/7, the Capitol is a threat to domestic, foreign, and criminals who might want to attack the center of our leadership of the United States.
Officer Jones, how vulnerable is our Capitol right now?
The Capitol is very vulnerable, and the sad part about it is no one is being held accountable. Starting with January 6th, because no one's held accountable. 45 was not dealt with in citing a ride. The Capitol is very vulnerable, and I look for it to happen again.
Do you think it'll happen again?
Yes, sir. Unless we take responsibility of what's going on. And we have not taken responsibility. Members of Congress have not taken responsibility. And somebody has to do something besides Capitol.
What do you mean responsibility for what's going on? Tell me about that.
Well, you know, this is the way I feel. If you are having members of Congress, Senate and Congressmen say that the voting was a fraud with no proof. You had the president say, former president say, come down to the Capitol and raise hell. And nobody's being dealt with. You know, they talk about Capitol Police, and they making Capitol Police seem like, yes, they wasn't prepared for the multitude of people they had. But I still believe in my heart that it was beyond the paycheck of Capitol Police, and some of this was allowed, and nobody has been held responsible. And until then, I think this can happen again and again.
We're fortunate to have your insight on this. Asha, let me bring you in. You know the FBI. What's going on behind the scenes right now in this investigation?
The FBI right now would be assisting the Metropolitan Police in looking at, I think, primarily uncovering the motive behind this particular attack. I was a little surprised when officials said that they were, it didn't appear to have any connection to terrorism, which may be true, but that is really determined by the motivation behind it. In the case of international terrorism, if it was inspired by or associated with a foreign terrorist organization, or domestically, if it is, inspired by an ideology, a political ideology, racial, religious. And the only way that you really uncover that is by, for example, uncovering a person's digital footprint, talking to the people around them.
I'd like to talk to you about your Wild West
law enforcement, FBI will want to see whether there was any coordination or planning behind this, just because that will give an indication that there might be something else coming, or if this was just a attack.
Get inside. I'll tell him you're gone.
Ain't had any scavengers. Yeah, it was just me against Sam. That'd be a waste of time and no drug list.
Well,
always been a
you know what I can do.
Just like things and powers were to the foreign terrorists. But what January 6th did is really put it in the public eye. day to day because we were covering that story. And so I do think that it will channel people's grievances driven by a number of different motivations, just because it'll be in their consciousness. And I think especially when those grievances have to do with dissatisfaction or mistrust in the government, conspiracy theories involving the government, it's a highly visible target against the failure frustration. I think the challenge of the Capitol is that precisely because it is a symbol and seat of our democracy, how do we protect it while at the same time not making it into a fortress? Because, the symbolism is important for our country, but we also need to find ways to understand that. I agree with the panel that I think that we will see attacks against this target.
I'm just wondering what, because boxes are everything, what they need in the wake of this, especially the office, that was so wonderful. We had a Capitol police officer, a police officer, dying by suicide after the January 6th insurrection. And I know several officers are dealing with post-traumatic stress. I know they're holding up this time. They're just sort of saying, what do they need right now in order to be better and to do better in their jobs and in their personal lives as well?
I say the members of Congress going to have to be more understanding to the point where the pandemic, you have shortage of men, they're working long hours, so you have to provide for Capitol Police. Capitol Police is there every day. They have not failed Congress, and Congress needs to step up and protect Capitol Police, hire more men, hire the horses, hire the dogs, whatever's necessary. They want to be protected, they got to pay for it.
So, I gotta ask you one thing.
Tell me about your
Because
Wild West days,
we love having Asha's a member of the family. So that goes without saying, her insight and wisdom are very valuable.
The only running he did was away from the fight. That's about the end
like
of it.
I want to know, since this insurrection, and since what's happened now, is there anything, what do you want America to know? What do you want our leaders to know right now?
The ones of us that lived that life, we was too busy being scared for our scalp to talk to no newspaper writers or...
We are not respectable. We call each other names. I served under a lot of members of Congress.
Same as now, I guess.
Some of the old guys, and even though they were Republicans and Democrats, they respected one another. And when you have destruction from the top, it trickles down all the way down. So Congress has to be challenged that they have to do their job, and they're not doing their job. And they're leaving everybody else vulnerable.
How do you want me? Like this?
Officer Butch Jones. Thank you. Really appreciate your honesty. Thank you so much. Asha, thank you as well. And we'll see you. We'll see you soon. Officer Jones, please come back. We'd love to speak with you more. I know more of your how you feel about this. Thank you. Thank you. Minneapolis police taking a stand in the Chauvin trial today, and you've got to hear what they have to say about Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck for over 9 minutes.
Hi, Warren Botke, PGA Master Professional, here at PGA National Resort and Spa. I'm here on the 13th hole of the Fazio Golf Course to talk.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Hamilton in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth, Birmingham, Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London, Tokyo, Moscow,
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Was all-wheel drive engaged on that? Let's do it. Quattro all-wheel drive. There's nothing like it.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation into a peaceful protest turned deadly.
They heard an explosion. There was an exchange of gunfire. Growing concern here, imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's now hurting many of even a minimum income.
This family, $3 per month. The country's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
We're going to go see if he has any concern. Was it your team that poisoned the family?
Start each new day with Allison Camerata.
Hold on a second, Mr. Mayor. Can we get some facts about it?
And John Berman.
A crisis situation overnight.
For the most news in the morning. New day, weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on CNN.
At American Sale, we are known for having the best selection of pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for outdoor fun. More importantly, it's the quality of the products we sell. And our product experts can answer any of your questions. And right now, you can save up to 50%, and we'll pay your sales tax. Or get 0% financing, and no price guarantee. At American Sale, we're open, so come visit us, or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home. From the time he was 5, Ryan Newman believed two things. He could drive, and he could win. Driver of the Year, Daytona, Brickyard. But my man still hasn't won the cup. That's okay, because he still believes he will. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
At CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters, famine, and war. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's impact your role can help. Reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes. You give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact your role.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Damning testimony in the Derek Chauvin trial today. This time, a senior officer in the Minneapolis Police Department reacting to Chauvin's use of force against George Floyd. For 5 days, 14 jurors heard dramatic opening statements, 19 witness testimonies, many of them heart-wrenching, sitting through an onslaught of deeply disturbing videos from every single angle, capturing the last minutes of George Floyd's life. CNN's Omar Jimenez takes us through what we've learned.
I do. The theme of a shortened day 5 of testimony was training.
Have you ever, in all the years you've been working for the Minneapolis Police Department, been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind their back in a prone position?
No, I haven't. That would be the top tier, the deadly force.
Why?
Because of the fact that if your knee is on a person's neck, that can kill him.
35-year veteran Lieutenant Richard Zimmerman, who says he served longer than any other officer in the Minneapolis Police Department, testified to the risks of restraining a suspect the way George Floyd was held.
What is your view of that use of force during the time?
Totally unnecessary. Once a person is cuffed, you need to turn them on their side or have them sit up. You need to get them off their chest. Your muscles are pulling back when you're handcuffed. And if you're laying on your chest, that's constricting your breathing even more.
It was even something former Officer Derek Chauvin was asked about in the moment by former Officer Thomas Lane. During cross-examination, the defense pointing out the differences between a patrol officer and Zimmerman's role as a homicide detective, largely investigative in nature, despite annual defense training.
The frequency with which you have to use higher levels of force as an investigator doesn't happen all that often, right?
Correct.
It would not be in your normal role or job duties to do such a use of force analysis, right?
That's correct.
Zimmerman's testimony comes on the tail end of a week filling in gaps of what happened on May 25th, 2020, including what happened when medical personnel arrived. Painful testimony about what it was like in the moment that day, just steps away from Floyd. An insight to how Derek Chauvin interpreted what had just happened. All of it stemming from an excruciating 9 minutes and 29 seconds of knee to the neck that, according to Friday testimony, should have ended.
I get the skirt when I want.
Hello?
In that time period, you need to provide medical assistance.
What?
Before they
Oh, you on a bitch? So you showing off, nigga? Like, what the fuck? Fuck you, bitch. I ain't on the beach.
The letter read, Derek Chauvin failed as a human and stripped George Floyd of his dignity and life. Zimmerman was the last witness to testify this week.
Look at all these people. It's Corona, people.
Witnesses, it is expected at some point you will hear from current Minneapolis Police Chief Daria Arredondo,
Put my kid's mask on.
And critically, the Hennepin County Marshals.
Come on, thank you so much.
With these people.
Laura's coach is here now. Laura, hello to you. Let's talk about this. Laura's a fellow prosecutor by the host of Laura Coach Show on Sirius XM Radio, where she examines these issues as well. So I encourage you to tune into that. Today's testimony from Lieutenant Zimmerman, the longest-serving officer in the Minneapolis Police Department, saying that Chauvin's use of force was unnecessary. Pouring cold water on Chauvin was just following.
Crowded in the mug, alright.
Testimonies of the defense.
Oh, it was so crucial. He didn't just pour cold water. It blew it out of the water. Remember, up till now, you've had the defense strategy to try to scapegoat the crowd, as if their vocal verbalizations and imploring of the officers to render aid somehow removes the opportunity to perform a duty of care. Then the attempted scapegoating the training. Hey, I'm just following orders here. What you saw here was the establishment of Derek Chauvin as the police persona non grata. Neither or any of the three officers who were testifying wanted to do what you expect to happen, which is, look, this is one of our own, and he was just trying to do the right thing and trying to plant those seeds of benefit of the doubt. You saw an extension of a 10-foot pole, which essentially said, this is not who we are, and creating a clear line in the sand that said, look, officers are able to use force to subdue a suspect, but it transforms to an assault once force is no longer necessary, and you sustain that force in a deadly nature even after the person exhibits signs of death. That's what happened today. It was monumental. It was crushing.
You know, Laura, this week it's been so emotional, right? With the witnesses, really emotional witnesses, there's so much video giving such a dramatic testimony. The country is really riveted. I mean, what are you expecting to see next week?
Well, you know, we're not going to see as much of the emotional, provocative testimony that we'd have from a bystander. I mean, you're only going to have really once in a case's lifetime, if a prosecutor's lifetime, the idea of a 9-year-old testifying in the same way as somebody who's more than half a century old, peers across the board, the people who have seen this thing from 911 dispatchers, who are watching bystanders, off-duty firefighter, EMTs, etc., an MMA fighter. Imagine a traffic accident. How often could you have it where everyone is witnessing the traffic accident says, the light was the same color? This is an ink blot test, and for the first time, everyone saw the same thing. So now you're going to go more into the idea of cause of death, the more technical aspects, the idea of the police training, the idea of toxicology reports, which really is where this case is going to lie, because so far the defense has not had a leg to stand on about whether this force was reasonable. What they have left, and the prosecution must prove, is that the kneeling on the neck was a substantial causal factor in the death. Not the sole cause, it need not be the only thing, but under Minnesota law, you've got to prove that it was a substantial causal factor. To go there, it becomes the battle of the experts.
And you know what, Laura, it's not just the surfacey things like people saying, well, you know, you know, he was high on this, or this happened and that happened. There's a lot of nuance going on that you have to read into exactly what happened, what, you know, we talked about the drugs and how much that was a contributing factor and so on. But really, I haven't seen anything this emotional from a trial on television. I really cannot remember when. I really can't.
No one can, and really, you know, actually, you probably can. The last time you something this emotional on television was when we thought it was an 8-minute and 46-second video.
Right.
Now you know it's 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and now you know what it looked like for all these people. I mean, I go back to being a mother here and imagining my young children going to the store and coming back.
300 is a lot back in the day, bro. What I do, bro?
Having witnessed somebody take their last breath under the knee of who I tell
Is
them.
that for Sean?
I mean, this is the kind of visceral reaction you have. And frankly, if I were the defense counsel in this, that's the very type of testimony that I would have sought carefully to derail. I mean, the idea that we had, in many respects here, long periods of monologues, talking about feelings, talking about the emotions that it evoked, and not having at least, even if they weren't evidentiary, justifiable, or hearsay objection on stand, at least attempting to derail it. It seemed at times that the defense themselves were equally in awe of the testimony and wondering where to go next. Now, I give them that the witnesses, particularly those who I call credibly pure in the sense of what's an angle, what's the agenda of a 9-year-old, what's the agenda of the EMT, what's the agenda of a 911 dispatcher. It's hard to undermine their credibility, but still there's opportunities for the defense to try to at least derail them, throw them off the track in some ways, and they just could not, which is why I say substantial causal factor, that's where they got it from.
Laura, I've been watching you get us through this, and I mean, it's just been invaluable. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For Congressman Matt Gaetz, it has been a week. You know, details of an investigation into possible sex trafficking in an alleged relationship with an underage girl. All of this stuff continues to surface now. A resignation in the staff. I'm going to speak with someone who's been engaged for years. That's next.
My windshield, then recalibrated the camera attached to my glass, so my safety systems still work. Who knew that was a thing? Seaflight has service I can trust.
So what's the deal with this coach? What do you mean? Comes through about this time every day, like I said, the end. I mean,
can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clear skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression.
Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicine and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Heard they took over some big ranch north of here. How the hell you and Lenny end up down here, anyway? Oh, you know how it is? Few loose ends. Drink here, drink there. What loose ends? Nothing that needs to concern you. I always pay my share. It concerns me when you put us in danger and we don't realize till it's too late. Like that move you pulled in Strawberry. Making me kill half the town just for your precious gun.
At American Sail, we're known for having the best selection of pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for outdoor fun. More importantly, it's the quality of the products we sell. Product experts can answer any of your questions. And right now, you can save up to 50% off of your sales tax. Or get 0% financing and get our lowest price guarantee. At American Sail, we're open, so come visit us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
And now to the Matt Gaetz saga that has been unfolding. The spokesperson for Matt Gaetz suddenly leaving his job today with more allegations emerging against his now former boss. The investigation centers on Gaetz' friendship with former Florida tax collector Joel Greenberg. Now, the New York Times is reporting federal investigators believe Greenberg recruited women for sex and that he introduced them, the women who received cash payments to Gaetz, who allegedly had sex with them. Complicated story, but we'll go through it for you. The Times says that it reviewed Apple Pay, Cash App receipts that show that Gaetz made payments to Greenberg, which went to one of the women, and one payment from Greenberg to another woman. Gaetz denies the allegation. So joining me now to discuss Dave Ehrenberg. He is a state attorney in Palm Beach County and who knows Gaetz' father from the time he served in the Florida Senate. And also senior political analyst Kirsten Powers here as well. So listen, there's a lot going on. We're glad that both of you are here. Dave, you have really good knowledge of this, so we're especially grateful that you're here. So talk to us about this. Sex with a 17-year-old girl, sex with women recruited and paid for by his friend Joel Greenberg. And according to the Times, there are receipts of payments from Gaetz to Greenberg to one of the women. If these allegations are true, how much trouble is Matt Gaetz in?
It's good to be with you tonight. Matt Gaetz is in a whole lot of trouble because if it can be proven that he had sex with a 17-year-old girl, then at minimum he's guilty of sexual activity with a minor, a crime that people colloquially known as statutory rape. And in Florida, that's a second-degree felony, punishable with up to 15 years in state prison and registration as a sex offender. But if he was involved in paying for the sex for a girl who was underage, exported or harbored or recruited or enticed to have sex, that would be child sex trafficking. And you would get some life in prison for that. Also, there is no possibility that he could be brought into a conspiracy with Joel Greenberg, who is sitting in jail right now waiting for his own trial for sex trafficking and other things like identity theft and wire fraud. If it can be proven that Gaetz was part of that conspiracy, did someone blow into the conspiracy like go into the office and steal all these fake IDs and apparently there's video evidence that he was there, then Gaetz could get a much more serious penalty than even Joel Greenberg.
Wow. I want to talk about that. Let me just ask you one more thing before we discuss that. He says that he's the victim of an extortion scheme his father worldwide as part of the investigation. He has known Gaetz and his father for years. What's your take on that allegation?
What the hell happened? It went over a cliff? That's not my fault.
You can have both things at the same time. You can be a victim of extortion and at the same time be the perpetrator in a sex trafficking ring. So this is really a smokescreen. Matt is really good at political theater. Remember, he's the guy who led the shutdown of the SCIF, that's that secure room where the members of Congress take depositions. That was during impeachment, and he occupied the SCIF of Republicans with pizza. It was to send the message that Republicans needed to be part of the impeachment process. Of course they were, and it was political Theater. It takes its cues from his mentor, Donald Trump, who's really good at smoke screens and political theater. But it's not working this time because the underlying footage is so bad. And they're trying to pull stuff like that. You saw how that ended. After the interview, Carlson pretty much threw Gates overboard from his own.
Well, even during the interview, I had no idea what you're talking about. To a couple of things that really just stand by this paper. Jared, I want to ask you something. When you talked about, sorry, Dave, I want to ask you about Joel Greenberg. You said that Gates could end up being in more trouble than Joel Greenberg. Is it possible that Joel Greenberg may be rolling or giving information on Matt Gaetz at this point?
Yeah, and that's what I was referring to, because Joel Greenberg now has every incentive to flip, because he now has a bigger fish in the sea, and that's Matt Gaetz. And for Matt, he's looking around, he can't find anyone bigger, which means the biggest fish is him. And Joel Greenberg has every incentive to play Let's Make a Deal, because he violated the terms of his pre-trial release, so he's going to wait in jail until his trial.
Kirsten, thank you for sitting back. And listen, we both learned a lot, so I'm sure you're fine with it. Dave is giving us all sorts of information. So let's talk about that politically. Multiple sources have told CNN that Gaetz showed lawmakers pictures and videos of nude women that he claimed to have slept with on the House floor. Aside from the legal aspect, that in itself, politically, that is a very serious allegation.
Yeah, I mean, it's gross. We'll just start there, but it's just not the kind of behavior that is acceptable behavior from a member of Congress, acceptable behavior on the floor of Congress, at work, and it suggests a certain level of immaturity at best, and the fact that he was so openly bragging about also women being sort of procured for him also is not, it's not a good look, to say the least. It's not illegal, but then when you add in these other legal issues on top of that, then I think, you've got a pretty ugly picture.
Listen, he's,
oh, yeah.
As big an apologist as you can get here. But he has no support from fellow Republicans. Can he keep his seat if these accusations are true? Any of them?
Well, one of his problems is that he is so disliked. So, even without this, what ends up happening is it's reminiscent of people remember that. He was so disliked, and then he has these accusations. So, even if somebody was inclined to say, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, if you're as popular as he is, it's going to be a little bit harder to hang on. And so we have to wait and see how much people are willing to put that out for something that they don't like.
Kirsten, Dave, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Major League Baseball pulling the All-Star game out of Georgia over the state's controversial voting bill. Stay with us.
I think it's exciting, honestly, that some of the finals coming out of the game earlier to kids. They congratulate their teams a lot earlier than we think. Do you know
What is this spring the garden center giving you? Plants in their prime, potted and ready to go. Plants for looking at, plants for hiding in, plants for cooking with. Tools and essentials too. Guidance, game plan, indoor, outdoor, straight to your door. Bloomscape. Life gathers around plants.
People feel compelled to make this dark, perilous journey China is not happy with.
risk reporting.
At CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters, famine, and war. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's Impact Your World connect. Reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes when you give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact Your World.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
You've been on the edge of your seat. You've held your breath through the timeless seconds. You've been there, the thrill of victory. And we'll be with you for that next magic moment. You can bet on it. Bet Rivers, Chicago's hometown sports.
Well, this little mess. Come on, let's see if all this was worth. All I see is you, me, a river full of dead O'Driscolls, and a lockbox. I'd say we're golden here, Morgan. Look at that. What's the cut here? It's good. Just make sure the gang gets its piece. Yeah. Like I said, big shadow. And like I said, that still don't
It's a
mean
matter of
nothing.
facts.
Get
I
out of
want
here.
to know,
See
are you going to
Dutch.
stop my loved
Make
ones
sure you
from
ain't followed.
dying?
I know, boss.
That's just not the kind
I
of
know.
leadership we need right
It's
now.
been fun.
How much more can Americans take?
CNN Tonight with Don Lemon, weeknights at 10.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Anderson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, I'm Elizabeth Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus.
Tokyo, Moscow.
Go international. Anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Noon night, Major League Baseball taking a stand, pulling its All-Star game from Atlanta over Georgia's new restrictive voting law. The commissioner saying, and I quote here, Major League Baseball fundamentally supports voting rights for all Americans and opposes restrictions to the ballot box. The host city's team, the Atlanta Braves, say that they are deeply disappointed. Governor Brian Kemp signed the law. He argues the league, quote, caved to fear, political opportunism, and liberal lies. So let's get a fact check on exactly what these new Georgia voting laws really do. CNN's Daniel Dale joins me now. Daniel, thank you. Good to see you. You say that both President Biden and Governor Kemp have been misleading when describing parts of the Georgia elections law. Let's start with President Biden. Here's what he said about early voting.
Or you're going to close a polling place at 5 o'clock where working people just get off? This is all about keeping working folks and ordinary folks that I grew up with from being able to vote.
You say it's misleading for two reasons. Tell me why.
So first of all, the law does not touch Georgia's election day hours, which are still 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Second of all, in early voting, it does not require any county to end voting at 5 p.m. It says there's a minimum of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., but that counties can go as long as 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. if they want to. Now, some people come back and say, well, it says that they can stop it at 5 p.m., so Republican counties are going to do that. The thing is, though, Don, the previous law already let them end at 5 p.m. if they wanted to. It said they had to offer early voting during normal business hours. All this new law does in this respect is clarify that normal hours means 9 to 5, so you can't say, well, our normal hours are 10 to 4. So it's a clarification here, not a restriction, and 9 to 5 is a minimum, not a maximum.
Governor Kemp is insisting that this law actually expands access to voting. Here's what he is saying. He says it actually, contrary to what the national media knows that are profiting off of this whole exercise of not being truthful with people, expands voting access, especially on the weekends. Now, Governor Kemp even said, I said it again in a tweet this afternoon, that this bill actually expands access to the ballot box. The truth here.
There are parts of this law that expand voting access. One of the ones that Kemp and others point to is the fact that it adds a second mandatory Saturday of early voting. There are now 2 rather than 1. However, this is a large however. There are many other provisions of the law that limit voting access rather than increase it. On the whole, this law is much more about restriction than expansion. And for example, the law greatly shortens the absentee voting period. It eliminates the majority of early voting in runoffs, and it cuts the majority of runoff campaigns overall. It forces a significant reduction in the number of drop boxes big urban counties can use. For example, Atlanta's Fulton County has to go from 38 in 2020 to, they say, a maximum of 8 under this law. It makes it harder for people to get their votes counted if they show up in the right county with the wrong precinct. I could go on and on. And on all of this is aside from the big behind-the-scenes changes, like one that gives the state election board, which is controlled by Republicans, the power to decide to remove the elections officials in counties, so in, say, big Democratic counties, and take their power temporarily and impose further changes that way. So on the whole, yes, this bill does contain some expansionary provisions, but to call it generally an expansionary bill, I think is very misleading.
Yeah, the government's also been misleading on drop boxes and also on giving people food and water in line as well. We'll discuss that as we go on. Thank you, Daniel Dell. I appreciate it. One officer dead in yet another attack on Capitol Hill today. We are live on the Hill after this.
When news happens, anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation into a peaceful protest turned deadly.
They heard an explosion. There was an exchange of gunfire. Growing concern your imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's now robbing many of even a minimum income.
This family, $3 per month. The country's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
We're going to go see if he has anything to say. Was it your team that pulled in the gallery?
So who climbs ladders to clean their gutters?
Dad, I keep telling you it's dangerous.
Climbing ladders is too dangerous. Leak Filter puts an end to that.
So how does it work?
Leak Filter's 3-piece system filters out leaves and debris, letting water flow through freely.
Do we need to replace our gutters?
Great question. Leak Filter can be installed right on top of your existing gutters. We're sold. Call 833-LEAK-FILTER or go to getleakfilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate.
The myths are real. Godzilla will come for them. And Pond bows to no.
In theaters and on HBO Max, now playing rated PG-13. Audi e-tron, next frontier of electric.
The moment Proactive started working, I felt relieved, empowered,
hopeful,
confident,
good vibes.
I felt like I could take on the world, like I could finally just be me.
Get that clear skin feeling with our 3 skincare systems. They've got clinically proven ingredients to clear skin, and they're dermatologist tested to be gentle. Proactive Solution works great for most skin types. Proactive Plus is effective yet gentle enough for sensitive skin. And there's Proactive MD for that stubborn acne. My skin looks awesome. Subscribe today risk-free at Proactive.com and get consistently clear skin delivered to your door.
From the time he was 5, Ryan Newman believed 2 things. He could drive and he could win. Driver of the year, Daytona, Brickyard. But my man still hasn't won the cup. That's okay, because he still believes he will. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
At the Williamsburg School of Music, we've been using QuickBooks since day one. Cash flow, profit and loss, expenses, QuickBooks makes it simple to pull up the information I need, and it frees me up to do what I love, which is teaching music.
I don't know what happened.
This? Nothing happened.
Nothing happened?
Nothing happened.
Sure looks like something happened.
Well, you've been with Farmers for 3 years with 0 auto claims.
Yeah.
You earned your policy perk, accident forgiveness. Now, instead of this being something,
It's nothing.
get a whole lot of something with Farmers policy perks. They should really turn this right off.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
can feed beef earlier to kids. They can actually start eating beef a lot earlier than you think. Juju has been eating beef since 7 months old, I think.
Right around 6 months, 5, 6 months.
At first he was just ground beef and puree beef, and now he's on steak.
I think we need another man. Charles, I'll go get him.
He's interviewed U.S. presidents, authored 7 books, and has an independent voice that resonates.
What happened to when we were united against a common enemy?
Unique and one of America's most important talk show hosts. Watch Smirk Lounge, Saturday mornings at 9 Eastern.
This is City Tonight. I'm John Lemon. What an emotional week. A lot going on, and we have a lot to tell you about. We're going to begin, though, with the breaking news for you, and that's the attack outside the Capitol building that killed a Capitol police officer. The second deadly attack at the Capitol in just 3 months. Tonight, flags flying at half-staff above the Capitol building and above the White House. Live pictures now of Washington, D.C. Let's talk about this. What happened at Capitol Police Center. A 25-year-old man ran his car into a police barricade, then exited the car brandishing a knife. He was shot dead by that officer, William Billy Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force, member of its first responders unit, killed in the attack. The second Capitol officer was wounded. We're going to have complete coverage for you on what happened here, all just ahead, so make sure you stay tuned. But we have to tell you about what happened in Minneapolis this week, today and this week as well. The story we have been following closely every day, the murder trial of ex-police officer Derek Chauvin. The first full week of testimony wrapping up today. Chauvin charged with murder and manslaughter in the death of George Floyd last Memorial Day, kneeling on Floyd's neck for 9 minutes 29 seconds as Floyd is laying in what's called a prone position. In other words, flat on his chest and stomach, repeatedly begging for his life, calling out for his deceased mom, screaming that he couldn't breathe until he stopped breathing. A human being shown not one bit of mercy, not 1 ounce of humanity, but Chauvin or any of the officers, by Chauvin or any of the officers present at that scene. The horror of Floyd's excruciating last moments caught on video for the world to witness. Would we even be aware of the brutal way George Floyd died if it weren't for cell phone cameras? Would we know? Today's testimony was, in a word, for Chauvin, devastating. And I'm going to just show you why, word by word, okay? But first, let's go back to the statement. This is what Chauvin's defense attorney, Eric Nelson, told the jury. Here it is.
When you learn that Derek Chauvin did exactly what he had been trained to do over the course of his 19-year career.
Exactly what he was trained to do. It really makes you wonder where he was trained, who trained him. Now, days into the trial, Chauvin's former colleagues in the Minneapolis Police Department not standing by him at all. Yesterday, his former supervisor testified that Chauvin should have stopped using such aggressive use of force when George Floyd stopped resisting. If he did, maybe Floyd would still be alive. But the survivor's testimony pales in comparison to what jurors heard today. Taking the witness stand, Lieutenant Richard Zimmerman, the top homicide detective in the entire Minneapolis Police Department, the #1 guy with 40 years of experience. Listen.
Have you ever, in all the years you've been working for the Minneapolis Police Department, been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind their back in a prone position?
No, I haven't.
Is that, if that were done, would that be considered force?
Absolutely.
What level of force might that be?
That would be the top tier, the deadly force.
Why?
Because of the fact that if your knee is on a person's neck, that can kill him.
I misspoke there. Pardon me. I said the survivor's testimony. I should say the supervisor's testimony. Forgive me for that error. So he said it there. Never trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed because it can kill them. Deadly force. Deadly force. And then question about the use of handcuffs.
Once you handcuff somebody, does that affect the amount of force that you should consider using?
Absolutely.
Also,
once a person is caught, the threat level goes down all the way, you know, to look up how can they really hurt you.
so by handcuffing somebody, you've taken away some of their ability to harm.
Absolutely.
And if somebody who is handcuffed becomes less combative, does that change the amount of force that an officer is to use in a policy?
Yes.
How so?
Well, if they become less combative, you may just have them sit down on the curb, or the idea is to calm the person down.
Well, that was devastating. That was devastating for the defense. Remember, George Floyd was handcuffed before he was placed down in a prone position on the street. So according to Zimmerman, Floyd was basically no longer a threat to those officers. The threat level had dropped way down once he was caught. And then saying this from the witness stand across from defendant Derek Chauvin.
Based on your review of the body-on camera videos of the incident, and directing your attention to that moment when Mr. Floyd is placed on the ground,
yes.
What is your view of that use of force during that time period?
Totally unnecessary.
Totally unnecessary. That's a quote, right? That's being kind to Chauvin, a man who showed no kindness to George Floyd. But let's not lose faith here, because in testimony this week, we did see examples of humanity, lots of examples. Sincere, heartfelt expressions of sorrow from bystanders who witnessed the brutality against George Floyd. The first witness called to the stand, Minneapolis 911 dispatcher Jenna Scurry, who was watching Floyd's arrest from a camera mounted nearby, and was so concerned by what she was seeing, she actually alerted a police supervisor to what was happening.
My instincts were telling me that something's wrong. Something is not right. I don't know what, but something wasn't right.
An eyewitness, Donald Williams, a mixed martial arts fighter, who knew what he was witnessing that day was wrong and called police on the police.
You gotta stick at things.
At some point, did you make a 911 call?
That is correct. I did call the police on the police.
Right. And why did you do that?
Because I believe I witnessed a murder.
I know.
And then there's a young black woman, a teenager, who recorded the now infamous video of Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck, testifying that as she witnessed Floyd struggling to breathe, she saw her black father, her black brother, and her black friend.
Try not to worry.
And I look at that and I look at how that could have been done. It was because I stayed up apologizing and apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more and not physically interacting and for not saving his life. It's like, it's not what I should have done. It's what he should have done.
The burden that young woman is carrying, the burden made extra heavy because she is a black woman in a country that very often treats its black citizens very differently than it treats its white citizens.
In such complex
But it is her final words that are at the heart of this murder case. And she's right. It's not about what she did that day.
Yes,
It's what
Arthur
he,
Morgan,
Derek Chauvin, should have
Vanderlin's
done
most
differently.
trusted associate. You've read the files, typical
The
case,
latest on the
orphan
attack
street
there as well.
kids
Seeing Brian
seduced by that
Thomas,
maniac
Lopez
silver
joining
tongue
me
and
now.
Shores.
Good evening, gentlemen,
Generous.
to both of you. We have so much to cover here. Let's start with the incident
Pinkerton
at the Capitol.
detective
Brian,
agents
you know, the
seconded
Capitol
United
Police are
States
under so much stress from the
finally
insurrection.
meet
Now, another officer
know a
is
lot
dead. What
about
happened?
you.
Take us through.
You're a
Yes, what was
wanted
this?
man, Mr. Morgan.
Well, Don, this horrific attack, like
$5,000
so many of, of its kind, seemed to play out in a matter of just a few seconds if you listen to the description of acting Capitol Police Chief Yogananda Pittman. Here's how she broke it down, Don. At just after 1 o'clock p.m., she said the suspect, now identified as Noah Green, rammed his blue sedan to the north barricade of the Capitol residence, right on Constitution Avenue on the north side of the Capitol. In the process of doing that, he struck 2 officers.
He then exited the vehicle with a knife and ran toward officers, according to the acting police chief here. He did not respond to verbal commands at that moment. At that point, at least one officer drew their weapon and shot Green. We can tell you, according to one law enforcement official, that during this exchange, at some point, at least one of the officers was stabbed. We know now that Officer Billy Evans has perished as a result of this incident. The other officer, we're told, is in stable condition with non-life-threatening injuries. Another thing I can tell you, according to the acting U.S. Capitol Police Chief Dunn, is that Noah Green, the suspect, was not known to U.S. Capitol Police before this attack.
Brian, flags are at half-staff tonight in honor of the officer. So tell us more of what we know. I
enjoy society. Laws and dogs.
About his family
Venerate savagery, and you
they
will
did,
die.
Yes. The House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who said that they spoke to his family members, did indicate after speaking to them that Officer Evans survived at least by his mother and two children. That's some information that we got later this evening. We do know that Billy Evans was an 18-year veteran of the U.S. Capitol Police. He had also served on the Capitol Division's first responder unit, so he could have quite easily been one of the more elite officers in this Capitol unit that is, of course, now, as we know, being bolstered and revamped and refitted in the wake of the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. Officers like Officer Evans in that first responder unit going even more important, so they're losing a very valued member of their ranks tonight.
Brian, stand by. I want to bring Shimon in. Shimon, we're learning more. In other words, flat on his chest and stomach, repeatedly begging for his life, calling out for his deceased mom, screaming that he couldn't breathe until he stopped breathing. A human being shown not one bit of mercy, not 1 ounce of humanity, but Chauvin or any of the officers, by Chauvin or any of the officers present at that scene. The horror of the excruciating last moments caught on video for the world to witness.
What did they mean about that?
Would we even be aware of the brutal way George Floyd died if it weren't for cell phone cameras? Would we know? His testimony was, in a word, for Chauvin, devastating.
Like I said, don't
and I'm going to just show you why, word by word. Okay? But first, let's go back to Monday's opening statement. This is what Chauvin's defense attorney, Eric Nelson, told the jury, period.
Now, how about that necklace?
You
still got it, right?
Derek Chauvin did exactly what he had been trained to do over the course of his 19-year career.
Exactly what he was trained to do. It really makes you wonder where he trained, who trained him. Now, days into the trial, Chauvin's former colleagues in the Minneapolis Police Department not standing by him at all. Yesterday, his former supervisor testified that Chauvin should have stopped using such aggressive use of force when George Floyd stopped resisting. If he did, maybe Floyd would still be alive. But the survivor's testimony pales in comparison to what jurors heard today. Taking the witness stand, Lieutenant Richard Zimmerman, the top homicide detective in the entire Minneapolis Police Department, the #1 guy with 40 years of experience.
Real fast.
Have you ever, in all the years you've been working for the Minneapolis Police Department, been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind the back? No, I haven't. And that we're done with that because they're forced. Absolutely.
And they know about the train.
What level of force would that be?
No, they know
that would be the top tier, the deadly force. Why? Because of the fact that if your knee is on a person's neck, that can kill them.
What do we do now?
I misspoke there. Pardon me. I said the survivor's testimony. I should say the supervisor's testimony. Forgive me for that error. So he said it there. Never trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed because it can kill them. Deadly force. Deadly force. And then question about the use of handcuffs.
We survived.
Once you handcuff somebody, does that affect the amount of force that you should consider using?
Absolutely. So, once a person is cuffed, the threat level goes down all the way, to your cuffed. How can they really hurt you?
So by handcuffing somebody, you've taken away some of their ability to occurring.
Absolutely.
And if somebody who is handcuffed becomes less combative, does that change the amount of force that an officer is to use under policy?
Yes.
How so?
Well, if they become less combative, you may just have them sit down on the curb, or the idea is to calm the person down.
Well, that was devastating. That was devastating for the defense. Remember, George Floyd was handcuffed before he was placed down in a prone position on the street. So according to Zimmerman, Floyd was basically no longer a threat to those officers. The threat level had dropped way down once he was caught. And then saying this from the witness stand across from defendant Derek Chauvin.
Based on your review of the body-worn camera videos of the incident,
yes,
and directing your attention to that moment when Mr. Floyd is placed on the ground,
yes,
what is your view of that use of force during that time period?
Totally unnecessary.
Totally unnecessary. That's a quote, right? That's being kind to Chauvin, a man who shows no kindness to George Floyd. But let's not lose faith here, because in testimony this week, we did see examples of humanity, lots of examples. Sincere, heartfelt expressions of sorrow from bystanders who witnessed the brutality against George Floyd. The first witness called to the stand, Minneapolis 911 dispatcher Jenna Scurry, who was watching Floyd's arrest from a camera mounted nearby, and was so concerned by what she was seeing, she actually alerted a police supervisor to what was happening.
My instincts were telling me that something's wrong. Something is not right. I don't know what, but something wasn't right.
An eyewitness, Donald Williams, the mixed martial arts fighter, who knew what he was witnessing that day was wrong and called police on the police.
At some point, did you make a 911 call?
That is correct. I did call police on police.
And why did you do that?
Because I believe I witnessed a murder.
And then there's a young black woman, a teenager, who recorded the now infamous video of Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck, testifying that as she witnessed Floyd struggling to breathe, she saw her black father, her black brother, and her black friends.
And I look at that and I look at how that could have been, it's been nights. I stayed up apologizing and apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more and not physically interacting and not saving his life. It's like, it's not what I should have done. It's what he should have done.
The burden that young woman is carrying, a burden made extra heavy because she is a black woman in a country that very often treats its black citizens very differently than it treats its white citizens. But it is her final words that are at the heart of this murder case. And she's right. It's not about what she did that day. It's what he, Derek Chauvin, should have done differently. I'm going to go to the nation's capital now to get the latest on the attack there as well. CNN's Brian Todd and Shimon Furkapez join me now. Good evening, gentlemen, to both of you. We have so much to cover here. Let's start with what the incident at the Capitol. Brian, you know, the Capitol Police are under so much stress from the insurrection, and now another officer is dead. What happened? Take us through this. What was this attack?
Seamus, he's
Well,
under
Don, this horrific attack, like so many of its kind, seemed to play out in a matter of just a few seconds if you listen to the description of acting Capitol Police Chief Yogananda Pittman. Here's how she broke it down, Don. At just after 1 o'clock p.m., she said the suspect, identified as Noah Green, rammed his blue sedan into the north barricade of the Capitol. That sits right on Constitution Avenue on the north side of the Capitol. In the process of doing that, he struck two officers. He then exited the vehicle with a knife and ran toward officers, according to the acting police chief here. He did not respond to verbal commands at that moment. At that point, at least one officer drew their weapon and shot Green. We can tell you, according to one law enforcement official, that during this exchange, at some point, at least one of the officers was stabbed. And we know now that Officer William Billy Evans has perished as a result of this incident. The other officer, we're told, is in stable condition with non-life-threatening injuries. Another thing I can tell you, according to the acting U.S. Capitol Police Chief Don, is that Noah Green, the suspect, was not known to U.S. Capitol Police before this attack.
Brian Flagship has staff tonight in honor of the officer. So tell us more of what we know about him. I understand that the House Speaker is releasing some personal information about his family and so forth.
They did, Don, yes. The House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who said that they spoke to his family members, did indicate after speaking to them that Officer Evans is survived at least by his mother and two children. That's some information that we got later this evening. We do know that William Billy Evans was an 18-year veteran of the U.S. Capitol Police. He had also served on the Capitol Division's first responder unit, so he could have quite easily been one of the more elite officers in this Capitol unit that is, of course, now, as we know, being bolstered and revamped and refitted in the wake of the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. Officers like Officer Evans in that first responder unit growing even more important, so they're losing a very valued member of their ranks tonight.
Brian said, I want to bring Shimon. We're learning more about the suspect from his social media posts. He said that he believed that the government was targeting him with mind control. I mean, it sounds like someone who is very deeply troubled.
Yeah, Don, another case where we're seeing an individual who launches an attack and seems to have some sort of mental issue, something going on in their life. And as you said, they're deeply disturbed. And what the FBI and investigators have been looking into is these social media posts, and I mean, I'll run you through some of them, where he talks about how he has afflictions that he suffered as a result of the CIA and FBI government agencies of the United States. In another posting that the FBI is reviewing, he talks about how the U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people. It was a link to a post which shows the Minister Louis Farrakhan. And then there's another post where he talks about how these are really troubling things that he's writing here, that he's suffered multiple home break-ins, food poisoning, assaults, and then as you mentioned, Don, that mind control that he talked about, that someone was controlling his mind. So obviously, these are all things that the FBI is looking at. You know, I've talked to sources who said that it does appear that there was something going on here in this individual's life, and almost immediately, a lot of officials that I was talking to were pointing to that as being partially, perhaps, the motive here, the cause of some of this, as they were working through this investigation. Also, we learned that he lost his job, so that is something else that authorities are looking at. But all in all, as you say, Don, here we have another situation, you know, where someone perhaps who has things going on in their life and in their head that leads them to such horrible acts. You know, just last week, I was in Colorado in Boulder. We saw a situation very similar. An individual that the family says was having a hard time, was going through some mental issues. And now again, you know, we have here possibly another situation like this. That this is something certainly that the FBI and investigators here are looking into, Don.
We'll continue to follow. We'll be following it throughout the evening here on CNN for Oddly Live for the next couple of hours, and then our live coverage will continue after I'm off the air. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate both of your. I appreciate your reporting. Most of Congress away for Easter recess now, but not my next guest. Congressman Ro Khanna is still in D.C. and tells us how it all unfolded for him.
Sneak in, then I'll be the coach. You can try the house.
Let's get checked for a full range of conditions. Let's get fast, accurate results. Introducing Let's Get Checked. Health testing you do at home. Know your health. Know yourself. Order now at letsgetchecked.com.
Okay, let's go. Sure. You go into the house. I'll go find this wagon.
Quicken's been helping people take control of their finances for 30 years, and the millions of user reviews make my job pretty easy. It has been essential to organizing my finances, paying down debt, building savings, and planning for the future. True, Quicken is unmatched in features for investments. Unmatched. Once you use Quicken, you can't give it up. You don't have to. It works as advertised. I couldn't have said it better. Not that much better. Visit Quicken.com to try risk-free.
Why does fitness have to look like this when it could be as simple as this? Introducing Mix Fitness, the most efficient at-home workouts available. Our science-backed technology uses your heart rate to customize every workout so you can maximize your results. Because this isn't real life, but Mix is. The best workout you can get in the time you have. Get started at mixfitness.com.
This is how you become the best.
Don't get mad. Get E-Trade.
Millions of Americans are skipping the rinse and saving up to 20 gallons of water each time.
I'm doing more dishes than ever, but thanks to Finished Quantum, I can skip the rinse, and it works. I used to do rinse because Mama did. Now, I just scrape and loaf.
Even when I bake lasagna, I skip the rinse and my dishes always come out clean. Finished Quantum is designed to work without pre-rinsing, so you get dishes so clean they shine and save up to 20 gallons per load. Join millions of Americans and skip the rinse to save our water.
Help your neighbors in need with Feeding America.
Life is sometimes hard. Sometimes we don't have as much. The food bank is a place where my family gets help getting food.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation into a peaceful protest turned deadly.
They heard an explosion. There was an exchange of gunfire. Growing concern here, imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's now robbing many of even a minimum income.
This family, $3 per month. The country's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
We're going to go see if he has anything to say. Was it your team that cleansing the valley?
Tonight's breaking news is out of Washington, the second deadly attack at the U.S. Capitol in just 3 months. One Capitol Hill police officer killed, another officer wounded. I want to bring in now Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California, who was on his way back to his Capitol Hill office when the attack unfolded. We appreciate you joining us, Congressman. Thanks so much. So, we've been hearing how Capitol Hill was finally starting to maybe feel a little bit normal again. And here we are, a second attack in a matter of months, another officer killed. Why are we here? What are you hearing from your colleagues tonight? That's what I want.
Well, Don, first of all, my heart goes out to the family of the officer who lost their life in duty of this country. And what I'm hearing from colleagues and many is just the sheer appreciation for Capitol Hill police officers. They kept us safe. I was coming back to my office. It was locked up, and I had an officer say, "Go into your car quickly." I went to my car, and I stayed there until the incident was resolved. And when I was walking back to my office, I could tell that the officers were obviously shaken up. So they need to be recognized, and we have to recognize that their security is at risk. When you go into the building, they're standing, 2 or 3 of them, in front of the barricades. I don't think people realize that. They often get harassed when they try to stop people for IDs, and I don't think that they are very safe in what they're having to do.
This attacker posted about the federal government targeting him with mind control. Clearly, his motivation appears to be different than what we saw transpire on January 6th. But are you worried that the Capitol is now an even bigger target because of the insurrection?
I am. I mean, I think when people saw the insurrection, there was a license to be a copycat or to think that somehow that was a legitimate way of showing your grievance. And that's why I hope tonight every member of Congress, every senator can say the violence is completely unacceptable, that is not the American way. I mean, even that simple statement, I think, would help in our democracy.
Retired Lieutenant General Russell Honore just completed a security review for the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi following the Capitol insurrection. This is what he said earlier today.
Many members challenged the recommendations, some of the recommendations we made in terms of areas and hardening of the Capitol while keeping the Capitol open to the public. And the challenge was, they were telling me, hey, we go to the SCIF, Gerald, we're not seeing any threats to the Capitol. We've got to accept the fact that 24/7, the Capitol is a threat to domestic, foreign, and criminals who might want to attack the center of our leadership of the United States.
Do you think there's going to be more support for the recommendation from General Russell Honore, more funding and things like barriers out on the ground?
I do, Don. It's sad because the Capitol is supposed to be open to Americans. One of the things I love is when 8th grade classes come and visit me and students can roam the halls and meet members of Congress and their staff. And I think many members want it to be an open place. But he's right that security has to come first. We obviously are a target, and we shouldn't be compromising on that security. And there's going to have to be a way of balancing that with still having the place be open for any citizen.
I'm glad you mentioned. So, do you have any idea of what that balance is? And, because you want it to be safe, but you also still want it to be the people's house, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think one thing long-term could be having the perimeter ahead or around the Library of Congress, the Supreme Court, the Capitol, the House and Senate buildings, and building the visitor center outside of that. I mean, obviously that's a multi-year project, and we would have to discuss it. But then there's the more immediate term. There were barbed wire fences and thousands of troops. I think many members thought, oh, I'm glad those barbed wire fences have come down. But after today's incident, my view at least is that we have to prioritize the security. And it's not just the security of members of Congress or their staffs, it's the security of these officers who are putting their lives at risk. It is unfair to them to put them in harm's way. And one thing that I was just watching the early part of your show is I think we have these two conflicting narratives in America. On the one hand, we recognize and respect the heroism of the Capitol Police and so many law enforcement who guard our democracy. At the same day, we have a trial of police excess and police violence and racism with police brutality. And I think the challenge for our country is how we have an honest conversation about both and find a way to reconcile that.
Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So he says that ex-police officer Derek Chauvin's use of force against George Floyd was, quote, totally unnecessary, and he should know about this because he's the longest-serving officer in the Minneapolis PD. The testimony you need to hear, that's next.
When paying for your prescription at the counter, there are two types of people. Those who check the single-care price to save money, and those who don't. See, more and more people are using the single-care app to get a better price on their meds. Why would you pay this for your prescription when you can pay that? Insured, uninsured, paying cash, or have a copay, it doesn't matter. Single-care can give you the better price. Free to join, always free to use. Take 10 seconds, download the free app, and check your savings today.
Being a baby is hard. The Play Kits can help. Help your child connect with play, with you, and with the world around them. The Play Kits by Love Every. Your support system for early learning. Subscribe today at loveevery.com.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
I get the skirt when I want. I get the skirt when I want.
Hey there, friend. Come! Stop on by for a moment. The name's William.
Arthur.
You familiar with the study of plants, my friend?
Familiar ain't quite the word I'd use.
Well, let me tell you. This great earth beneath our feet can provide everything man ever needs. But we've only reached a tiny bit of its potential. You see, there are thousands, maybe millions of plants all across this vast country we share. The mountains, the plains, the swamps. I mean to explore them all, to know all of nature's bounty and all of her wonder, if I can.
Sure.
But I'm only one man. Would you consider helping me with gathering herbs for my studies?
Why?
Knowledge, kindness, beauty.
Well, I'm ignorant, ugly, and nasty.
Well, let's see if maybe we can do something about that.
I'll see.
I'm looking for a plant called yarrow. You can distinguish it by its red flowers. It shouldn't be too hard to find. They thrive out in the open under direct sunlight. Let's see how this tastes. Oh, yeah. I feel better already. They were right. This stuff does have medicinal properties. You've been helpful. Thank you. You're a horseman, I know. You'll want to have this on. Save it for bad injuries. Heaven forbid your horse is in trouble. You'll be glad you had it. Now, if you don't mind, I'll be getting back to my studies. I look forward to our next meeting.
Come on, girl.
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
ain't your job.
Ah, shut up, Arthur.
Yeah, your job's starting the fights. It ain't winning them.
I can scrap, Arthur. I'm just not good at homework.
I can see.
Besides, what do you care, Englishman? You've got no time for me. I tried to find you work, but then you're off cutting jobs with other folks, and your boy Sean doesn't get a look in.
Guess I don't want to get shot, that's all.
Ah, you're a real fucking funny shit, Arthur Morgan, huh? Real fucking funny.
Calm down.
You better sleep with your eyes open.
Yeah, well, you're gonna sleep with your chest open if you ain't careful, boy.
I love you, Arthur Morgan. I love you. Come on, take a shot. Come on, take your best shot, please, huh?
Grow up.
And let me come on the raid with yous.
Raid?
Don't be playing coy with me, son. It's unbecoming. That bloody train you and him has set up. What you're doing out here, you're going to need guns, you're going to need men.
Oh, that. So Marston told you? It ain't a big show. I need calmness. If I take you, I might as well bring Micah along.
Now compare me to that oily turd again. You're a dead man.
Fair enough.
What are you doing here, kid?
I'm coming, John. On the job.
I said you weren't coming.
Yeah, well, Arthur says I am. And it's his party, boy, so come on, let's go. Me and the big cheeses. Love it. Can't wait to slit some bastard's throat.
You sure about this?
No. Are we ready?
Yeah. Train's due through tonight.
All right, then. It's on. Charles?
I'm ready.
Gentlemen, let's go earn some money. Idiot.
Hey, all the horses untethered?
Think so.
Good. They should follow on behind us.
You find a good spot, Wolfman?
Yeah. Follow the trail southwest. There's a spot that's remote, but should still give them enough time to spot the oil wagon.
They see this blocking the tracks, they'll stop soon enough.
Apparently, picks up a new team of guards at the state line, so shouldn't be too much in the way of guns to deal with.
See, this is what I mean. I disappear for a couple of weeks and you cut me out of all the action.
Just the action that requires a brain.
Ah, you're a funny feller, John Marston. From what folks say, you had your feet up the whole time, playing sick, and fondling that new scar like you're gonna buy a breakfast in the morning.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Stay close on this. Wouldn't want you getting scratched by a squirrel or something. That could put you out of commission for the rest of the year.
Why do you have to speak so much? It's incessant.
They're left here, towards Rhodes.
Oh, so I've still got some blood in me veins. You old bastards have forgotten how to live.
I blame you two for rescuing them.
Far too much trouble for what we got out of it.
Yeah, takes a whole army of bounty hunters to bring in Sean McGuire. And look at me now, in the gunner seat. Back in business, boys. You know, my dad always used to say...
Not the dad, please.
Not this again.
Fine. Damn you three. Sulky, angry, Scarface. A right barrel of laughs. So, we block the tracks with the wagon, then jumping. That's the plan.
Pretty much. Charles, you deal with the engineer. John, secure the passenger car fast, take charitable donations, and make sure everyone behaves. Little Mr. McGuire, you focus on the baggage car. Grab any valuables you can find. Shoot your mouth, get a bullet back.
So, what are you doing?
I'll run point. Keep an eye out for outriders and the law. Help you three where I can.
All right for some. Cherry picking, I call that.
We'll be out in the middle of nowhere, so it'll take a while for any word to get to the law. But we should still move quick.
Aye, aye, Scarface.
Oh, shut up, please.
We close, Marston? We're at the railroad.
Just carry on a bit further.
Yep.
Just go straight, damn it.
Giddy up.
Evening, mister.
Whoa! Any reason we're sitting here? Here's good. Stop the wagon over the tracks. Remember, these are innocent folks. We handle this right, nobody needs to die here. Yeah?
Mr. Marston, Mr. Smith, Mr. McGuire, get over there. When she slows, order.
And you?
I'll make sure she slows.
Let's do or die with you. I like it.
Get moving. Here she comes. I'm going aboard. Make that quick and join us on there.
Go on! Get on there!
Faster. All yours, Captain. Or go on ahead.
Everybody stay calm and don't let you get shot. Go. Everything you got. Money, valuable.
Pay me what you got, mister.
There you
won't
go.
get hurt.
Let's make this quick, people. Come on. We ain't leaving till this bag's full.
I am adverse to conflict.
Get robbed,
This is
mister.
unnecessary.
I ain't got nothing.
Everything you got.
Wanna have a little chat with Romeo and Juliet here?
Empty your pockets, mister. You can be on your way. What's the problem here? Money, valuable.
Don't do this. Just give it.
I'll do anything. Okay. Come on. Right in the bag. Everything you got. Keep it coming. Don't be shy.
People like you make me sick.
These two seem to think we're playing games.
I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2.
It ain't worth dying over. Tell him, Mr. M.
Help me.
Please don't help me.
Here.
Thank you.
Reach for your money? Nothing else. Make me hurt you.
C'est insensé. Par pitié, je vous en prie. I don't want to get killed. I'll do anything. Don't molest me, please. Don't help me. C'est de la folie. No. Why do these
Deal
boys
with this
hate me?
fella, will you?
No, you go ahead and look for the baggage car. Come on! Come on, partner. Come on, quick!
Everything you got. Money.
Gonna need all your money, my
We ain't
friend.
leaving till this bag's
You got
full.
a
You won't
big
get a
problem.
damn cent from me.
Let me hand you over to my friend then.
Money now! Son of a bitch.
Come on, cup it up, people. Don't be shy. Everything you got. Let's go.
Don't do it. I beg you. Please. Please. No, I don't want to get killed.
What are you doing, Mr. M? Get up here.
I wasn't gonna rob you, ma'am. Now I am.
This is unnecessary.
Everything
Please.
you
Come
got.
on, Mr. M. We're on the clock here.
Empty your pockets, mister, and you can be on your way. Get robbed, mister.
Let's go,
Everything
Mr.
you got.
M. Let's carry.
Gonna need all your money, my friend. You got a big problem.
I can handle this from here. You should check on Sean.
Okay.
Okay.
What is it? You all right?
Fill the baggage car.
For Christ's sake, you ain't even taken a look yet?
Probably something in here, Arthur.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry.
What is it? You alright?
Fill the baggage car.
For Christ's sake, you ain't even taken a look yet?
There's probably something in here, Arthur. I'm sorry. Come on, get up, you little Irish shit. Get up.
This time I'll look and you provide the cover.
Try my best, brother, but I'm seeing double here.
That gives you twice the chance of hitting someone.
Very funny.
At least you ain't got a hole in it.
And this racket's in there. Posh bastards.
Just keep your eyes peeled.
I'm doing me best, all right?
I know, that's what's worrying me. Some decent stuff.
Come on, we should get out of here. All right, we should probably be going now.
We're looking good in here. These folks are rich, all right. We'll take that.
Arthur, we got a problem. There's two arseholes on horses.
How many you say?
I just see a pair of them.
In that case, we're fighting. Marston, Smith, get ready.
You men come out the train now, do you hear? We said you men come out now.
There's only two of you, you fools. We got a whole lot less to lose. Why don't the two of you ride away? That way neither of you get killed. Goddamn liberals.
Eh? There's a few more than turning up.
Man, my big mouth. Okay, let's deal with them.
We won't tell you again. There! Look out on the left! Here come the friends! Mark, coming through the trees, you see him? Oh! One of them. Get rid of him quick! We can make a run for it! Get ready!
Look out behind us! Coming in on horses!
Let's make some space so we can get out of here!
the hell out of here!
All right, girl. Yeah.
Let's go, Arthur, come on!
Let's go. Stay with me.
You gotta answer to the law. Come on, boys, let's get the hell out of here!
Go.
We need to move!
Right, let's lose him.
Stop right there! That's an order!
Whoa, girl,
You see your family for Easter? The CDC has new guidance on clothes. We're going to tell you what it is after this.
If you struggled or been embarrassed to get erectile dysfunction,
Ah, come on! I don't need that right now.
answer a few health questions from our medical staff. We can send medication right to your door so you can get better quickly. Install the app.
Ted, come on, Ted. I need Ted to go away. Juan went away.
The crackdown inside Belarus has significantly worsened. Do you know where these children are? Have you seen them before? Who were looking for? The lost Uyghur children of Xinjiang.
What brought you to the country? This is part of a campaign to win this secret.
Another brutal day.
See what they call you, the professionals in the outfit? Easy
People
makes
feel
a leap.
compelled to make this dark, perilous journey.
You weren't even invited. What now? We still need a real big thing. Enough for us to get out of here.
Is that set up? Law turned up real fast.
Peaceful process.
I don't think so.
They heard an explosion. There was an exchange for growing concern here. Imports
Me already, the horse.
The pandemic's now gripping many of these independent imports. This family
headed
is
south. Looks like it's self-starting.
but it's never been as
Either way,
fast as it
we
has
should all
been.
go it alone right now. You know the deal.
Was it your technology?
Of course not, boss.
Sally?
Quattro all-wheel drive. There's nothing like it in the universe. Millions of Americans are skipping the rinse and saving up to 20 gallons of water each time.
I'm doing more dishes than ever, but thanks to Finished Quantum, I can skip the rinse, and it works. I used to do rinse because my mom did. Now I just scrape them out.
Even when I bake lasagna, I skip the rinse and my dishes always come out clean. Finished Quantum is designed to work without pre-rinsing, so you get dishes so clean they shine and save up to 20 gallons per load. Join millions of Americans and skip the rinse to save our water.
We try to be global and we try to be smart. But I want to hear authentic voices of people who are passionate, who are intelligent, and that's the consistency that we try to get at.
Pizza Korea GPS, Sundays on CNN.
At CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters, famine, and war. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's Impact Your World can help. Reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes when you give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. impact your world.
Outdoorsy has given me the freedom to be an artist while being able to pay my bills.
In an RV or in a trailer, the whole journey is the adventure. When you travel with the family, you ever get those special moments with them.
We just took the map out every night. We're like, where should we go next?
This gives us the freedom to be able to park almost anywhere and just instantly have camp.
What are we gonna do this weekend? Let's just get a van, let's get out of town, and we all meet up and share the best times ever.
At Casper, we're delivering better sleep to homes everywhere. With a mattress so supportive and comfortable, it was awarded Best Overall Mattress by US News. So, wherever home is for you, now's your chance to let great sleep be a part of it. Bring home superior Casper comfort and receive a special gift for a limited time, in-store or online at casper.com.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
CDC, fully vaccinated people can travel at low risk to themselves, and those fully vaccinated can safely gather for Easter Sunday indoors and without wearing masks, but still isn't necessarily recommending people to do so. Okay, so let's talk about all of that and more with CNN medical analyst Dr. Jonathan Reimann. It's our nightly house call. So glad that you're here. So let's talk about that. Do you agree with this travel guidance?
Oh, absolutely. What the CDC is saying, essentially, is that vaccines work, and that people who are fully vaccinated are very unlikely to either acquire or transmit the virus. And if you're unlikely to acquire or transmit the virus, why not travel? Why not meet with other people, including families that include unvaccinated people? So I think this was really good guidance. The way I differed a little bit with the CDC director is she walked it back and said, fully vaccinated people can travel, but we're not recommending travel.
Yeah.
What she really needed to say was vaccinated people can safely travel. If you're not vaccinated, it's not safe for you to travel. Yeah. I see her reluctance to do that, but that's basically where we are.
Listen, so at Easter plans, someone in the family tested positive, so now everyone's not getting together. That's a dilemma families are facing all around them.
Right, and the new CDC guidance says you can meet with people from a single household. And the reason the CDC is saying that is if you're vaccinated and you go to a household of unvaccinated people, there's unlikely to be spread outside that household from that encounter. But if you go someplace and 2 or 3 other households get together, that's the scenario where the virus spreads widely.
The stage company's
so,
gonna write this off as a robbery
again,
anyway.
if you're not vaccinated, you need to hunker down. If you're vaccinated, you can venture out, but again, wear a mask.
Got that right.
You got it, doctor. Doctor's orders, everyone. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. A man using his car as a weapon and then wielding a knife in an attack on the Capitol today. One officer is dead, another injured. Everything you need to know so far. Next.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation
escalation into a peaceful protest turned deadly.
They heard an explosion. There was an exchange of gunfire.
Growing concern here, imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's now robbing many of even a minimum income.
Discount $3 per month.
The country's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
We're gonna go see if he has anything to say. Was it your team that poisoned the family?
At CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters, famine, and war. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's Impact Your World can help. Reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes when you give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact Your World.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm excited to let you know that my digital show Full Circle is back. You can watch every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. live, Eastern Time, or anytime on demand. And to make sure you never miss a show, you can get alerts on every episode via the CNN app. I'll see you then.
Dad, it's a video call. Hold the phone in front of you. Get Mom.
Power E-Trade gives you an award-winning app with 24/7 support when you need it the most. Don't get mad. Get E-Trade. Start trading today.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there. The crackdown inside Belarus has significantly worsened.
Do you know who these children are? Have you seen them before?
We were looking for the lost Uyghur children of Xinjiang.
What brought you to the clinic here today?
This is part of a campaign against the women of Tigray.
Another brutal day for Brazil. More than 3,000 deaths from the virus. People feel compelled to make this dark, perilous journey.
China is not happy with this reporting.
Steve and Dave use eToro to trade cryptocurrencies. Steve has a watch list for promising breakout coins. Dave has a watch list too. So why is Dave just as good a trader as Steve? It's because Dave used eToro's copy trader to automatically replicate Steve's trading activity. Whenever Steve makes a trade, Dave does too. Trade like a Steve with eToro, the world's leading social trading platform.
Go. Go wrong. Farther. Faster. Go wild. Right together into that wild world. Leave no mile unturned. Leave a trail of stories in your wake. It's time now. To go.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Yet another deadly assault on the U.S. Capitol. A barrier and road police officers stopping a driver armed with a knife who tried ramming his car through a key security checkpoint. But the bravery of those officers costing one of them his life. We're also watching Derek Chauvin's video trial, George Floyd's death. Damning testimony from the most senior officer on the Minneapolis police force. And embattled Congressman Matt Gaetz losing a key staffer amid the widening sex trafficking investigation. Newly resurfaced audio shows Gaetz poisoned a friend, now criminally charged. But we start with our nation's capital right now. So
are you serious? Nah, I ain't got no wagon train.
Once again, lowering flags to have staff from the White House to Congress. Ryan Todd tonight with the attack and the many questions.
A suspect in a car rammed two Capitol police officers at the security barrier at the Capitol complex, then got out of the vehicle wielding a knife, police said.
He did not respond to verbal commands. The suspect did start lunging toward U.S. Capitol police officers, at which time U.S. Capitol police officers fired upon the suspect.
At least one of the officers was stopped, an official tells CNN. One officer died from his injuries. William Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force. A second officer was injured.
I ask that you keep our U.S. Capitol Police family in your thoughts and prayers.
The suspect, identified by sources as Noah Green, age 25, is dead as well. He was not familiar to Capitol Police, authorities said. No initial indication of ties to terrorism, but the motive is unknown.
Clearly, this was someone who was actively trying to just get at whoever or whatever. We just don't know.
A unit from the National Guard was immediately deployed to assist. Members of Congress are mostly out of town during the break. Authorities say they're not aware of a particular lawmaker being targeted, but an emergency lockdown order was issued for the complex. The incident comes amid an increase in reported threats to lawmakers in recent months and a debate over removing more of the fencing around the Capitol, in place since the January 6th riot targeting lawmakers, and reducing the National Guard deployment. Some members on both sides of the aisle have been chafing in recent weeks.
It's really discouraging to see the razor wire and the fencing, the image that it sends to the world. So if that threat no longer exists, I would hope that we can return to normal.
Today's incident could reverse that debate.
I had thought once the barriers were removed that we were moving back to some sense of normalcy, but this just shows the level of risk that there still is.
In today's case, praise for the response by the police.
Unfortunately, we lost Officer Evans today, but by and large, that system worked. The Capitol Police responded, they stopped it, the system worked.
And we have new information on the second police officer who was struck by the vehicle. Police say that that officer is now in stable condition at a local hospital with non-life-threatening injuries as investigators continue to try to piece together more information on the more specific motive for this attack. John?
Brian Todd from Washington. Brian, thank you so much for that. Joining me now, CNN's senior justice correspondent Evan Perez and national security analyst Julia. Good evening. Evan, you've been digging into the suspect, his disturbing social media presence. What are you learning?
What's beginning to emerge from some of the social media pictures I see on Instagram and in Facebook is a picture of a very disturbed man. He's 25 years old, and on some of these Instagram postings, he talks about his spiritual journey. He says he's become a follower of Louis Farrakhan, the leader of the Nation of Islam. In one of the posts, he talks about, he says, I've suffered multiple home break-ins, food poisonings, assaults, unauthorized operations in the hospital, mind control. He shared a meme recently, Don, in which he says, you see a picture of Louis Farrakhan, and he says the U.S. government is the #1 enemy of black people. And he talks in another posting about that he believes that he was having afflictions, presumably from the CIA and the FBI and other government agencies. He appears to have paranoia. He appears to believe that the government was responsible for some of his afflictions, including what he said caused him to lose his job. And so what the investigators are trying to figure out now was mental illness part of the reason why he came to the Capitol today. Again, it appears to be some kind of political issue he seems to have about the U.S. government. And again, this is an investigation that's still only at the beginning as they try to talk to friends and family, try to understand what happened in the recent days that may have triggered today.
Juliet, you heard Evans say that the suspect believed the government was targeting him with mind control. Do you think that January 6th in any way, that insurrection, make the Capitol an even bigger target for anyone that has a grievance with the government to show up and try to air or correct the grievance?
I think January 6th is relevant, but not likely in this case. I think January 6th is relevant in the sense that you just described, that it may have shown to the world the vulnerabilities of the Capitol. On the other hand, it has also been fortified. So anyone watching would know that it was fortified at least for some period of time. But the other thing that is actually sort of good news in the world that I live in, which
and interesting.
is
That might work for Dutch, but for you,
security posture after January 6th. you really did see sort of the minimization of a potentially much greater threat relatively early on when the car was stopped. The assailant was killed. We lost a police officer, but in some ways when we measure these kinds of attacks, especially when they're so hard to predict, that a crazy guy gets into a car and it just rams into the Capitol, the quick work of the Capitol Police, which was because they were being more vigilant, is related to January 6th. I will say one final thing about January 6th, that the politicization of security at the Capitol, in other words, trying to minimize what happened on January 6th and the number of people that died and the 2 officers that have committed suicide since, really have to get out of our dialogue now. I mean, it is clear that the Capitol is under some threat. And we need to keep up some security measure for a period of time. It's not nice, it's not good to say, but the idea that there's not a threat now, I mean, it's just like, look at the last 3 months. I mean, I think we have to keep up an aggressive posture, not only to protect people in the Capitol, but to protect the Capitol Police, who have lost so many people in the last 3 months.
But you know how Washington works. There were people who will try to exploit this politically as well. So, you know, we may not be hearing that much of it since they are away from Washington now, but wait until they get back next week. You're surely going to hear it. Evan, homicide detectives were examining a police cruiser at George Washington University Hospital where that injured Capitol Police officer is being treated. What were they looking for? Do we know?
How can I help you today?
Well, we don't know exactly what was happening inside that vehicle, but we know from a statement earlier today down from the U.S. Capitol Police that one of the officers who was injured was taken by a police cruiser to the hospital, and it appears to be that vehicle that you're showing right now. That was a vehicle that the police, the Metropolitan Police, were examining there at the George Washington Hospital, and so it appears to be that's the vehicle that they brought an officer in. Now, look, this is a crime scene. We know that these 2 officers were struck by this vehicle, and we know that he came out wildly swinging his arms with a knife. We don't know exactly what happened, and so I think they're still trying to put together, using the surveillance camera, if the officer was injured and was carried, that was taken there. They have to try to examine the crime scene to make sure they understand everything that happened.
Listen, this one, you know, this is different than what we usually, Julia, we're covering someone who has taken many lives, right, because they have access to semi-automatic weapons or what have you. The suspect didn't have an AR-15 or an AR-15 style weapon. Anyone has access to a car, to a knife, right? So how do you prevent this kind of attack? I was actually surprised, because I haven't been in D.C., obviously we've all been in quarantine and lockdown, but I haven't been there. I'm surprised that the officers actually stand in front of the barricades, right? It's like, isn't that what the barricade is about? But I think they stand in front. And why are they standing in front? They have to check IDs, I would imagine, but I think this is going to change some protocol.
I think it absolutely will and should. Obviously, the loss of a police officer is a big deal for any police force, but certainly this one. And then just to your point, the use of a car and the use of a knife are not mass casualty events. In most instances, we've seen automobiles used and certainly trucks in France. And so that also goes to motivation as we try to determine was there a political purpose as compared to a political grievance. And I'm not mincing words, or those are different for purposes of an investigation. The use of a car and a knife, which in a country like ours, where you can so easily get a gun, are relevant to the investigation. They go to the timing, how much time, like did he just wake up and decide I'm going to go do this, as compared to maybe trying to get a gun, or do they go to his desire to be killed, which ultimately did happen. All of those will be relevant to the investigation. So as you said, this does not fit our normal mold. And so while it seems sometimes things seem similar, as we, January 6th and now, and often aren't, and that's why we reserve judgment for the investigation to go forward.
Thank you both. I just want to put up the officer's picture. Capitol Police Officer William Evans, killed today in the line of duty. Our hearts go out to his entire family and to the entire police department, his family at home, and also to his broader family, the police officers there in the nation's capital. Thank you both. I appreciate it. A top officer in the Minneapolis Police Department testifying Derek Chauvin's use of force against George Floyd was totally unnecessary, and that's not all he said that could be devastating for the defense.
What's going on? Let me here we go. It's up there.
Okay.
Hey, Josh.
I think that's them over there. The one now.
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them before they start with Downy Wrinkle Guard.
Hey, bud.
Pop-up. So you won't get caught with wrinkles again.
Looks like one of them don't scare too easy. Put another shot in close. You'll get the message. That ought to do it. All right, let's go round them up. That's cool, girl. Let's go get the stress. You ever
The
work on a
moment
ranch,
I
Mark?
started working, I felt relieved, empowered,
Hopeful.
confident.
Good vibes.
I felt like I could take on the world, like I could finally just be me.
Get that clear skin feeling with our 3 skincare systems. They've got clinically proven ingredients to clear skin, and the dermatologist tested to be gentle. Proactive Solution works great for most skin types. Proactive Plus is effective yet gentle enough for sensitive skin. And they're
Right.
MD for less stubborn acne.
My skin looks awesome.
Subscribe today risk-free at proactive.com and get consistently clear skin delivered to your door.
I guess we'll soon find out. Let's get these things. Bring them back to the yards.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can. You can easily compare quotes from top providers all at once. With the Zebra, you can save up to $375 a year. No fees and no spammy phone calls. Because who needs that?
See what you can save. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also make USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
Isn't that something?
The way we interrupted their video?
No, how your rates won't go up just because of this accident thanks to your Farmers Policy Perk accident forgiveness.
That's a relief.
Did a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. From the time he was 5, Brian Newman believed 2 things. He could drive and he could win. Driver of the Year, Daytona, Brickyard. But my man still hasn't won the cup. That's okay, because he still believes he will. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
At American Sale, we're known for having the best selection of coolers, patio furniture, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your outdoor fun. More importantly, it's the quality of the products we sell. And our product experts can answer any of your questions. And right now, you can save up to 50%, and we'll pay your sales tax. Or get 0% financing and get our lowest price guaranteed. At American Sale, we're open, so come visit us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Let's go.
Prosecutors in Derek Chauvin's murder trial presenting strong case this week, marked by tearful testimony, gut-wrenching videos, replaying George Floyd's death over and over, and the most senior officer in the Minneapolis Police Department slamming Chauvin's actions.
Keep them together.
What is your view of that use of force during that time period?
Totally unnecessary. Pulling him down to the ground, face down, and putting your knee on the neck for that amount of time is just uncalled for.
So CNN's Omar Jimenez following this very closely, and he joins me now live. Omar, the prosecution called on Lieutenant Zimmerman because of his seniority. He's been with the force for nearly 40 years. How important was his testimony?
Yeah, Don, it's incredibly important, and not just because he's testifying for prosecutors to basically say that Chauvin's actions were unnecessary when he was asked by prosecutors, I should say, but also because when you take the context with which he is testifying, it's not just him in regards to law enforcement. You hear about this blue code of silence when you regard officers. He is one of multiple law enforcement officers that have testified as part of this trial, saying basically that Chauvin's actions were unacceptable. And then when you move forward to look at more of his testimony, he specifically pointed to training, and that he could find nowhere in his training where a knee to the neck on someone in the prone position is acceptable. And here's some of how he answered when he was asked about that by prosecutors.
Have you ever, in all the years you've been working for the Minneapolis Police Department, been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind their back in a prone position?
No, I haven't. That would be the top tier, the deadly force, because of the fact that if your knee is on a person's neck, that can kill him.
What has the training been with regard to the prone position?
Once a person is caught, you need to turn them on their side or have them sit up. You need to get them off their chest. Your muscles are pulling back when you're handcuffed. And if you're laying on your chest, that's constricting your breathing even more.
And Zimmerman was among 14 Minneapolis police officers who signed on to a letter condemning Derek Chauvin and his actions in this, saying that they did not treat George Floyd's life with dignity. And again, he was the last witness to testify as part of this week, one of multiple law enforcement officers.
You know, Mark, today the defense trying to argue that police policy allows for improvisation. But that fell flat in the redirect. The lieutenant saying, based on the body cam, that he didn't see or need the need for Chauvin to improvise with his knee for 9.5 minutes. So where does that leave the defense now?
Well, the strategy for the defense for most of that cross-examination seemed to be trying to decrease the credibility of Zimmerman, because despite him serving on the force for such a long time, for decades, they pointed to the fact that he hasn't necessarily been on the streets as of late. And so they tried to basically say that, look, your use of force training, while you've had it in the past, it's not so much relevant now. And they even emphasized that his normal track, his normal job would not encompass analyzing use of force incidents. That said, it kept coming back to the fact that with all of his years of experience, Zimmerman couldn't point to a single part of policy that made this okay in his eyes. Not to mention, he is also taking annual defense training, so is up to date on what would be happening in the field. And the last part, it says, at the end of the day, the suspect is in the officer's hands until an ambulance arrives, if necessary, and if medical assistance is needed to be done, it needs to be done by the officers, which, as we know, was not done in this case.
Omar Jimenez, live in Minneapolis. Thank you, Omar. I appreciate your reporting. I want to bring in now senior legal analyst Joey Jackson, law enforcement veteran Neil Franklin as well. Good evening, gentlemen. Neil, despite what we heard from Lieutenant Zimmerman, the defense is still arguing that Chauvin did what was right and followed police protocol, saying police can resort to improvisation if the situation calls for it. Does that make sense to you in this context?
No, it doesn't. The prosecution can say whatever they want, and they're going to say whatever they can to convince the jury otherwise. But the bottom line is, there is no such training as what Chauvin did on the neck of George Floyd. So they're going to bring in the experts later on, they're going to bring in training experts later on, and bring in policy, and they're going to show, the prosecution is going to show the specifics, the details that point to what Lieutenant Zimmerman was saying. There is no such thing.
Talking to old Strauss to make you want to blow your own brains out. I should have left him where I found him all those years ago.
I get it. It's been a long week.
Fresh off the boat, his eyes out on stalks.
Yeah, Joe, the defense trying to paint Zimmerman as out of touch with how policing has evolved since he last patrolled. Is that going to be effective with the jury? Especially with somebody who's got 40 years experience on the force. Go on.
Yeah, I think he was a devastating witness, and you could raise all of the issues you want about you're no longer on the streets, you're not really there in the mix anymore, you're with the old school, you're out of time, you're out of touch. That's good. It sounded good, but at the end of the day, he was standing for the following reasons. Quick, there are three pillars of this case. The first relates to cause of death, right? Was there causation? The second relates to the whole self-defense issue. The third relates to the whole issue about muddying up Zimmerman and not really humanizing him. If you look at the charges and what his testimony was to, it was powerful. Why? Because it went to that pillar that relates to the whole issue, when could you self-defense? And the first count basically says it's an assault. If you assault and during the course of the assault you kill someone, that is second-degree murder. That's 40 years. Why would it be an assault under this officer's testimony? Well, if the training manual says you can't do it, if it violates police protocols and procedures, if it's something you're not supposed to do or trained to do and you do it anyway, isn't that an assault? And if someone dies, doesn't that get you second-degree murder? Now, Don, say the jury doesn't buy that, but they do buy the fact that if he's laying in a prone position, as the officer testified to, the lieutenant testified to, if you're laying prone, face down, right, head down, and you're supposed to, when you're trained, to pick him up because you're restricting breathing and put him on, and you don't do that, that goes to the issue of the face part, that you knew that the jury was wrong, you didn't do that anyway. That gets you to the second count, which is third-degree murder for rape. On the manslaughter charge, all you have to show is criminal negligence. When the policies, protocol, regulations, that said you do it, you get trained every year. You've been on the force 19 years, that's 19 times you do it. At least you were negligent. If you were negligent, someone dies, that gets you convicted of a manslaughter charge, which is 10 years. Very powerful testimony by this witness. Joey.
Very good, Joey. Leo, listen, the defense is arguing. What are you going to say to me? Okay. I was going to speak to a local picture, too, about how we even got to this place. You had Andrew Myers on earlier talking about the changing law and changing policies that we need going forward. So the question is, why do we even physically arrest for non-violent offenses like this when we know what the person is? You know, we had a name, we have an address, they're not wanted for anything else. And for counterfeit $20 bills, but that's the point. Let me ask you this, because I know where you're going with this. I'll give you plenty of time to respond. But that's the thing. They don't really have a relationship. Maybe they've seen them before, maybe in the county. But do they really know them? And is it really worth $20? Real, fake, real, or otherwise? Then the whole thing goes out of time. They ran his name, they nicked his name, and it's not just about George Floyd, Don. It's about all these arrests that we make across the country every day. Thousands of arrests similar to this. Putting handcuffs on people, putting them in patrol cars and transport wagons and in detention centers. For what? When we can ID them, we can send them a summons, have them come to court to explain themselves. But why are we doing this?
But, you know, Don, it's beyond that also. It's not only the why are we arresting for that, it's the manner in which the arrest was made. If you evaluate any of the videos in this case, the lack of humanity was palpable. The lack of respect, the discourtesy, the F-bombs thrown at him initially when he's in the car. He's showing his hands. He's pleading at that point saying, you know what, I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy. His hands are on the wheel. This, that, it's like, are you kidding? And then when they were trying later on, he was trying to get him in the car. He's saying, hey, I'm claustrophobic. And not only am I claustrophobic, but I have anxiety. I'm not a bad guy, please. And they don't show it's called interpersonal communication. It's called just, I understand you, sir, but we don't want to reach out to you. We need you to do this now. It's just push through. It's escalated to an issue of the escalation. You can talk about all the policy programs you want. Just talk about you. And maybe we're not talking about this case, and that's what's so distressing.
I think we'll end it with that. Thank you so much. Actually, no, we feel that. Steve, listen, happy news to both of you. Thank you so much. A week of painful testimony reverberating all across the country. what a traumatized nation can learn from the grief and guilt shown by the witnesses. And we're going to miss Martin King next. You're going to miss him.
PGA Master Professional here at PGA National Resort in Spa. Here on the 13th hole of the Paseo Golf Course to talk to you the most important part of the game, the setup. 75% of your swing stems from your setup. I'm going to give you an acronym, 3 letters. PGA, posture, grip, and alignment. By doing these 3 essential things, you can
help our neighbors in need with Feeding America. Life is sometimes hard. Sometimes we don't have as much. The food bank is a place where my family gets help getting food.
Looks like we're clear. Let's go.
Anywhere in the world, CNN is there. A crackdown inside venues has significantly worsened. Do you know who these children are? Have you seen them before? You were looking for the lost little children of Xinjiang.
We'll get back to camp.
This is part of a campaign.
Get them to start packing up.
Another brutal day.
Can't stick around after this. Let's go.
People feel compelled to make this dark, perilous journey. China is not happy with this approach. At CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters.
I better get out of here.
Famine. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's Impact Your World, reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes when you give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact Your World.
Ideas exist inside you, electrify you. They grow from our imagination, but they can't be held back. They want to be set free, to make the world more responsible, and to make the world incredible. Ideas for the future, just like that.
Cool world. You see it? It's all hidden right here. Waiting for the rest of the world to unfold. See?
Shit!
Hinduism on HBO Max now play, rated PG-13.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Cristiano before in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Nick Anderson in Abu Dhabi. I'm here in the heart of southern India. From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth, Birmingham, Puerto Rico.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation into a peaceful protest turned deadly.
An explosion has exchanged of gunfire. Growing concern here, imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's now recommended as even a minimum income.
This family, $3 per month. The country's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
We're going to go see if he has anything to say. Was it your team that closed in the army?
It's a matter of facts. I want to know, are you going to stop my loved ones from dying? That's just not the kind of leadership we need right now.
Yeah.
How much more can Americans take?
CNN Tonight with Don Lemon, weeknights at 10.
A fifth day of testimony in the murder trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Several witnesses in the trial expressing their own guilt and grief over the events surrounding George Floyd's death.
I would have requested additional help. I would have wanted someone to call 911 for
the paramedics and fire to come. I would have asked someone to run to the gas station and look for an AED. And I would have checked his airway.
What was going through your mind during that time period?
Disbelief. Thank you.
Why guilt?
If I would have just not taken the bill, this could have been avoided.
I know this is difficult. Can you just explain sort of what you're feeling in this moment?
I can feel this. I don't have how to move. My mom died June 25th.
What is the impact, though, beyond the courtroom? Let's discuss. Mark McKinnon is here, former advisor to George W. Bush and John McCain. Mark, what, I mean, the incredible witnesses, and also just real folks there on the witness stand. What did you make of this group?
So powerful, Don. You know, how many times over the last 4 or 5 years have you and I talked about a school shooting or some criminal justice injustice act that's occurred, and we've talked about, you know, it's happened again, you know, are things going to change, and they don't change, you know, and in fact, I'm thinking of a very thoughtful writer who said, the weeping passes and the rage takes hold. The rage burns out and blame begins. The blame bounces back and forth, and promises are made, and the promises wither, and complacency returns. I'm not sure this time, Don. You know, this week of testimony was so compelling, so profound. The sense of communal grief and guilt that the bystanders experienced, but by extension, all of us experienced. I have the sense that I'm watching something that's going to make a change, it's going to make a difference. It feels like this trial, it's kind of like a trial of a lifetime. I mean, I know we've seen a lot of big courtroom dramas and courtroom justices and injustices. This one feels big to me, Don.
Yeah, this one feels different. Thank you. You're reading from my book, and I believe that this one does feel different. For what? Listen, nothing is going to end any of this, but certainly there are points in time, and I think this is an inflection point where we make things better, where there is an awakening. Where we have epiphanies, right? Where we start moving in different and better directions, and I do believe that this is one of them. And how can it not be when you have America's humanity on display in that courtroom in Minneapolis? I do believe that, especially you got testimony from an underage witness, you got teenagers, and so on. Go on, Mark. The clerk feeling bad and feeling guilty about, pushing the whole deal with the $20 bill. Let's listen to, and then I'll let you finish your statement. Let's listen to some of this.
For now. When do we stop?
When I look at George Floyd, I look at my dad, I look at my brother, I look at my cousins, my uncles, because they are all black. I have a black father, I have a black mother, I have black friends.
We are just trying to survive,
And
Hosea.
I look at that and I look at
We don't have a choice.
could have been one of
This
them.
will end soon.
This is a time to, and I think it's happening in a way, it's time for honestly, white people in America not to turn away, not to say, this is hard to watch, to watch it, and to lean into it. Go on.
Micah told me of a place.
Yeah, I mean, hearing that kind of testimony, I think we're learning a lot. And it's, people look at this, and so often, in American jurisprudence, the victim gets put on trial rather than the perpetrator. And I think this is one where people just, they're looking at it through a different lens now. They're seeing the humanity of George Floyd. They're seeing the humanity of the people who observed and couldn't do anything. They're powerless to change things. So I think that this is like a communal experience that we're all going through, and I think people are really watching, and I think that it is a growing chapter in American culture that, like you said, it's going to be racism isn't going away overnight or anytime in the near future or maybe ever, but I think this is going to change us.
So where are we going?
You know, my colleague, our colleague, CNN's Nia Malika Henderson, out with a very fantastic, powerful piece explaining why she is not following the trial. For her and many other people of color, she says it is traumatizing. She says that George Floyd is owed by a nation that so regularly has enabled the suffering to continue. Do you understand what she's saying? Talk to me about that, Mark.
Oh, sure. You know, there's a great colleague of mine that talks about the trauma that has historically been placed upon African-American bodies, and that by watching that, we get desensitized to it, and then it gets proliferated into our media, and it gets normalized. So I totally get that. It's a very powerful point of view. And so I totally respect it. On the other hand, I think it's really important for white viewers to see that white officer sitting on that man's chest for 9 minutes, 4.5 minutes after he stopped breathing. Because there is no way that can be excused away over time.
You know, you're right. And most conversations I've had over since the book has launched is how much to show. When is it exploitation? When is it a snuff film? When is it illustrative? When is it just too much? And those are things that we have to deal with. They're important questions, but you know, at the very least, we are having a conversation about it, and I think it is actually moving people towards some action. People are actually starting to do the work. So let's just hope. Again, we're not going to fix it. And if anybody tells you they have all the answers, as they say in the book, run away. Yep. Right, Mark?
Yeah. It feels like a different conversation now. It really does.
Thank you, Mark. Have a happy Easter to you and Annie. Be well.
And to you too. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So Mark was reading from my new book. It's called This is the Fire, What I Say to My Friends About Racism. It is out now, and I hope you will check
So where does it end?
The investigation of GOP Congressman Matt Gaetz getting more and more alarming and new, and now I should say a top staffer is jumping ship.
Put enough time and distance between you and the problem, eventually it went away. This is a big country. Now, there's Pinkertons, better paid bounty hunters. I ain't so sure.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Elizabeth, Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London, Damascus, Tokyo, Moscow, Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
A CNN investigation into a peaceful protest turned deadly.
They heard an explosion. There was an exchange of gunfire. Growing concern here, imports might be carrying the virus.
The pandemic's now robbing many of even a minimum income.
This family, $3 per month.
The country's always been changing, but it's never been as fast as it has been.
We're going to go see if he has anything to say. Was it your team that poisoned the family?
Let's get after it. Cases are still going up. This virus has enormous capabilities. It's quiet on too much. Too many people are getting the infection.
Well, let's take a look around.
It's a wish list for wheels.
I see something over there.
A choice that requires no explanation. It's where safe and daring seamlessly intersect. It's understated, yet over-delivers. It is truly the Mercedes-Benz of sports settings. The 2021 C-Class, starting at just $41,600.
There's a camp just up ahead. Let's get ready for business.
Last year, Invesco QQQ brought you stories about agents of innovation. Now we're following up with the founders of HomePort. Can you describe what the last year has been like?
Wow, last year is what a year.
It's a tremendous growth year for us.
The acceleration has been overwhelming. The hybrid approach is going to be the approach. You don't have to be together in person.
We can bring our experience to everyone who want to use it.
Maybe they heard us coming. It's okay.
everybody wants the same thing. That's why I go with Liberty Mutual. They customize my car insurance, so I only pay for what I need. Because I do things a little differently.
Hey, I'll take one, please.
You said, are you okay?
Wait.
Sprechen Sie
This isn't a
Deutsch?
hot dog stand?
No. Can't you see the sign? Wet teddy bears.
No.
Get your wet
Now go on
teddy
there.
bears.
Get out of here.
100%
Go. We need the land. Go.
guaranteed, or the next one's on me.
Get the hell out of
They
here.
took our father. Men, last night.
Your son, Dad.
Where
You
did they
remain in an
Ain't no
all-white truck.
business of ours. I don't even speak their language.
Took the Klan down. The People versus the Klan. Premiere Sunday, April 11th at 9.
The girl was pointing this way. Let's see if we can pick up a trail.
So tonight, the spokesperson for Congressman Matt Gaetz leaving his job as more details emerge in the allegations against the congressman. The New York Times reviewing receipts in the investigation into whether Gaetz paid cash to women for sex and whether he had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl. Paul Reed tonight with audio that may do nothing to help the congressman's reputation, amid the growing scandal.
We should be moving camp.
Tonight, the federal investigation into Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz for possible prostitution and sex trafficking crimes, including an alleged relationship with a minor, now centering around his friendship with this man, Joel Greenberg.
It really is an honor to be here today.
In addition, investigators believe Greenberg, a former Seminole County, Florida tax collector, recruited multiple women online for sex, and that he introduced the women who received cash payments to Gaetz, who had sex with them too, according to the New York Times. The Times said it reviewed Apple Pay and Cash App receipts that show Gaetz and Greenberg made payments to one of the women and one payment from Greenberg to a different woman. In a statement, Gaetz' office said, Matt Gaetz has never paid for sex. Matt Gaetz refutes all the disgusting allegations completely.
Providing for flights and hotel rooms for people that you're dating who are of legal age is not a crime.
But a source telling CNN, investigators are examining whether any federal campaign money was involved in paying for travel and expenses for the women. Gaetz and Greenberg have been friends for years, posting photos together, and Gaetz even telling a local radio station that Greenberg would make a good member of Congress in 2017.
If Joel were to run from Seminole County, I think he becomes the next congressman from the 76.
The duo, according to a Florida lawmaker, leaving an unsolicited voicemail on her cell phone. She gave a recording of the message to CNN.
This is your favorite tax collector. I'm up in Panhandle with your favorite U.S. Congressman, Mr. Gaetz.
He disappeared
And we were just chatting about you and talking about your lovely qualities. And
we think you're the future of the Democratic Party in Florida.
Additionally, information that may connect Gaetz to a fake ID scheme at the center of Greenberg's case was presented to federal investigators at a meeting last year. Sources familiar tell CNN. Greenberg had entered a plea of not guilty. Attorneys for Greenberg and Gaetz had no comment. In addition to the federal investigation, multiple sources told CNN Gaetz showed lawmakers photos and videos of nude women he claimed to have slept with. One source saying Gaetz shared the images on his phone while on the floor of the House.
Tonight, Gaetz finds himself with few public allies. His communications director resigned earlier today, and even though Gaetz was one of the most vocal Trump supporters, so far the former president has remained silent amid this escalating set of scandals that could potentially end Gaetz' political career. Don.
Paul Reed, thank you so much. Congressman Gaetz certainly is in a lot of hot water. How much legal jeopardy he could be facing?
This is a better camp spot than back there. Much easier to defend.
Maybe.
Hello, world.
This looks like our fella, Charles.
Hidden, I am here, waiting for the blessings of this world. So,
coming right at us. What are we doing? This ain't even our goddamn fight. Get rid of these bastards. That all of them? Doesn't look like it.
It's the kitchen magician. Have you ever seen a pan cook 3 things at once? The non-stick? Impressive. The built-in spatula? Genius. I just learned to cook and this pan makes it so easy.
I gave away half my kitchen when I found the always pan. It does it all. Oils, steams, fries, sautés.
Real Home Realizations by Realtor.com.
Since I've been home more, I've noticed something. The more air horns a song has, the louder my neighbor plays it.
Now that you spent so much time at home, maybe it's time to find a new one. Realtor.com, the home of home search.
You need a financial plan that fits the way you want to live in retirement. A plan that can help grow and protect your money, now or in the future. With an annuity in your plan to help cover essential expenses, you can live the retirement you want. The right financial professional can show you how. This is what an annuity can do.
From the time he was 5, Brian Newman believed 2 things. He could drive and he could win. Driver of the Year, Daytona, Brickyard. But my man still hasn't won the cup. That's okay, because he still believes he will. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
Through Ancestry, I learned so much about my grandparents that I never knew. I'm a lawyer now, but I had no idea that my grandfather was a federal judge in Guatemala. My grandfather used his legal degree and his knowledge to help people that were voiceless in his country. That put a fire in my heart. It made me realize where I got my passion for social justice.
Come on.
Life like never before. Get started for free at Ancestry.com.
It's okay. Getting you out of here.
This place, Henry.
Yep.
It's not just them. I can feel it.
It's been lost.
Mama?
Why would your kids need a green light debit card? Imagine a debit card and app designed to help them develop healthy financial habits, to teach them how to save and encourage them to set their own goals. Now imagine the difference it could make in their lives, in their futures. Green light.
So we're back now with more on this widening investigation into Florida GOP Congressman Matt Gaetz. I'm going to bring in our senior legal analyst Jennifer Rogers, and a former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, and senior political commentator Charlie Dent, former Republican congressman. Good evening. It just, I mean, we speak, and then more comes out, and then we have to have you back to talk about it again. Charlie, good to see you as well. Jennifer, thank you for joining. Earlier tonight, Jennifer, the New York Times reporter who broke the story spoke with CNN about the text messages and receipts that she reviewed. So let's listen.
One of the interesting things about the messages that we reviewed is that the messages are very clear. They say, meet me here at this time. I can give you $1,000. Now, the men might argue that the money in those messages would be for something else. But again, keep in mind, it's the women who are saying that they were paid for sex. So the messages could not be clearer, at least that people were meeting, that they were meeting in a hotel, and that money was going to change hands.
All right, so Jennifer Gaetz denies all of this, but the allegations are damning. How much trouble is Gaetz potentially in?
We knew a few days ago, and keep in mind that none of this is like news to federal investigators, of course. They've been looking at this for months. This is just that we're all getting up to speed now. But before, it sounded like he was involved with a girl who was underage and he was traveling hotel rooms and so on. Now it sounds more like he's actually paying for sex, more like a prostitution situation. So that ups the ante. I mean, the most serious child sex trafficking offenses can be mandatory minimums of 10 or even 15 years in prison. So these are very serious, but it depends a lot on the facts. And of course, whether he's being charged or not, which is something that we're still waiting to find out.
Yeah. We're going to work on the video. We can hear you perfectly. But so we're getting the message.
Gotta learn to speak English, bruh.
People at home watching, we can still hear Jennifer. Charlie, I want to bring you. It seems like Matt Gaetz is in deep trouble, as Jennifer just said. On top of all this, CNN. Gaetz showed lawmakers, CNN is reporting that Gaetz showed lawmakers images of nude women that he claimed to have slept with, playing some of the videos on the House floor. Can he survive this politically? He's got to deal with the legal angle, but politically, what do you think?
Put everyone to work. Well, I think politically he's very isolated and in an unsustainable position. The Klieg lights are shining very brightly on him. He will come under tremendous pressure to resign. But he's the prostitution, the allegations of prostitution, the allegations of child sex trafficking, and the fake IDs. I mean, that's the most serious issue. But he's going to have an ethical problem too, because he showed those pictures. I can see what's going to happen. Members of Congress will likely be called as witnesses. Who did Matt Gaetz show those pictures to? And members are going to be put in an awkward position. So I believe that Kevin McCarthy is going to have a very serious conversation with Matt Gaetz about leaving for the good of the institution. And we've dealt with this before, Don. I mean, I saw the Mark Foley situation, Anthony Weiner, Eric Massa, Katie Hill. That was not as serious, but over nude photos from an estranged or an ex-husband. And people left because of the damage it was doing not only to the institution, but it was making it difficult for them to represent their constituents. And the rest of the body is now, if you're a Republican, you're spending your time talking about Matt Gaetz rather than maybe other issues you want to focus on.
Jennifer, CNN has obtained audio of Gaetz praising Greenberg. It's 2017. Listen to this.
Joel Greenberg has gone into the Seminole County Tax Collector's office. He's taken it by storm. He's been a disruptor, and he's brought sort of a modern approach to management to that office. And if you look at what people want in the country right now, they want that disruptor. They want someone with business experience, and they want someone who's not going to adhere to the dogmas that have strangled progress in Washington, D.C. for a generation.
Greenberg is in jail facing allegations similar to Gaetz. Could Greenberg end up cooperating with the investigation and then flipping on Gaetz?
Well, it's always possible. He's in prison because of a bail violation. He's facing his trial in June, so he hasn't been convicted yet. It just depends in part on who's the bigger fish. I mean, if Greenberg really was driving all of this and Matt Gaetz just dabbled in it, then maybe they wouldn't flip Greenberg on Gaetz. But that's something prosecutors are going to have to figure out if Greenberg is willing. I'll tell you what, prosecutors are always certainly willing to think about it and talk about it. So if Greenberg wants to come in, I'm sure they'll hear him out and hear what he has to say.
Charlie, give me your final thoughts, because listen, he doesn't have a lot of goodwill, political goodwill, or friends in D.C., it seems. He's antagonized a lot of people.
Oh, he sure does. In fact, there are many members that are having, gleeful feelings of Schadenfreude right now. He's made enemies. They want him gone, clearly. His staff is bailing on him. His communications director left, and they're all worried about their own reputations now. The staff, they need jobs. So he's going to be very isolated, very lonely. I don't know how he's going to continue to serve. I've seen members resign for one hell of a lot less, and I've seen Republican leaders force resignations on their members when they become this type of distraction or embarrassment.
Charlie, Jennifer, thank you. Jennifer, see, perfect. Everything's great now. we can hear you and see you both. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much. And thank you for watching, everyone. Our coverage continues.
At CNN, we see the devastation caused by natural disasters, famine, and war. We also see how the generosity of others can change lives. You and CNN's Impact Your World can help. Reputable charities that are checked out by CNN. See the difference it makes when you give time, share stories, or donate by just clicking the button. Be a part of the solution. Impact Your World.
When news happens anywhere in the world, CNN is there.
The crackdown inside Belarus has significantly worsened. Do you know who these children are? Have you seen them before?
You were looking for the lost Uyghur children of Xinjiang.
What brought you to the clinic here today? This is part of a campaign against the women of Tigray.
Another brutal day for Brazil, more than 3,000 deaths from the virus. People feel compelled to make this dark, perilous journey. China is not happy with this reporting.
They want to go now to an incredible story of survival. Could all this spending lead to a bigger economic crisis? Would you do it all again in terms of being a nurse?
I want to help people more than I ever have.
Aaron Burnett Out Front, weeknights at 7 on CNN.
See, I'm boring.
I'm not crying. You're crying.
We are so back there. We have lofty goals. We're trying to reform society.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also